Chapter 71, The Joy of Having a Family, Turning the Imperial City into a Purgatory on Earth. August, the scorching sun arrived. Jang Chong Shang was enjoying the shade under the tree when Li Jun came to visit and told him about Unic Li's passing. Jang Chong Shang was silent. Li Jun said, "Deist Master, he said that when he was with you for the last part of his life, he felt as though he had returned to the time of his youth when he served the Jing martial ancestor, full of fighting spirit and energy. He also said he has no regrets in his life." Li Jun was not sad about Unic Li's passing. Unic Li had lived for more than 90 years and was definitely considered to have a long life in Great Jing. Moreover, he did not experience much pain before he died. Jang Chong Shang sighed and said, "Life is predestined." All right. Li Jun added, "A few months ago, during the martial arts competition at Jusong Lake, a new supreme martial artist was born. This person." He hesitated. Jang Chong Shang asked, "Why are you hesitating?" "He is your senior brother, Mang Kaiuhi." Li Jun took a deep breath and said, stunning Jang Chong Shang. Mang Kaiuhi was still alive and had even become a supreme martial artist? Ever since Mang Kaiuhi followed the seventh prince to challenge him and failed, he had never appeared again. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Jang Chong Shang even thought that he was dead. After all, it had been 41 years. Mang Kaiuhi's only regret before she died was that she did not see Mang Kaiuhi. After all, they were biological siblings. Li Jun said, "I don't know where this person learned an unparalleled divine technique, but during the competition at Jusong Lake, he suppressed everyone. The people of the martial arts even thought that he is qualified to challenge Emperor Yang Zhao." Jang Chong Shang said, "Pay more attention to his movements in the future." Li Jun nodded and said a few more things before leaving. Jang Chong Shang looked at the sky in a daze. White dragon curled along the tree trunk. Its huge body made the earth spirit tree tremble. Fortunately, the earth spirit tree was also very huge, like a 100-year-old tree. It stretched out its snake tongue and licked Jang Chong Shang's face. Jang Chong Shang silently used incense to deduce, "I want to know how strong Mang Kaiuhi is now. Requires 500 incense points. Do you want to continue?" Jang Chong Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. 500 incense points was not low. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Mang Kaiuhi encounter that allowed him to advance so quickly? Could it be that the surviving members of the Mahayana Dragon Tower were helping him? Jang Chong Shang thought of many possibilities. There were good and bad ones. In any case, he was prepared for the worst outcome, that Mang Kaiuhi might become his enemy. However, he did not panic. If Mang Kaiuhi was courting death, he would be giving him a survival reward. If he did not seek death, Mang Kaiuhi would also not be able to live for many years. The former senior and junior brothers might have become enemies now. When he was young, Mang Kaiuhi had saved him. Life was really unpredictable. Jang Chong Shang sighed with emotion for a while before continuing to cultivate. He was getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the Dao technique. He felt that his strength had already surpassed the universe realm. Compared to when he had just reached the 7th level, there was a world of difference. Unfortunately, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Firstly, he did not have a suitable opponent. Secondly, if he used it for no reason, it would easily affect the innocent. Even so, he did not want to completely reveal his strength, as one had to keep some trump cards. Half a month later, the 9-year-old Jang Xu came to visit Jang Chong Shang with a box of snacks. It had to be said that Jang Xu really looked like Jang Chong Shang when he was young. When Qing Ku saw him, he could not help but be in a daze. He had some guesses in his heart, but he could not say them out loud and could only keep them to himself. "Grandmaster, I had a dream last night." Jang Xu obediently sat on Jang Changshen's lap. The two of them did not look like grandfather and grandson, but more like brothers because Jang Chong Shang looked too young. Jang Chong Shang smiled and asked, "What dream?" Jang Xu tilted his head and said, "I dreamed that demons and ghosts attacked the capital and even pounced in front of me to eat me. Fortunately, an immortal descended to the mortal world and saved me in time. That immortal even brought me flying." He began to describe the dream excitedly while Jang Chong Shang listened with a smile. Suddenly, Jang Xu pointed at Bai Qi and said, "Martial ancestor, could that demon be Bai Qi? It usually doesn't like me. Perhaps it even wants to eat me." Bai Qi, who was lying on the ground, rolled its eyes and could not be bothered with him. Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, if it really dares to bully you, Grandmaster will make it into soup. How about that? Okay, okay. I've never had wolf soup before. Jang Xu clapped his hands and laughed, causing Bai Qi to tremble. After playing for a while, Jang Chong Shang let go of Jang Xu. Jang Xu then went to look for the god of thieves to learn martial arts. Last year, Jang Xu met the god of thieves by chance. The two of them even played together. When the latter found out that Jang Xu was the current crown prince, the god of thieves became even more attentive. He suddenly felt that he might become the next Su Tianji. With Jang Chong Shang around, the god of thieves did not dare to teach indiscriminately or bully Jang Xu. When the two of them interacted, the god of thieves took extremely good care of Jang Xu and even played as his horse to tease him. Jang Chong Shang looked at Jang Xu's departing figure and suddenly felt that such a life was not bad. Was this the joy of having a family? In the 14th year of the Qinwu era, Ping'an broke through the northern Zhou battlefront and charged into the enemy's camp alone. However, the generals in the camp had long retreated. The army took the opportunity to attack the Liang province's camp, and the situation changed. On the other side, more than half of the Jin dynasty had been annexed by the Jing dynasty, and they were getting closer and closer to the imperial city. The Jin dynasty seemed to have given up resisting and was constantly getting defeated. Even then, the mysterious martial arts faction was nowhere to be seen. The emperor gave the order to send 200,000 soldiers to support Liang province. Most of these 200,000 soldiers were martial artists from the martial arts world. Perhaps they were not as orderly as ordinary soldiers, but their individual strength was very strong. At night, in the imperial study, Jang Jian put down the memorial in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. After the dynasty became bigger, there were more and more memorials submitted every day. Other than war, there were also people's livelihood, law enforcement, martial arts matters, and so on. Not only were there small mountains of memorials on the table, but even the ground in front of the table was piled up with memorials. Jang Jian stood up and walked to the windowsill. He looked at the bright moon outside the window and fell into a daze. This was his habit. When he was too tired, he was used to looking at the night sky to relax. A gust of cold wind blew. He was in the heaven arrival realm now, so he was naturally not afraid of the cold. However, he frowned. It was a hot summer day. Where did the cold wind come from? Jang Jian suddenly felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Could it be that the mysterious expert who slaughtered the royal family of the various dynasties is about to arrive? Jang Jian thought silently. Ever since he gave the order to attack the Jin dynasty, he had been waiting for the other party to arrive. However, the other party could not be seen. Even so, he did not let down his guard. At the same time, on Loni Temple, Jang Chong Shang, who was meditating under the tree, stood up with anticipation in his eyes. Bai Qi sensed something and opened its eyes. It kept sniffing and said, "Deist. Master, there's an evil aura. Something dirty is about to enter the city." Jang Chong Shang said, "Take care of the courtyard. I'll be back soon." With a leap, he disappeared into the night. Bai Qi was shocked. What kind of movement technique was this? It stayed by Zhang Changshen's side every day and knew how much Zhang Chong Shang loved to cultivate. This fellow's strength had definitely been improving. When can I learn his martial arts? Should I take the initiative? Bai Qi lay on its paws and thought to itself. Flying past the palace walls, a figure was as fast as an afterimage as he quickly entered the palace silently. The guards and the white-robed guards patrolling the eaves did not notice him. This figure quickly entered the palace. He seemed to know where the emperor was and actually rushed straight to the imperial study. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard of the imperial study. Clunk! Jang Jian suddenly pushed the door open and walked out with a sword in his hand. The birthmark between his eyebrows emitted a faint light. "Who is it? Come out!" Jang Jian said in a deep voice. When the enemy approached, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, so he immediately took out his sword and left the room. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow attacked at an extremely fast speed. Jang Jian did not have time to react. In his pupils, he only saw a black-robed man holding a dagger with the tip pointed at his throat. Ding! The dagger suddenly bounced off, and the black-robed man's movements changed. However, he took the opportunity to kick Jang Jian. However, a figure appeared in front of Jang Jian out of thin air and kicked the black-robed man's chest, sending him flying. Boom! The black-robed man smashed through the courtyard walls, raising dust 1,000 feet away, startling everyone in the palace. When Jang Xu saw the figure in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was also secretly vexed. He had still slacked off in his martial arts cultivation. That black-robed man's speed had actually stunned a heaven-arrival realm martial artist like him. How big was the difference? Before the dust dissipated, the black-robed man stood up from the ruins with difficulty. He held his chest and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a true God realm expert, but his sternum had been shattered by just a kick, and his internal strength was almost dissipated. How was that possible? They were both true God realm experts, so why was the other party so strong? His pupils constricted. He saw a figure standing on the roof of the palace on the left. Under the moonlight, the great feathered robe emitted a silver light, making Jang Chong Shang look like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, shocking his soul. Who the hell are you? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and asked, how can Great Jing have such an expert? Did you come here because you saw the decline of the Mahayana Dragon Tower? You're definitely not from Great Jing. He was certain that the other party was an old monster. It was impossible for him to be as young as he looked. Jang Chong Shang was expressionless as he looked down at him and asked, back then, when I killed that group of experts from the Mahayana Dragon Tower, why didn't you think that I was at the Golden Body Realm? Why did you have to come to Great Jing to die? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, impossible. It's been 100 years since a Golden Body Realm expert was born in the land of the surrounding dynasties. That Xiao Duotian was only close, but he did not resonate with the world. After entering seclusion for decades, he developed a demonic barrier. Even without you, we still had to deal with the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but you beat us to it. Jang Chong Shang asked, then why didn't you guess that I'm a Golden Body Realm expert that has lived for a long time? The black-robed man said in a deep voice, I've guessed it, but there's no choice. The Chao sects are fighting for luck. There is no retreating for us. If you're really an old monster at the Golden Body Realm, and you dominate the 13 prefectures and even support the expansion of the Jing dynasty, it's obvious that you're provoking us. Even if you're at the Golden Body Realm, we have to resist. He suddenly took out a scroll from his pocket and quickly opened it. A black aura surged out of the scroll. Jang Chong Shang did not stop him. Looking at his performance, the black aura was only slightly stronger than the black-robed man and could not threaten him. Immortal Master Chong Shang, you are too greedy. You want to monopolize the resources of the 13 prefectures alone and even expand them. Tonight, I will turn Great Jing Imperial City into a purgatory on earth. The black-robed man said coldly. The black aura that surged out of the scroll quickly condensed into a skeleton. The skeleton then flew up and let out a human-like cry. It was extremely terrifying. In response, Jang Chong Shang raised his hand and shot out an energy finger with his index finger while looking down from above. Spiritual energy transformed into an arrow that pierced through the skeleton. The skeleton instantly fell apart and landed on the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed man widened his eyes and trembled. Chapter 72, Beanform Soldiers, Undefeatable Fate. Looking at the skeleton that had fallen to the ground, the black-robed man knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, this is a yin skeleton. How can it be so weak? Zhang Xu, who stood on the eaves, was equally shocked when he saw this scene from afar. When the yin skeleton appeared, it made Zhang Xu shiver. However, before he could think further, the yin skeleton was casually scattered by Jang Chong Shang. How strong was his father? Zhang Xu suddenly realized that no one seemed to know how strong Jang Chong Shang was. No matter how strong the enemy was, Jang Chong Shang could easily defeat them. Although he knew Zhang Changshen's experience, he could not understand how he had gotten up to this point. Zhang Xu raised his hand and gestured for the white-robed guards to stop. Jang Chong Shang looked down at the black-robed man and said, do you have any other methods? The black-robed man fell into fear. He smiled sadly and said, you are really in the golden body. He struggled to get up, but his true chi was shattered. He knew that he could not escape. The reason why Star Gathering Tower had sent him here was because his lightness skill was unparalleled in the Chao sects. He guessed that even if the other party was really a hidden Golden Body Realm expert, he would still have the chance to escape. Unexpectedly, the other party crippled him with a single kick. He shuddered at the thought of that kick just now. In his dozens of years of practicing martial arts, he had never felt such horror. The black-robed man said angrily, demonic priest Chong Sheng, although I die today, you can't enjoy the 13 prefectures alone. He suddenly stood up and rushed towards Jang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang, who was standing on the eaves, had a bright moon above his head. He was like an immortal god, high and mighty, and could not be disobeyed. The black-robed man leaped up and took out another dagger from his waist to stab forward. His speed suddenly increased, as if he had disappeared into thin air, but only Jang Chong Shang could see that he had accelerated. Jang Chong Shang raised his hand again and shot out a finger. His spiritual energy turned into a cold light and pierced through the black-robed man's forehead. Thump! The black-robed man's corpse fell to the ground. This true God realm expert came with the intention of conducting an assassination. But before he could squander his true qi, he was crippled by Jang Chong Shang. After that, his performance lacked the demeanor of a true God realm expert and he died an extremely cowardly death. Only Jang Xu, who had almost been assassinated by the black-robed man, knew how powerful he was. Jang Chong Shang raised his hand and sucked away the scroll and a pile of bones on the ground. After that, he turned around and glanced at Jang Xu before disappearing from the eaves. All the white-robed guards and palace guards who were watching the battle woke up from their stupor. They were amazed by the power of a mortal. Master Chong Sheng. Han Tianji stood on the eaves near the city gate with a shocked expression. What realm is he at? Han Tianji had previously thought that Jang Chong Sheng was only at the peak of the true God realm like the other Chao sects. But from the looks of it, that was definitely not the case. Only by witnessing this battle with his own eyes did he realize that the immortal Master Chong Sheng was unfathomable and far stronger than what others said. Pass down my decree, hang this person's corpse on the north gate of the capital to dry for 7 days. Zhang Xiu's cold voice echoed in the palace. In the room, Jang Chong Shang looked at the pile of bones on the table and used his divine sense to investigate. Bai Qi lay in front of the windowsill and curiously looked into the room. When its gaze fell on the pile of bones, its eyes were filled with fear. Deist Master, be careful. Evil spirits can easily possess and bewitch people. Bai Qi could not help but remind him. It was afraid that Jang Chong Shang would be careless. Jang Chong Shang suddenly trembled, scaring Bai Qi so much that its fur stood on ends. Jang Chong Shang turned to look at it with a strange smile on his face. Bai Qi was almost scared to death. If Jang Chong Shang was possessed, who could stop him? When Jang Chong Shang saw its reaction, he was immediately amused and said angrily, "Do you think I don't know how to be careful?" He retracted his gaze and stopped scaring Bai Qi. Instead, he focused on examining the white bones. Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Jang Chong Shang with resentment. It muttered, "Deist Master, you almost scared me to death." It then looked at the white bones on the table. After looking at them for a while, its expression suddenly changed and it shouted, "Could this be the legendary Yin skeleton?" Yin skeleton? Zhang Chan's Shang turned to look at it and said, "You can come in and talk." Bai Qi was immediately excited. It immediately jumped over the windowsill and came to Zhang Changshen's side. Afterwards, demonic qi spread and transformed into a white-robed woman. She sat beside Jang Chong Shang and said, "This servant was born in the Donglin Dynasty. 50 years ago, I heard that many sects were fighting for an evil creature called the Yin skeleton. This Yin skeleton is a white bone evil spirit that has been alive for 1,000 years. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, there was a peerless expert whose son died because of revenge. He was unwilling to face his son's death, so he used an unorthodox martial arts to refine his son's corpse into an evil spirit and nourished it for 100 years. After 1,000 years, the Yin skeleton already had the strength of a true god, tisk tisk. There was actually such an evil technique." Jang Chong Shang sighed with emotion. It seemed that this world was not an ordinary martial arts world. It was fantasy martial arts. Bai Qi added, "It's said that the Yin skeleton has a special use. As for what it is, I'm not sure." She subconsciously wanted to hug Zhang Changshen's arm. However, Zhang Chongsheng glanced at her, scaring her into retracting her hand. Zhang Chongsheng said, "It does have a special use." He could sense that the Yin skeleton could carry spiritual energy and true qi. In other words, if he gave it enough true qi, the Yin skeleton could become stronger. In addition, there was some kind of sealing technique in the Yin skeleton's body that even the power of a true God realm expert could not open. It was probably done by someone in the golden body realm. The martial arts in this world were really dazzling. There were all kinds of arrays and sealing techniques. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of him. In the 14th year of the Kunwu era, the left emissary of Star Gathering Tower attacked with the Yin skeleton. You saved your son and chased after the enemy. After surviving a calamity, you obtained a survival reward. Spell, Scattering Beans into Soldiers. Scattering beans into soldiers? Not bad. Jang Chong Shang did not immediately inherit the memories of the spell. Instead, he broke the seal of the Yin skeleton. As soon as his divine sense rushed out, the seal was immediately broken. With a whoosh, an evil wind spread out, causing the windows to creak. Bai Qi also trembled in fear. Immediately after, the white bones on the table began to tremble. Under Bai Qi nervous gaze, the white bones quickly pieced together and stood on the table completely. Judging from the skeleton, the Yin skeleton had the figure of a youth and was estimated to be 13 or 14 years old. Who are you? Yin skeleton let out a hoarse voice, but it revealed a trace of childishness. Jang Chong Shang said, Your master, from now on, you will cultivate with me. Yin skeleton immediately turned around and knelt down to kowtow to Jang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang raised his eyebrows. It was really effective. When he broke the seal, he injected a reincarnation mark into the Yin skeleton. He did not expect that he would really subdue the Yin skeleton. He could now feel that he could use the reincarnation mark to control the Yin skeleton. No, the reincarnation mark was just a connection. The main thing was that this sealing technique was profound. No matter who broke the seal, Yin skeleton would acknowledge them as its master. Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, Bai Qi, bring it out. Let it stay under the tree in the future. Bai Qi asked curiously, Aren't you afraid of it being seen? I'm not afraid. Jang Chong Shang said calmly. No one could infiltrate his courtyard unless he tacitly agreed. Even if the fact that he had the Yin skeleton spread, he was not afraid. If this treasure could fall into the hands of Star Gathering Tower, why couldn't he keep it? Bai Qi hesitated for a moment and sighed. Then, she left the house with the Yin skeleton. Jang Chong Shang looked at the scroll and realized that there was an empty space in it. Although it was not big, it was enough to hide the Yin skeleton. That's right. He could keep it for storage uses in the future. Jang Chong Shang put away the scroll and sat on the bed to inherit the memories of the scattering beans into soldiers. Soon, he was moved. This spell. Not bad. Scattering beans into soldiers. As the name suggested, one could scatter beans and transform them into soldiers. However, these beans were formed by spiritual energy. Jang Chong Shang could store a large number of spiritual energy beans. As there was a trace of spiritual energy, the soldiers they transformed into was stronger than ordinary soldiers. As long as the beans landed on the ground and came into contact with soil, they would directly turn into soldiers. In other words, Jang Chong Shang could give the spiritual energy beans to others. As Jang Changshen's spiritual energy became stronger, the soldiers created by the scattering beans into soldiers would only become stronger. Tisk tisk, was this really just a spell? As expected of the survival reward brought about by the superimposition of two true God's realm experts. Not bad, not bad. After Jang Chong Shang inherited the memories, he began to condense spiritual energy beans. This process was not difficult. He could create a handful of beans in a breath. The limiting factor of the scattering beans into soldiers spell was the amount of spiritual energy of the caster. He calculated carefully. It did not consume much spiritual power to create 100 spiritual power beans in a second. After all, his current spiritual energy could be described as vast. He casually threw a bean on the ground. The bean quickly enlarged and transformed into his figure. Under his control, the bean soldier did not move but stayed where it was. After about the time for an incense stick to burn, the bean soldier dispersed and disappeared without a trace. In other words, a bean soldier could only fight for an incense stick of time. It was enough. Jang Chong Shang took out a small bag from the cabinet and created a large number of spiritual energy beans. He placed them in it, filled it up, and clipped it to his waist. In the future, I can use it as a brocade pouch and give it to others to promote my remarkable abilities. Jang Chong Shang thought to himself and began to cultivate. The next morning, the corpse of the left emissary of Star Gathering Tower hung on the northern city gate, scaring many martial artists and commoners who entered and left. There was also a notice pasted beside the city gate. The true God realm expert of the Jin dynasty sneaked into the palace in the middle of the night and wanted to assassinate His Majesty. However, they overestimated themselves and failed. Their crimes could not be punished. In the wilderness surrounded by mountains, there was an inn on the side of the official road. There were several fierce horses, and a butcher was slaughtering pigs beside the stables. Have you heard? A true God realm expert from the Jin dynasty tried to assassinate the emperor a month ago. Are you serious? What happened in the end? Of course, he died tragically. His corpse was hung on the city wall. How cowardly! Even a true God realm expert is nothing more than that. It's most likely because the martial god of Loni Temple took action. Tisk tisk, the martial god is really hard-working. The emperor is his disciple? I think he is more like his son. He watches him day and night. The martial artists in the inn discussed, and an old man and a young man listened quietly in a corner. The old man was dressed in grey and had a head of white hair. Even his beard was white. If Jang Chong Shang was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person was the former second senior brother and eldest senior brother of Loni Temple, Mang Kaiuhi. The current Mang Kaiuhi was already in his 70s. He was not as sharp as when he was young, nor did he have the demeanor of an expert. He looked like an ordinary old man. Mang Kaiuhi sighed softly and said, "He's still so powerful." Sitting beside him was a young man in chivalrous clothes. He had a sword on his back and one foot on a stool. He did not sit properly and looked sloppy. However, he was quite handsome. The young man held the pot of wine with one hand and poured it into his mouth. After drinking it in one gulp, he wiped his mouth and smiled. Immortal Master Chong Shang is indeed impressive. Otherwise, my father and my seniors would not have died in his hands. Mang Kaiuhi glanced at him and asked, "You can still smile? Shouldn't you be gnashing your teeth in hatred?" The young man waved his hand and moved closer to Mang Kaiuhi. He laughed softly and said, "What should I hate him? Without the Dragon Tower, I feel at ease now. Moreover, the reason why my father died was because of his own will. Immortal Master Chong Shang who defeated them must have surpassed the true God realm and reached the legendary realm. So, let him dominate the 13 prefectures first and help our Dragon Tower kill more enemies. When he dies of old age, the Dragon Tower will rise and rule the world again. No matter how strong a person is, they can't defeat the heavens. That Immortal Master Chong Shang is a person who cultivates Taoism, and he doesn't have any children. When he dies, won't the 13 prefectures belong to the Dragon Tower? This is the foundation of the Dragon Tower. Our 1000-year-old foundation can't be dispersed in a single battle. When the time comes, I will raise my arm and wave it. At that time, no one in the martial arts world will dare to disobey me." Mang Kaiuhi mocked, "You're really going all out. Isn't the price too high?" The young man shrugged and was slightly drunk. "How is the price huge? My father went berserk during cultivation and had a demon in his heart. The others who died were all people who were about to die. I heard from my old servant that the Dragon Tower has been in decline for the past 100 years. Previously, during the martial arts competition of the Chao sects, the Mahayana Dragon Tower was defeated. There were powerful enemies outside and an uncontrollable Immortal Master Chong Shang inside. If it were you, what would you do?" Chapter 73, Ancient Emperor, Clone Technique. After the death of the left emissary of Star Gathering Tower, Great Jing's invasion against the Jin dynasty became even stronger. There were fewer and fewer experts from the Jin dynasty active on the battlefield. At this rate, it would not be difficult to annex the Jin dynasty. The morale of Great Jing soared, especially in the martial arts world. Even a true God realm expert had been defeated in the capital. How strong was Great Jing now? After Jang Jiu experienced Zhang Changshen's strength again, his ambition swelled and he kept sending troops. Jang Chong Shang continued to live a farming and cultivation life in the Dynasty temple. In the courtyard, Jang Xu and the god of thieves were sparring. Because Jang Chong Shang was watching from the side, the god of thieves was extremely nervous, afraid that he would accidentally hurt Jang Xu. The 10-year-old Jang Xu's moves were already very smooth, but unfortunately, they were not lethal. The god of thieves accommodated him and let him show what he had learned to his heart's content. Hua Jiangzhen sat beside Jang Chong Shang and guided him from time to time. Jang Chong Shang watched the battle while refining pills. After a long time, Jang Xu panted and stopped the battle. The god of thieves immediately slipped away, afraid that Jang Chong Shang would blame him. He could not help but use his martial arts just now, causing Jang Xu to fall on his face and bruise his chin. Jang Xu was a little man and did not cry. After getting up, he continued to spar. Hua Jiangzhen called Jang Xu over and wiped his wound. Jang Xu looked at Jang Chong Shang and asked in disappointment, Grandmaster, am I very useless? Jang Chong Shang glanced at him and said, a little. Jang Xu felt even worse, and his eyes turned red. Hua Jiangxin hurriedly comforted him and said, Xiu'er, you're already very outstanding, but your Grandmaster has high standards. Why don't you think who your Grandmaster's disciples are? General Pingan, Huang Chuan, and your father. When Jang Xu heard this, he felt that it made sense and his mood improved slightly. Jang Chong Shang asked, Xiu'er, how is your relationship with your other siblings? Zhang Jiu had already given birth to 6 sons and 7 daughters. The third prince was 2 years younger than Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu replied, pretty good. Why? Zhang Chong Shang smiled and said, it's nothing. I was just asking. After Hua Jiangxin helped Zhang Xu wipe his wound, she asked him to play with the disciples of Loni Temple. After he left the courtyard, Hua Jiangxin said worriedly, the third prince is a martial arts genius and has already taken Zhong Tianwu as his master. As for the other princes, they haven't displayed their talent for the time being. Zhang Chong Shang teased, they're all your grandsons. Do you only dote on Xiu'er? Hua Jiangxin rolled her eyes and said, of course not. I'm just afraid that the fight for the throne will hurt their brotherhood. There was something she did not say, and that was that the brothers of the Zhang family always fought. Other than King Qin, none of Zhang Changshen's other brothers had a good ending. After Emperor Zhang Yu took the throne, he used many underhanded means to get rid of the princes. When it came to Zhang Zihan, it was the same. Many of his brothers were harmed. In the end, Zhang Ziu won, but he no longer had any brothers. Zhang Chong Shang also had such concerns, so he asked about Zhang Xiu's relationship with his brothers. The imperial family was like this. In the early days of the dynasty, the imperial family's attitude was enough to easily affect future generations. For example, Li Shimin. Although he could be considered the first emperor in history, the changes in the Suanwu sect had too deep an impact on the Li family. Zhang Chong Shang said, I'll remind Ziu later. Hua Jiangxin nodded. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chong Shang stood up and left. Zhang Chong Shang cultivated and refined pills all day long. It was boring to stay by his side, so Hua Jiangxin spent most of her time on his grandson. After she left, Bai Qi entered the courtyard. She was sent away by Zhang Chong Shang to prevent her from hearing anything. Bai Qi came in front of Zhang Chong Shang and said, Deist Master, I've driven away the birds in the medicinal field. I also left behind a scent. They won't come again for the time being. Zhang Chong Shang nodded slightly and focused on refining pills. Bai Qi curiously asked, what pill are you refining this time? Zhang Chong Shang replied, a body tempering pill. Even though he had a cultivator, he still had to strengthen his physique to withstand more spiritual energy. When Bai Qi heard this, her eyes lit up and she began to look forward to it. When Zhang Chong Shang refined pills, he would always share it with the people around him. Although its treatment was not as good as White Dragon's, at least she could still get some. After following Zhang Chong Shang for 16 years, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing decades of bitter cultivation. In the 4th month of the 15th year of the Qunwu era, Su Tianji led his army to break through the imperial city of the Jin dynasty and stepped into the palace. Afterwards, he planted the military flag of the Jing dynasty. From then on, the Jin dynasty became part of the Jing dynasty. When this news spread back to Great Jing, the citizens of the 13 prefectures and the other 9 prefectures were all jubilant. They were witnessing the rise of a powerful empire. After annexing the Jin dynasty, the northern Zhou dynasty began to retreat, and the war also stopped. Zhang Ziu decided to recuperate for 2 years and store more combat rations, horses, ordnance, and so on. Although he was still very ambitious, he was not in a hurry. The current Zhang Ziu was only 36 years old. Emperor Jingwen had only ascended the throne at this age, while he had already made great contributions. When Zhang Ziu was still King Wei, he turned the tide when the Jing dynasty was about to collapse and recovered back their territory. After he ascended the throne, he devoured ancient Han and the Jin dynasty and doubled the territory of Great Jing. As long as he was not muddle-headed in his old age, his status in the history books would definitely surpass that of martial ancestor Jing and Emperor Jingwen. He might even be ranked in the top 3 of all emperors in the 13 prefectures since ancient times. The entire dynasty was united, and the ruler and the people were united. The commoners believed that the emperor could make more contributions. In the imperial study, Hua Jiangxin came to visit Zhang Ziu. Zhang Ziu got someone to deliver the refreshments and closed the door. Ziu, I know you're busy with the dynasty, so I shouldn't interfere. However, the princes are getting bigger and bigger, and it's time to stabilize their mentality. The sooner the position of the crown prince is set, the sooner we can avoid future trouble. Not only that, it's also best to let them study together and improve their relationship, Hua Jiangxin said seriously. After Zhang Ziu heard this, he smiled and said, Mother, you're right. I also want to make Jang Xu the crown prince. Previously, it was only because he was too young. Mother, don't worry. The stains of the first 3 generations of the Zhang family will definitely not be passed down from generation to generation. I will correct the Zhang family. Facing Hua Jiangxin, he did not call himself Majesty and gave Hua Jiangxin enough face. Hua Jiangxin nodded. She looked at Zhang Ziu and said sympathetically, Ziu, you've lost weight recently and your complexion isn't too good. Do you need me to ask your father to refine some pills to nourish your blood and qi? Although the dynasty is important, your health is more important. Zhang Ziu sat back at the imperial table and said, That's naturally what I want. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I don't want to be an emperor with a short life either. Hua Jiangxin was relieved when she heard that. The mother and son chatted for a while. Hua Jiangxin did not disturb him for long, so she stood up and left. Zhang Ziu picked up the memorial, but not long after, he put it down. Hua Jiangxin's words reminded him that he had indeed neglected the harem. Jang Xu. Zhang Ziu's eyes flickered as he tapped his fingers on the table. He actually had another plan in mind. He wanted to see who would best be the crown prince. However, if he did not appoint Jang Xu as the crown prince, it would indeed cause chaos. Compared to the struggles of the royal family, he did not want to hand the throne to a fatuous ruler. He said, Head of punishment, pass down the order. From tomorrow onwards, the crown prince will accompany me to review the memorials and accompany me 2 hours a day. This was his dual strategy to personally nurture Jang Xu's talent. However, if he was still inferior to the other princes, there was nothing he could do. Yes. A cold voice sounded in the imperial study. After the Jing dynasty calmed down, the world was peaceful. The surrounding dynasties did not dare to provoke the Jing dynasty. Facing the domineering trade requirements of the Jing dynasty, no one dared to disobey. The power and economy of the Jing dynasty grew day by day. October. Rumble. An earthquake suddenly struck the capital. Longqi Mountain shook violently, and houses collapsed one after another. Immediately, Jang Chong Shang pressed his right hand on the ground and injected spiritual energy into Longqi Mountain to stabilize it with his mighty strength. However, the capital was not so stable. The streets cracked, and the city walls cracked, as if the apocalypse had arrived. 7 waves of consecutive earthquakes struck before it completely stopped, with the longest one lasting nearly 2 minutes. After the earthquake ended, the imperial guards began to save the people in the city. The disciples of Loni Temple also began to save the injured disciples and devotees. Because of Jang Chong Shang, no one died in Loni Temple. Bai Qi grinned and said, Isn't there a dragon vein under the capital of the 13 prefectures? Why would there be an earthquake? Wang Chen picked up the broom and said, There was an earthquake decades ago, but this time, it was far smaller than the previous time. Bai Qi shook her head and looked at Jang Chong Shang under the tree. That might not be the case. Her eyes were filled with reverence. Wang Chen's martial arts realm was low, so he could not sense it. However, she could sense that during the earthquake, there was a vast power that stabilized Longqi Mountain. She could not imagine how powerful Zhang Changshen's cultivation was to be able to stabilize a mountain. Zhang Chongsheng did not say anything. In order to stabilize Longqi Mountain, he had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. He did not even spend that much spiritual energy fighting the Mahayana Dragon Tower. This was because not only did he have to stabilize Longqi Mountain, but he also had to stabilize the rocks under the ground. He did not think too much about it. After all, a natural disaster was not man-made. He continued to cultivate. In the 15th year of the Qinwu era, the Si province welcomed a huge earthquake that was rarely seen in hundreds of years, and Longqi Mountain almost collapsed. Fortunately, you took action. You successfully survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Spell, clone technique. Si province? Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows slightly and realized that he had underestimated this earthquake. The earthquake decades ago was only in the capital. Now, it involved the entire Si province. Other than the capital, there were more than 20 cities in the Si province. He did not know how many casualties there were. However, he shouldn't consider these things and should let Jang Jian have a headache. Jang Chong Shang began to inherit the clone technique. The clone technique was good stuff. He did not lack offensive or defensive spells and ultimate techniques, but he lacked these strange spells to make himself omnipotent. After he finished inheriting the clone technique, he stood up and walked into the house to cultivate this technique. The clone technique could create clones. And the strength of the clones depended on how much spiritual energy Jang Chong Shang injected. Moreover, the clone could still fight. Good spell. In the capital, the entire city was bleak, and cries echoed throughout the city. Han Tianji stood on a ruin and frowned as he scanned his surroundings. He held a golden jade pendant in his hand that was trembling. He frowned and muttered, "What's going on? The providence of the dragon vein has changed." He lowered his head and looked at the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. He had inherited the study of providence in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, but he could not figure out the current situation. He suddenly recalled his master's words. The 13 prefectures of the Jing dynasty contain a dragon vein. There are only 9 dragon veins in the world, and each dragon vein contains a huge amount of providence. However, the dragon veins of the 13 prefectures are weak. Strange, strange. If it's not man-made, there will definitely be a huge disaster. At that time, he thought that it was because the Mahayana Dragon Tower had arbitrarily decided the martial path and its luck had declined, causing the dragon vein to weaken. Now, it seemed that was not the case. There was a huge secret hidden in the dragon vein. Chapter 74, Evil Demon and Dragon Vein, War between the 5 Dynasties. This earthquake that was rarely seen in hundreds of years affected all the cities in the Si province. There were so many casualties that it was difficult to estimate. Other than the streets near Loni Temple, the other places in the capital had suffered damage. It would take a lot of time to rebuild them. Fortunately, Great Jing was strong now. Jang Jian gave the order that he would bear all the money needed to repair the houses for the people, which made them feel the emperor's kindness. In this world, mortals were in awe of natural disasters. Although the Si province had suffered an earthquake, the hearts of the people did not waver. Of course, there were some voices that thought that the emperor had caused the heavens to resent him for fighting a war all year round, but these voices quickly disappeared. When the disciples of Loni Temple learned of the encounters in the capital and the Si province, they were shocked. They had thought that it was just a small earthquake on the mountain. Seeing that there was such a big difference, they could only attribute it to Zhang Changshen's protection. Immortal Master Chongsheng, an immortal god in the world. They were not the only ones who realized this. More and more people realized that the streets near Loni Mountain did not suffer much damage, causing the name of the immortal Master Chongsheng to spread again. The influential people in the capital began to buy the land near Loni Mountain at a high price. Some wanted peace, while others wanted to get rich. At the end of the year, the Si province also walked out of the haze brought about by the earthquake. On this day, Jang Jian came to visit and brought someone with him, the Minister of Luck, Han Tianji. When he first met Jang Chong Shang, Han Tianji was stunned. He had often heard that immortal Master Chong Shang was proficient in the art of youth preservation. Now that he saw him today, he was shocked. Jang Jian briefly introduced Han Tianji and asked him to talk about the matter. Only then did Han Tianji wake up and hurriedly say, "Immortal Master, the earthquake 2 months ago was extraordinary. I heard that the capital also encountered an earthquake 60 years ago. And I guess it was caused by the Dragon Vein riot." Jang Chong Shang nodded and said, "And then? Could it be that these 2 people wanted him to deal with the Dragon Vein?" Han Tianji added, "Every time the Dragon Vein riots, it will be more intense than the last time. This is a huge disaster. Whether it's man-made or a natural disaster. No matter which it is, we can't sit still and wait for death." Jang Jian said, "I suspect that it's the remnant of the Mahayana Dragon Tower." The Mahayana Dragon Tower had been destroyed, but in fact, only a group of people who were about to die had died. It was impossible for the Mahayana Dragon Tower to have so few people, so it was still a rock in Jang Jian's heart. Jang Chong Shang asked helplessly, "Then do you know where the Dragon Vein is? You can't expect me to dig into the ground, right?" He did not know how to dig. Even if he used the 9 heavens mysterious change to turn into an earthworm and burrow into the ground, it would be too strenuous. "I've already sent the white-robed guards to investigate in the Si province. If it's man-made, there will definitely be an entrance. If the entrance is discovered, I hope that Master can take action. Those who can mess with the dragon vein are definitely martial artists with extremely high realm, Jang Xu replied. Han Tianji added, I want to know how you protected Longqi Mountain. Did you use some kind of providence technique that allowed Longqi Mountain to avoid the earthquake? He was very curious about this, so he asked Jang Xu to bring him here. Jang Chong Shang shook his head and said, how would I know anything about providence? I just protected the mountain with my strength. As soon as these words were spoken, Jang Xu and Han Tianji were stunned and could not believe their ears. Jang Xu could not help but ask, protect the mountain with your strength? How is that possible? Although Longqi Mountain is not a huge mountain, it is still a mountain. It takes about an hour to walk up the mountain. Jang Chong Shang smiled and did not say anything. Han Tianji was shocked. How powerful was he to protect a mountain from an earthquake? He could not imagine it. It was too shocking. Perhaps there was such an expert in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, but with his status and strength, he had never come into contact with them. In the end, the two of them left in silence. Only they knew what they were thinking. Before he left, Jang Chong Shang handed Jang Xu 2 bottles of pills. He was also afraid that his son would have a short life, so he planned to nurse him up as soon as possible. Bai Qi clicked her tongue in wonder and thought to herself, it's not as simple as just protecting the mountain with his strength. He casually slapped it and dispersed the power of the earthquake without using his full strength. Jang Chong Shang came to the earth spirit tree to meditate and began to use incense point to calculate. He asked in his heart. I want to know what caused this earthquake. 4,000 incense points will be consumed. Do you want to continue? Continue. This time, Tian Chong Sheng had invested a lot. This earthquake was caused by an evil spirit absorbing the luck of the dragon vein. Once the luck of the dragon vein is exhausted, the Si province will collapse and the luck of the 13 states will be severed. From then on, it will become a land of disaster. Evil spirit? It was already equivalent to the combined strength of 2 Chao sects. It was extraordinary. However, 4,000 incense points might not be able to completely offset the heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the 6th level of the Dao technique. This meant that the evil spirit could not threaten him for the time being. When Jang Chong Sheng thought of this, he felt that it was not a big problem. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy and split it into an avatar, causing Bai Qi Wolf eyes to widen. The clone looked exactly like him. The two of them meditated side by side, and it was impossible to tell who was the real one. In 2 months, Jang Chong Sheng had cultivated the clone technique to perfection. It could be said he was using it at ease. His avatar stood up and leaped. He rode the clouds and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Bai Qi trembled and asked carefully, Daoist Master, that was? Jang Chong Sheng glanced at her and said meaningfully, you didn't see anything, right? Bai Qi was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She nodded with all her might. Was this really a martial arts technique? It was definitely not an illusion. Even Bai Qi could sense the aura of the avatar. It was exactly the same as Jang Chong Sheng. Hang Nang's Ninj sent MS avatar to certain Tor Tne Dragon Vein. His avatar was undoubtedly the main body and it also had a divine sense. It was more convenient for him to search than the white-robed guards. 16th year of the Qunwu era, Spring March. Great Jing suddenly received the declaration of war from various dynasties, and the surrounding dynasties rejected Great Jing's trade request. A large number of troops appeared at the borders of the various dynasties, but they did not attack Great Jing. Instead, they waited solemnly for orders. North Zhou, Wei, Chen, Tiangang, and Nanyuan have all declared war on Great Jing. Very good, very good. Zhang Jiu stood in front of the dragon throne and said in a deep voice. There was a cold smile filled with killing intent on his face. The civil and military officials discussed among themselves nervously. The 13 prefectures had never encountered such a situation. In the past, although they had fought with the surrounding dynasties, they were rarely surrounded by so many dynasties. After all, the other dynasties had feuds and conflicts of interests with each other. Chen Li said, Your Majesty, the 5 dynasties declared war at the same time, but they did not attack. Perhaps they are just afraid of the might of Great Jing and want to resist together. Su Tianji shook his head and said, I don't think so. Perhaps they are waiting for the order to attack at the same time. The officials voiced their opinions one after another. Zhang Ziyu also calmed down. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. With the 5 dynasties joining forces, no matter which dynasty Great Jing attacked, it would directly trigger a war between the 6 dynasties. At that time, all the borders of Great Jing would be at war. This was extremely disadvantageous to Great Jing. The current Great Jing was equivalent to the fusion of 3 dynasties, but ancient Han and the Jin dynasty were still in the process of fusing. Once the war showed their flaws, the people from the ancient Han and the Jin dynasty might rebel. That would be too fatal. Your Majesty, for now, it's best to remain unchanged and deal with the changes. With the 5 dynasties working together, no one would dare to be the first to fight. Great Jing also needs time to digest the Jin dynasty and produce more troops. Yang Che stood up and said. His words were approved by many people. Jang Jian scoffed. Then I'll see who dares to attack Great Jing first. I'll be the first to destroy him. He began to issue a decree and sent a large number of generals to various borders to be on guard at any time. He did not even leave a general in the capital. All generals above the 5th grade were sent out. In Loni Temple, Jang Chong Shang also learned of this through Li Jun. After the 5 dynasties declared war together, they spread the news wantonly. The news had already spread in Great Jing, causing everyone to panic. The siege of 5 dynasties sounded terrifying. This was one of the reasons why the 5 dynasties declared war and did not attack. When Jang Chong Shang heard this, he sighed in his heart. Before he could find the dragon vein, the enemy had already begun to take action. He even suspected that the Chao sects of both sides knew about the dragon vein and deliberately caused trouble at this juncture. After searching for 3 months, Jang Chong Sheng's avatar and the white-robed guards could not find the entrance to the dragon vein. Clearly, the dragon vein was hidden deep underground and might not even be found even if he used his soul out-of-body technique to search. It was even possible that it was not underground in the Si province at all. Jang Chong Shang could only give up and take things as they came. Yes, I know everything. Jang Chong Shang responded and listened to all the news before Li Jun bowed and left. Bai Qi came over and said, with the 5 dynasties joining forces, the Chao sects must be plotting behind the scenes. Jang Chong Shang nodded. He also knew about this, but he did not feel annoyed. Instead, he looked forward to the other party giving him survival rewards. They were all chives. Bai Qi also asked, Great Jing will definitely not be able to defend the siege of 5 dynasties. Do you want to take action? Jang Chong Shang said, let's talk about it when we can't win. He rarely interfered in the matters of the dynasty. Only if Great Jing was really to the point where the mountains and rivers were shattered, he would take action. After all, his gaze was never on the present. Perhaps many people would die because of his actions, but hundreds of years later, people still had to die. It was all in the past. He did not want to be a bodhisattva. Even a real bodhisattva would not really grant this request. He was willing to become the pillar of support for Great Jing, but he was unwilling to protect it alone and take action for everything. If he really wanted to establish a 1000-year dynasty, his own development was especially important. Jang Chong Shang took out a bottle of spirit-boosting pills and continued to circulate his energy after consuming it. Although he had not met any opponents for the time being, he still yearned for the 7th level of the Dao technique. He had to continuously become stronger to prevent his life from being in danger when an expert surpassing the universe realm appeared. According to his estimation, he should be able to reach the 7th level of the Dao technique in 5 years. This was only his realm. Every year, his strength would increase. The cycle of the sun and moon passed day by day. 1 month passed, and more troops were stationed at the border of Great Jing. Zhang Ziu was still recruiting troops without restraint, as if he did not care about the treasury and wanted to fight to the death with the 5 dynasties. Great Jing's attitude also surprised the surrounding 5 dynasties. They thought that Great Jing would be frightened, but they did not expect it to be even more domineering and prepare to accept the war. August. The war finally broke out. First, Northern Zhou launched an attack on Great Jing. On the same day, the Tiangang dynasty in the north raised their troops to attack the former Jin dynasty. In the next 7 days, the Wei dynasty sent troops to reinforce Northern Zhou. The Chen dynasty and the Non-Yuan dynasty also sent troops one after another. Within a month, wars broke out at the borders of Great Jing. This was an unprecedented battle. The 5 dynasties had invested more than 2 million troops and were still recruiting. The emperor issued an edict, calling for martial artists to freely go to various battlefields to provide support. After the war, they would be rewarded based on their contributions, and they might even be promoted to nobles. He would also not ask about their background or past. The moment this edict was released, Great Jing's martial arts world was excited. On this day, someone came to visit Jang Chong Shang. Huang Chuan stood in front of Jang Chong Shang and bent down. The other party claims to be from the Chao sect and wants to see you. Chapter 75, Fuita family, Loni Temple participates in the battle. Let him in. Jang Chong Shang said without opening his eyes. He had already sensed the other party's true qi at the divine realm. Ever since the other party entered the city, he had sensed it. However, this fellow did not seem to have any ill intentions and was not sneaky, so he did not find trouble with him. Huang Chuan immediately went to summon him. Bai Qi glanced at the yin skeleton leaning behind the earth spirit tree and reminded him, Deist Master, do you want to hide the yin skeleton elsewhere? If it's discovered, it will be troublesome. Jang Chong Shang replied, it's fine. How can I let the other party go behind the tree when I'm here? There was a talisman on yin skeleton's body that could reduce its aura to its minimum, so no one could sense it. When Bai Qi heard this, she felt that it made sense and did not say anything else. Not long after, Huang Chuan arrived with a martial artist from the Chao sect. After sending them to the courtyard gate, Huang Chuan turned around and left, not disturbing their discussion. This Chao sect martial artist was a woman in a green robe. She wore a bamboo hat with a white veil hanging on the brim, revealing a beautiful face and a sword in her hand. When she saw Zhang Changshen's face, she was stunned like everyone else. Fortunately, she was not stunned for too long. She quickly arrived in front of Jang Chong Shang and cupped her fists. Junior Yuanyi is from the Chao sect called Fuita family. Greetings, Immortal Master Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and said, Fuita family? You actually call yourself an aristocratic family. You're not ordinary. Yuanyi said softly, thank you for your praise, senior. I came here to invite you to join the Fuita family. The Fuita family is willing to provide for you anything you need. If you already have a Chao sect behind you, then forget it and treat it as we are getting to know each other. Jang Chong Shang smiled and asked, if I agree, do I need to leave Great Jing? Will the Fuita family protect Great Jing? Yuanyi was overjoyed and said, it will be better if senior can go to the Fuita family. The Fuita family is also willing to take over Great Jing. Take over? Jang Chong Shang could not help but shake his head. Bai Qi teased, a Chao sect is a Chao sect. You will never suffer a loss. Yuanyi glanced at her and ignored her. She looked at Jang Chong Shang and said, Senior, only by taking over Great Jing can the Fuita family make better use of the Great Jing's luck and martial arts resources. These will also become one of the resources to support you. It's a win-win situation. Although Senior is powerful, you can't control Great Jing alone. Even if you have the strength of a Golden Body Realm expert, the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower still want to tear meat from your tiger mouth. She paused for a moment and said, the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower have not only incited the 5 dynasties to attack, but in fact, 4 more dynasties are also mobilizing their troops and rushing over from tens of thousands of miles away. When the 9 dynasties join force, Great Jing will definitely lose. Although Senior is strong, the world is vast. How many battlefields can you protect? It's said that the Martial Comprehension Valley has already found a Golden Body Realm expert to help them. The dynasties in the 9 directions were so ruthless. They could even rope in a Golden Body Realm expert. Jang Chong Shang sighed internally. Bai Qi eyelids twitched when she heard that. The Chao sects had gone crazy. Seeing that he was still silent, Yuanyi said again, Senior, the Fuita family's foundation is deeper than the Mahayana Dragon Tower. It has been established for 2,000 years and controls over 4 dynasties. If you are willing to come, the family head will not mistreat you. Bai Qi snorted. Then why didn't your family head come personally? Yuanyi said helplessly, if the family head were to come, he would be making an enemy out of the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower. Moreover, Senior would also be on guard. He might even think that the family head is taking the opportunity to threaten him. But, the family head is my father, and my skills are not high enough to attract any attention. However, my identity can represent the Fuita family's sincerity. Her attitude was very humble and even seemed to be pretending to be pitiful. At least, that was what Bai Qi thought. Jang Chong Shang replied, thank you for the Fuita family's kindness. However, I'm sorry, but I can't leave the Great Jing, and it needs to be independent. Hearing this, Yu Yanyi became anxious and said, Senior, the star-gathering tower and the martial comprehension valley are a 1,000-year-old holy land after all. When the great Jing is divided up, you will be a thorn in their side. It is not wise to fight against the two Chao sects alone. Even though the Mahayana Dragon Tower was defeated by you, they did not really collapse. Their disciples still roamed around the world, waiting for the day when they would reunite. As far as I know, the people you killed were all from the older generation of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. There were no backbones or genius disciples that appeared. They are just using you as a knife. The Golden Body Realm was indeed a legendary realm in the martial arts world. It had terrifying power that surpassed ordinary people. However, a Golden Body Realm expert could not split themselves up. No matter how strong they were only one person. If Jang Chong Shang wanted to attack the two Chao sects and chose to rush to the battlefield, there would definitely be people coming to attack the emperor. Jang Chong Shang said without changing his expression, use me as a knife? As long as I am in Great Jing, my knife can suppress them forever. Yu Yanyi felt even more helpless. How long could you live? How could a person compare their lifespan to a Chao sect? The Chao sect could be inherited. Yu Yanyi did not dare to offend Jang Chong Shang. After all, Jang Chong Shang was notorious for killing countless experts. Even the left emissary of Star Gathering Tower, who had unparalleled lightness skills, had died in the capital. At that moment, Jang Chong Shang suddenly said, Bai Qi, close your eyes. Hearing this, Yu Yanyi subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Bai Qi also thought that Jang Chong Shang was about to attack and hastily closed her eyes. Jang Chong Shang looked at Yu Yanyi and directly used the phantom god's eyes to hypnotize her, making her mistakenly think that he was the person she trusted the most. Yu Yanyi was immediately struck and stood rooted on the spot as her pupils turned golden. Jang Chong Shang asked, do you know where the entrance to the Dragon Vein? The Dragon Vein must be hidden underground, which was why Jang Chong Shang did not need to use incense points to deduce it. If the weakening of the Dragon Vein was caused by the remnants of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, it meant that there was an entrance to the Dragon Vein. However, if that was not the case, evil spirits might have been born underground. The reason why he sent his avatar to search was because it was not troublesome, as he did not need to control his avatar. The thoughts of his avatar were the same as his. He could not develop the habit of squandering incense points. He still had to use it to transcend the tribulation. He did not want to die under the heavenly tribulation in the future and regret his choices. The two earthquakes were dozens of years apart. He would think of a way to solve the problem when he broke through to the 7th level. Once he reached the 7th level, he might be able to dive tens of thousands of miles underground. In addition, before the Dragon Vein was about to die, natural disasters would definitely follow and there would be signs from heaven and earth. Yu Yanyi answered, I don't know. I only know that the Dragon Vein is hidden tens of thousands of miles underground, which is difficult for mortals to come close to it. Therefore, we can only use luck to observe it. Jang Chong Shang felt a little regretful and asked, is there anyone in the Chao sects who has surpassed the Golden Body Realm? When Bai Qi heard this, her heart pounded wildly. What do you mean? There was a realm above the Golden Body Realm? Yu Yanyi answered with a dull expression, I don't know. The Golden Body Realm is the highest realm I've ever heard of. Perhaps there are existences of a higher realm hidden in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, but they are very mysterious. Even the Chao sects don't have a good understanding of them. Jang Chong Shang was relieved. He began to read Yu Yanyi's memories and said, think about the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower. The Phantom God's Eye could change other people's memories. And memories were constantly shifting in their minds, so naturally, he could also read the memories in the other party's mind. However, Jang Chong Shang saw many different locations in her memory. Chao sects did not have a fixed address. To be precise, they had many fixed addresses, so he could only memorize them one by one. After understanding the situation, Jang Chong Shang stopped using the Phantom God's Eye. Yu Yanyi came back to her senses, but she did not notice what had just happened. I am willing to stay in the capital for a few more years. If Senior changes your mind, I will wait for you at any time. Yu Yanyi cupped her hands and bowed before leaving. She wanted to wait for Great Jing to be defeated. At that time, Jang Chong Shang might agree to her request. Only the man and the wolf were left in the courtyard. Bai Qi carefully opened her eyes. Even though she did not see what had happened, Yu Yanyi's behavior was strange. Jang Chong Shang closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, leaving Bai Qi to let her imagination run wild. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. The Daoist master could control people's hearts, but that girl did not seem to notice it. Would he read my thoughts if I was unaware? Bai Qi shivered in fear. Ever since the war between the 6 dynasties began, the battlefield had fallen into a stalemate. The power that Great Jing displayed had frightened the 5 dynasties. How many years had it been? How did Great Jing change from being suppressed by ancient Han to fighting against 5 dynasties alone? The 5 dynasties were terrified and afraid that Great Jing would grow stronger. Therefore, the 5 emperors began to send more troops, vowing to beat Great Jing to death. Not only was the Jing dynasty powerful, but its ambition was also abnormally terrifying. The emperor of the Jing dynasty was not even 40 years old, and after swallowing the Jin dynasty, the Jing dynasty would certainly continue to expand. October. True God realm experts began to appear on the battlefield of the 5 dynasties. Other than the battlefield where Pingan was it, the generals of the other battlefields were beheaded one after another. The power of a true God realm expert was too powerful. Even if grandmasters who were in the divine realm were to join hands, it would be hard for 10 grandmasters to defeat one true God realm expert. Right now, there were only 2 true gods that Great Jing could send out. Of course, true gods were not absolutely invincible. Once they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of troops, it was still very dangerous if their true chi was exhausted. After all, not everyone was like Pingan. Even if his true chi was exhausted, he could still rely on his physique to crush the enemy. After dozens of years of development, the martial arts world in Great Jing had undergone earth-shattering changes. After several defeats, the experts of the martial arts world began to join hands. On the battlefield, Heaven Arrival Realm experts and Spiritual Realm experts joined hands to restrain the true gods. Hundreds of people all besieging one person. Even so, many people would die every time they fought against a tour god. The situation was not optimistic. November. On the battlefield, Pingan used the Golden Rock dual hammers to kill a true god, and his name shook the world. The morale of Great Jing's sword, and the armies of the 5 dynasties were all frightened, including the remaining 4 true gods. After hammering a true god to death, Pingan rushed to other battlefields under the lead of the white-robed guards. However, the territory of Great Jing was vast, and Pingan could not immediately rush to other battlefields. Overall, Great Jing's battlefront was retreating. All kinds of battle reports spread like wildfire in the capital. It also made the commoners and martial arts practitioners feel hot-blooded and pumped with fighting spirit. More and more people joined the army, and more martial artists rushed to the battlefield. It was as if everyone was a soldier. Such phenomenon was attributed to the actions of the current emperor. Coupled with the constant propaganda from officials everywhere, most people were looking forward to an unprecedented prosperity. On this day, Huang Chuan found Jang Chong Shang and said, "Teacher, Loni Temple also wants to participate in the war. I want to lead a group of disciples to the battlefield. I will only bring those who are willing to go. The dynasty is in trouble, but Loni Temple is doing nothing. We can't just wait here." Jang Chong Shang closed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the window of his room suddenly opened and brocade bags flew out and landed on the stone table in the courtyard. Huang Chuan was curious as to what it was. Jang Chong Shang said, "Have every disciple bring a brocade bag, and you will carry the rest. After entering the battlefield, grab some beans and throw them on the ground. Remember this, you must think carefully and not accidentally injure anyone." Huang Chuan nodded excitedly and hastily thanked him. Then, he walked over and stuffed the brocade bag into his arms. Unfortunately, he could not stuff it all in. So, he had no choice but to go back and find a box. There were a total of 100 brocade bags, and each bag contained 500 spiritual beans. These bags were able to fit so many beans because he had deliberately compressed them so that they were smaller. Bai Qi also curiously looked at the brocade bag on the stone table. Jang Chong Shang turned to look at the blue sky and muttered, "The wind has started. I hope you won't disappoint me." The autumn breeze blew and the branches of the earth spirit tree swayed slightly, causing leaves to fall. Chapter 76, World-Shocking Spirit Weapon, Is This Really a Martial Art? In the imperial study in the palace, Jang Jian was reviewing the memorials with Jang Xu standing at his side. As he looked at the memorials that Jang Jian had reviewed, a white-robed guard came in and presented a secret letter. Jang Xu took it and handed it to Jang Jian. Jang Jian opened the letter and his expression darkened. He said, "Continue with the investigation. Yes. The white-robed guard left. Jang Xu was curious about what was written in the secret letter. Jang Jian noticed his gaze and handed the letter to him. After he read it, his face turned pale and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. His hands were trembling. He looked at Jang Jian and asked in a trembling voice, "Father, do we really have a chance of winning if Great Jing were to face against 9 dynasties?" Jang Jian asked expressionlessly, "Do you think you have no chance of winning? If you were the emperor, what would you do now?" Jang Xu was silent. He was also thinking about this. With 5 dynasties besieging Great Jing, it had already caused Great Jing to fall into a predicament. If another 4 dynasties were to attack, how could Great Jing withstand it? Surrender? Impossible, that would definitely lead to the demise of the dynasty. But if they continued to fight, it seemed like they would undoubtedly lose. At this moment, Jang Jian stood up and went to the sand table. Jang Xu followed suit. The father and son stared at the sand table in silence. Jang Jian suddenly said, "I am thinking to attack the west with all my might." "What do you think?" Jang Xu frowned and said, "Father, the Si province is too close to the north. If a large number of troops were to attack the west, the north would be on guard and the enemy could easily reach the capital. Right now, the capital does not have many troops." Jang Jian's eyes flickered as he said, "I want them to come here." Jang Xu could not understand and asked, "Could it be that father wants to rely on Grandmaster?" Grandmaster is powerful and is a martial arts legend, but no matter how strong he is, he cannot defeat thousands of men and horses alone. Jang Jian calmly said, "How do you know?" Jang Xu was silent. Even though he often saw Jang Chong Shang, he had never seen him fight. The next day, the emperor issued an edict for all kinds of citizens in the north to migrate to the Si province in the south. In fact, even without his orders, the citizens of the cities near the border would still flee. After all, humans were afraid of death. The garrisons in the outer 9 provinces and the Jin dynasty's territory had yet to be dispersed. Jang Jian only left a hole for the enemy to enter and kill him. December, early in the month. The Shu province battlefield was close to the Chen dynasty, and the Great Jing military camp was located on the plain. Hundreds of thousands of troops were stationed there, and their morale was low. In the tent, the great general, Jiang Tianren, stared at the map with a frown. A soldier ran in and cupped his fists. "General, the disciples of Loni Temple have come to support you. The leader is the disciple of Immortal Master Chong Sheng, Huang Chuan." Jiang Tianren suddenly raised his head and said in joy, "Quick, invite Huang Chuan here." He had always been in awe of Loni Temple. There was even a bronze statue of the Immortal Master Chong Sheng in his mansion in order to burn incense for him. He would never forget when he was still a soldier guarding the gate of the Sky Prison. The ghost-eyed evil king fought his way out of the Sky Prison and was eventually kicked down the mountain by Immortal Master Chong Sheng. Even after 52 years, he still could not forget the shock of that night. The soldier immediately went to invite Huang Chuan. Jiang Tianren stood up and stroked his beard as he laughed. He was suddenly filled with confidence. He was already old and had experienced dozens of wars in his life. However, in the face of the current situation, he had a headache. The Chen dynasty had mobilized the entirety of its army to attack the Shu province. His army had endured for several months and was about to collapse. However, he also understood that the other battlefields were also tense and could not provide them support. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Not long after, Huang Chuan entered the tent. Jiang Tianren sized him up and praised, as expected of Immortal Master's disciple. "You are indeed a talented man." Huang Chuan cupped his fists and said, "This junior is named Huang Chuan. Greetings, General Zhang. Great Jing is in trouble, so Loni Temple naturally can't sit back and do nothing. I have already stepped into the divine realm and led 100 disciples to support you. The weakest of these disciples are first-rate experts. In addition, we also brought my master's treasure." Hearing that there were only 100 people, Jiang Tianren was somewhat disappointed. However, when he heard the rest of the sentence, his eyes lit up and he hastily asked what treasure it was. Huang Chuan said, "I don't know, but my master asked me to use it on the battlefield. The next time we fight, the general can take us with him." At that moment, a soldier ran in and half knelt on the ground as he said in a deep voice, reporting. "There is a large number of cavalry coming from 10 miles away. Their number is hard to determine, but there should be at least 50,000. When Jiang Tianren heard that, his expression darkened. 50,000 cavalrymen must be the most elite army of the Chen dynasty. On the battlefield, cavalry was always the nightmare of ordinary soldiers. Zhang Tianren immediately reorganized the army, with Huang Chuan by his side. The horn sounded, and the soldiers resting in the military camp raised their weapons and rushed to their respective centurions. When the 200,000 strong army gathered outside the military camp, Huang Chuan and Zhang Tianren stood on the war chariot. They looked up and saw dust at the end of the horizon. A large number of cavalrymen whistled over, and the ground was trembling slightly. It was an oppressive feeling. All the soldiers of Great Jing felt pressured because the Chen dynasty had more than 50,000 cavalry. They had experienced such a large-scale attack more than once. And every time, they would suffer a crushing defeat and die to the enemy. More than half of the territory in the Shu province had been occupied. How many times could they retreat? Zhang Tianren's expression darkened. Just as he was about to give orders, Huang Chuan leaped to the front of the army and walked forward alone. Who is he? Judging from his attire, he must be from the martial arts world. What does he want to do? Is he courting death? These martial artists are really troublesome. They always disobey military orders. I've seen him before. He's Huang Chuan from Loni Temple, a Grand Master. A Grand Master? That's great, we finally have hope. The soldiers discussed among themselves. One of the generals wanted to stop Huang Chuan, but he was stopped by Zhang Tianren. Zhang Tianren wanted to see Huang Chuan's performance, and he believed that he was not rash. The cavalry of the Chen dynasty advanced at full speed, getting closer and closer to the front line. The leading general had also noticed Huang Chuan. This person must be powerful if he came alone, but he was not afraid. He was a heaven arrival realm expert, and he was one of the strongest generals in the Chen dynasty. His confidence stemmed not only from his own strength, but also from the army behind him. Boys, kill them, break through Great Jing and seize the Shu province. Create an achievement for Great Chen that will last for ages. The charging general raised his iron spear and roared like a lion. The cavalry behind him roared as well. Their voices gathered together, creating a huge commotion that shocked everyone. One by one, the disciples of Loni Temple ran out from the front line and quickly came to Huang Chuan's side. They were extremely nervous, but they dared to go down the mountain because they were mentally prepared that they might die in battle. Huang Chuan took out his brocade bag, and the other disciples followed suit. Master, don't prank me! Huang Chuan thought to himself. While the other party was still some distance away, he took out a handful of beans from his brocade bag and threw them on the ground. If these beans were not effective, they could retreat in time to avoid losing their lives. The other disciples followed suit. Spiritual energy beans fell to the ground and rapidly enlarged before transforming into their human forms. Their figures were identical to Djang Chong Shang. Their bodies were emerald green, as if they were carved from jade. Their true appearance could not be seen. In an instant, nearly 10,000 spirit soldiers appeared on the battlefield, causing an uproar. The cavalry of the Chen dynasty was also frightened, but the general did not dare to stop his horse. Once he stopped, the cavalry behind him would continue to charge, which could cause him to be trampled under horse hooves. Therefore, he could only brace himself and rush forward. Oh my God! What's that? Is Loni Temple really a martial arts sect? Am I seeing things? What did they sprinkle on the ground to produce so many jade figures? It's definitely Immortal Master Changshen's immortal spells. I've said it before. Immortal Master Chongsheng is not a martial artist, but an immortal god in the world. We have hope. The soldiers of Great Jing were excited. The scene of turning beans into soldiers was too shocking. Even Zhang Tianren was trembling with excitement. Was this the ability of an immortal master? The disciples of Loni Temple were also shocked by the scene before them, including Huang Chuan. As they did not encounter any enemies on the way, they did not dare to use it rashly. They originally thought that it was a treasure similar to a talisman paper that could cast some kind of ultimate technique, but they did not expect it to be a soldier. Even if they were from Loni Temple, they could not understand what had happened. Keep an eye on the enemy and don't be distracted. Huang Chuan shouted. Now was not the time to be shocked. Let's kill the enemy first. Hearing this, all the disciples stared intently at the cavalry of the Chen dynasty. Nearly 10,000 spirit soldiers immediately rushed out like a green flood. It was an extremely spectacular scene, as they all raised their right hands one after another and condensed a sword shadow. The two armies collided. Even though the spirit soldiers only had a trace of spiritual energy from Jang Chong Shang, they were not something ordinary soldiers could defeat. They charged into the enemy's ranks and waved their swords quickly, cutting down the soldiers one by one. In an instant, a large number of cavalrymen fell from their horses and their blood stained the plain. The general lifted a spirit soldier with his spear, but the spirit soldier was not afraid of pain and threw the sword shadow in his hand at him, startling him into dodging sideways. However, the cavalryman behind him was pierced by the sword shadow and flew out from his horse. "Damn it!" The general roared and his true chi exploded along the iron spear, scattering the spirit soldier. A spirit soldier was not a match for a heaven arrival realm expert. However, not everyone in the Chen dynasty's cavalry army was like him. The spirit soldiers were like tigers entering a flock of sheep as they slaughtered wantonly. This scene made Huang Chuan and the others extremely excited. The soldiers of the Jing dynasty were dumbstruck. At this moment, Zhang Tianren raised his halberd and roared, "All troops, attack!" The cavalry of Great Jing took the lead and charged forward. This time, Great Jing's morale was far higher than before. They had the aura of a tiger that could devour anything within tens of thousands of miles. The war had officially begun. In the 17th year of the Qunwu era, at the beginning of January, a piece of good news spread throughout the dynasty. The army in Shu province continuously defeated the Chen dynasty army and launched a counterattack. The news of a victory was already exciting, but what happened on the battlefield caused an uproar. The disciples of Loni Temple turned the tide of the battle by turning beans into soldiers. Many people's first reaction was disbelief, but the news spread very quickly. That was because the disciples of Loni Temple had not only fought in one battle, but they had also been turning the tides in several consecutive battles. Every time the spirit soldiers slaughtered more than half of the enemy troops, Chen dynasty's armies would tremble in fear and continuously retreat. In the throne room. Ha 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 ha. Turning beans into soldiers. The Chen dynasty will definitely be frightened out of its wits. Jang Xu laughed out loud. He could not care less about the dignity of an emperor as he was extremely excited. The officials were also excited, but they found it hard to believe. Han Tianji could not understand. Scattering beans into soldiers? That was too ridiculous. Was it an illusion? No, if it was an illusion, the battlefield would be chaotic and the enemy would definitely see through it. Han Tianji's impression of Jang Chong Shang began to rise, and he now seemed extremely mysterious. He was filled with curiosity. Who was Jang Chong Shang? Could he be an expert from the Xiansheng Grotto heaven? However, he had never heard of a martial arts technique called scattering beans into soldiers in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven. Was it really a martial arts technique? Chapter 77, White Dragon Transformation, Goodbye, Reincarnation. In a mansion in the capital. After Yu Yanyi heard the servant's story, she waved for him to leave and sat in the gazebo in a daze. Turning beans into soldiers, how is that possible? Yu Yanyi muttered to herself. It was only because she was from a Chao sect that she knew what profound martial arts techniques were like. She had never heard of a technique that could turn beans into soldiers. This was too strange. She suddenly felt fear. She looked up at Longqi Mountain, not understanding where Jang Chong Shang came from. Such an expert definitely did not come from Great Jing, but the Chao sects had never heard of such a person. Could there be a powerful force behind him? If there was, then what was their ambition? Yu Yanyi began to imagine all sorts of possibilities. She even wondered if the other party was really an immortal god that had descended to the mortal world. She was not the only one. Everyone who heard about the feat of turning beans into soldiers found it strange. Lightning tribulation, raising a snake spirit, turning beans into soldiers, a youthful appearance. Was there anything that immortal Master Chong Shang could not do? In Loni Temple. Jang Xu came to visit Jang Chong Shang excitedly and asked if the feat of turning beans into soldiers was real. In response, Jang Chong Shang smiled and raised his hand. Immediately, a handful of beans appeared in his palm, and he handed it to Jang Xu. Jang Xu took it. He was excited and nervous at the same time. He threw a bean on the ground and it quickly turned into a spirit soldier. Seeing this, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Bai Qi was also shocked. What was that? It's true. It's true. Jang Xu trembled with excitement. Jang Chong Shang enjoyed his grandson's shock. It felt good to show off in front of his grandson. Jang Chong Shang could hear the disciples and devotees in the other courtyards discussing this matter. He opened the incense points and checked it. The points increased very quickly. He did not expect the feat of turning beans into soldiers would bring such great results. It was also not that surprising. After all, the lightning tribulation he went through could be an illusion, but the feat of turning beans into soldiers had really helped the soldiers turn defeat into victory. That day, Wan Li, Minjiu, Qing Ku, and the others came to visit Jang Chong Shang one after another. Only they could meet Jang Chong Shang freely like this. As a gift, Jang Chong Shang gave them a brocade bag each and instructed them to hide it well on normal days and use it in times of crisis. Even Hua Jiangzhen was curious about Zhang Changshen's magic beans. Naturally, Jang Chong Shang was generous to his woman and directly gave her 3 brocade bags. In a resplendent palace, experts from the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower gathered and sat on one side. Turning beans into soldiers? Ridiculous. The Chen dynasty was defeated, and they still dare to find such an excuse. A bald man shouted angrily. He was wearing a black suit and had a big beard on his face. His leopard-like eyes were extremely terrifying. The man kneeling in the middle of the hall trembled and said, "I dare not lie. I really saw beans turning into soldiers. I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, the soldiers born from those beans were very strong. It would be difficult to take them down if one were not at the spiritual sense realm. This change has too great an impact on the battlefield and the Chen dynasty is without a true god." Valley Master Wei of the Tongguyu Valley narrowed his eyes and said, "The technique of turning beans into soldiers. Is that basis of the demonic priest's confidence?" The scholar from the Star Gathering Tower sighed and said, "The technique of turning beans into soldiers is unimaginable. He is indeed the demonic priest. If the demonic priest is not eliminated, our 2 dynasties will be annexed by Great Jing sooner or later." Although his heart was extremely unsettled, he restrained his outward expression very well. "Is it really the demonic priest? Humph, it must be some kind of hallucinatory martial arts technique. What kind of ability does this demonic priest have? I suddenly discovered that we know nothing about him. Unfortunately, the Dragon Tower is also our enemy and will not provide us with information. I originally wanted to annex the territory of Great Jing before expelling the demonic priest, but now it seems that it will be difficult. There should be a limiting factor to evil techniques like scattering beans into soldiers. Otherwise, they would not only appear on the battlefield of the Chen dynasty." The martial artists discussed among themselves. They did not dare to underestimate Jang Chong Shang. The pressure he brought them was too great. Otherwise, they would not have split up the battlefield. How many years had it been since someone had given the Chao sects such a headache? They could not figure out why the demonic priest, who was already at the Golden Body realm, would occupy the Jing dynasty without manipulating the emperor to collect resources and providence for him. He even sent many disciples to the capital city of Great Jing. They also heard that the demonic priest usually only cultivated on the mountain and did not cause trouble. He was very low-key. The demonic priest seemed to be selflessly contributing to Great Jing. Could it be that this person really had the heart to benefit the people of the world? Valley Master Wei said, "Senior Dong Fang will be here soon. At that time, he will follow the army to Great Jing." Hearing this, the scholar asked curiously, "Is he prepared to fight the demonic priest?" Valley Master Wei said calmly, "That's right. If we want the demonic priest to leave, we have to fight him. However, Senior Dong Fang promised me that he would go out with the army. At the same time, he would promote the strength of martial arts and crush the courage of mortals. After all, Great Jing has been away from the Mahayana Dragon Tower for dozens of years." The scholar clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior Dong Fang has lived for 300 years and should be reaching the end of his lifespan. I'm curious as to what conditions you used to convince him at this juncture. Valley Master Wei smiled and said, "Naturally, I can't let you know about this." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but the expressions of the martial artists from Star Gathering Tower were somewhat unnatural. The Martial Comprehension Valley had invited a Golden Body Realm expert. When they won this battle, the Martial Comprehension Valley would definitely have more of the conquered land. When the Martial Comprehension Valley expanded, the Star Gathering Tower that was closest to them would have to act according to their intentions. The seemingly harmonious palace was in fact surging with undercurrents. The technique of turning beans into soldiers had terrified the Chen dynasty, and it had also shaken the morale of the other 4 armies. Great Jing seemed to have obtained the help of an immortal as their morale soared. April. In the courtyard, Jang Chong Shang looked up at White Dragon on the mountaintop. White Dragon's body was huge, similar to a rock wall that coiled around a mountain. At that moment, it was moving slightly. It was shedding its skin. Bai Qi lamented, "This guy is about to break through." She was extremely jealous. After all, White Dragon had been fed with pills by Jang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang said, "It doesn't matter if it breaks through or not. It doesn't need to fight." He had really raised White Dragon as a pet. Usually, White Dragon would only sleep. Due to its huge size, he did not need it to manifest itself. Speaking of which, White Dragon had never fought since it was young. Its personality was too gentle, and it could even be described as simple, and however, with White Dragon's physique, it was hard for martial artists below the spiritual sense realm to kill it. Furthermore, the demonic power in its body was not weak and was infinitely close to the divine realm. Jang Chong Shang asked, "Are there any dragons in this world?" Bai Qi shook her head and said, "They're just a legend. There are many demon beasts that resemble dragons. I only know of one demon king who calls himself the demon dragon. But in fact, he's a shameless snake with a special bloodline." The human and wolf stared at White Dragon as it shed its skin. The other disciples and devotees of Loni Temple also noticed that White Dragon was shedding its skin. It lasted for 2 days before the White Dragon successfully shed its skin. Its snake body became longer, and under the sunlight, its scales reflected a faint light. When the visitors saw it sticking out its tongue at the sky, they all knelt down as if they were looking at a snake god. Jang Chong Shang was satisfied when he sensed that White Dragon's demonic power had completely entered the divine realm. Once White Dragon reached the true god realm, it would then be able to fly. At that time, wouldn't it be cool to ride on such a huge white snake? Currently, White Dragon was only 49 years old, but it had already reached the divine realm, which made Bai Qi jealous. The cultivation of demon beasts was often more difficult than that of humans. However, once they crossed the threshold of cultivation, their lifespan would be longer than humans. At that time, they could rely on time to accumulate their demonic power. The news of White Dragon shedding its skin began to spread in the capital, causing more and more devotees to come to Loni Temple. As a result, the number of devotees coming to the temple increased rapidly. April. The capital of the Chen dynasty had been breached, so the Chen dynasty emperor had no choice but to surrender. Jang Xu announced to the world that those who had contributed to the Shu province battlefield would be promoted to nobility, which excited all the soldiers and martial artists in the other battlefields. In addition, ever since the war started, a large number of citizens had evacuated from the outer 9 provinces and the borders. The population of the Si province had reached an unprecedented height. On this day, Jang Chong Shang seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Could this be fate? Jang Chong Shang muttered to himself. Hearing this, Bai Qi opened her eyes and looked at him curiously. Suddenly, Jang Chong Shang stood up and walked out of the courtyard. In front of the mountain gate, devotees lined up to buy incense and enter the temple. Among them was a pair of father and daughter. The father was tall and sturdy while the daughter was young and looked to be less than 10 years old. Their skin was slightly dark. It was obvious that they had been exposed to the wind and sun all year round. "Chinger, there is an immortal in Loni Temple. After father burns some incense for you, your condition will definitely improve." The burly man took his daughter's hand and smiled gently. Chinger nodded slightly and looked nervously at Loni Temple. From the emperor, Loni Temple received a large benefit, which allowed the buildings in the temple to be renovated. Every pavilion and palace seemed to be grand. There were many disciples coming and going, and all of them had extraordinary temperament because they practiced martial arts. Decades had passed, and Loni Temple had undergone earth-shattering changes. The number of disciples had exceeded 800. Even though Jang Chong Shang rarely managed it, the martial arts techniques he released were enough to benefit the disciples. It was not only the pair of father and daughter. Everyone who came to the capital would come to Loni Temple to burn incense and witness the elegance of the gods and immortals in the world, especially those who had become refugees. They hoped that their luck would improve after burning incense. After buying some incense, the father and daughter pair entered the temple. Along the way, Chinger looked around excitedly. The burly man was also shocked. Disciples practicing martial arts could be seen everywhere. There were also people on trees, eaves, and in front of broken walls. There were both men and women. They could also look up and see a huge snake spirit coiled around the mountain. The burly man had always thought that the legend of the snake spirit was fictional. He did not expect it to really exist. Moreover, it was also really handsome. One look and he could tell that it was not a mindless demon and that it was very spiritual. As they walked, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The burly man almost bumped into Jang Chong Shang. Just as he was about to apologize, he was stunned by the other party's temperament. Jang Chong Shang had a handsome appearance, and even though the light on his robe had faded, he still looked extraordinary. He was clearly different from the other deists. Jang Chong Shang looked at Jing with a smile and said, "This is your daughter? She doesn't seem to be in good health." When the burly man heard that, he knew that the other party was an expert. He hastily cupped his fists and said, "Deist Master, we came from the outer 9 provinces. My daughter was over fatigue on the way here and left behind a hidden illness. However, we could not find the root of the illness even after looking for doctors. I wonder if you have any treatment methods." Jing hid behind her father and looked nervously at Jang Chong Shang. "Deist Master, why did you come out?" At that moment, a voice sounded and Minjiao walked over. The burly man was stunned when he heard that. Was he really a Deist Master? Wait a minute. Deist Master? Could it be the rumored immortal master with ageless appearance? Jang Chong Shang nodded at Minjiao and looked at Jing. "Little sister, come forward." When the burly man heard that, he immediately pushed out the shy Jing. Jang Chong Shang stretched out his right index finger and tapped her forehead. Spiritual energy flowed into her body and treated her. Minjiao walked over and looked at this scene curiously. This was the first time she had seen Jang Chong Shang meet a guest, and she could not help but be curious about the identity of this father and daughter pair. A few breaths later, Jang Chong Shang stopped and said with a smile, "All right, she has recovered. In the future, let her exercise more. If you are prepared to stay in the capital for a long time, you can also send your daughter up the mountain to train in martial arts. Also, if she does not want to stay in the temple, she can go home every day. After you have made up your mind, look for this person by my side." He looked at Minjiao and asked, "Did you hear that?" Minjiao came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "I heard it." Jang Chong Shang shook his head and laughed before turning to leave. The burly man stood rooted on the spot. The huge surprise made him at a loss. Minjiao looked at Jing and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Benefactor, your daughter is so lucky. Ever since Loni Temple started, no disciple has ever received such treatment. Are you willing to let your daughter become a disciple of Loni Temple?" The visitors and disciples who passed by all turned to look at them in shock. When they tried to look for Jang Chong Shang again, he had already disappeared without a trace. The burly man hastily said, "Yes. Yes. This is our blessing. How can we not be willing?" Jing nervously held her Tathar's hand and looked in the direction Jang Chong Shang had left. No one knew what she was thinking. Jang Chong Shang returned to the courtyard and continued to meditate. Bai Qi curiously asked, "What's the background of that little girl? To think she's worthy of your personal reception." Jang Chong Shang answered, "I just feel that we can get along well." The corners of his mouth rose, and he was in a good mood. "Senior sister, although you have worked hard in your previous life, you still have to return to Loni Temple. When you grow up, continue to work hard for Loni Temple." Chapter 78, Whether Great Jing is about to end is up to me. In June, the temperature was rising day by day. In the throne room, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The officials were silent, and no one made a sound. Chen Li and Yang Che's expressions were also extremely ugly. Zhang Xiu sat on the dragon throne and remained silent. He was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a civil servant stepped forward and braced himself. "Your Majesty, why don't we, He really could not say the last syllable. According to the latest intelligence obtained by the white-robed guards, the armies of the other 4 dynasties had crossed the northern region and were already stationed at the border. They already had more than 3 million troops stationed and their numbers were still increasing. It was not 5 dynasties besieging Great Jing, but 9. Other than the Chen dynasty who had surrendered, there were still 8 dynasties. The war had continued for the past 2 years. Even though they had not suffered a crushing defeat, the casualties were quite tragic. The consumption of rations, military equipment and horses was all high. There were already complaints among the people. And if this continued, the country would be unstable. Zhang Xiu shot a glance at the civil servant, scaring him into shutting his mouth. The latter hastily lowered his head as if he was in a cold cellar. Han Tianji also had a gloomy expression and did not say anything. Such a situation was not something a good strategy could break through. The difference in strength was too great. "Men, drag him down and give him 80 strokes with a staff." Jang Jian said expressionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards ran in and dragged the civil servant away. Since no one had pleaded for leniency, the civil servant did not dare to cry out injustice. At the very least, it was not a capital crime. Jang Jian swept his gaze across everyone and coldly said, I will say it one more time. We are not allowed to retreat. If anyone else dares to surrender, they will be thrown into the prison and their entire family will be implicated. He stood up and looked down at the officials. 8 dynasties have besieged Great Jing. Do you really think you can live in peace just because you surrendered? Great Jing has no way out. Either we stake everything and break through the enemy and fight to the end, or we die in humiliation. Pass down my decree and recruit another 1,000,000 soldiers. Any 16-year-old man can join the army. Retreat the troops from the northern Zhou army and support the other battlefields. Tell the allied forces to attack the capital and that I will wait there. As soon as he said that, everyone was moved. The officials were all panicked and tried to dissuade him. Once they gave way, the enemy would definitely march in and point their swords at the Si province. If the Si province was breached, the dynasty would be destroyed. Han Tianji, Chen Li and Yang Che all understood Zhang Ziu's intentions and remained silent. At this point, they could only take a gamble. Zhang Ziu snorted. I have made up my mind. The court is dismissed. The 7 ministers will follow me into the imperial study. He flicked his sleeves and left. The officials knelt down and sent him off respectfully. Under the earth spirit tree, Jang Chong Shang sat in front of the medicinal cauldron while Li Jun stood by his side with his back bent. Right now, the enemy forces in the north are massive. Looking from afar, I can't even count how many enemy soldiers there are. What I can be sure of is that there are not only the flags of the 4 dynasties, and the army of Great Jing near the North Zhou dynasty is retreating. This is not good. Once they retreat, the enemy will definitely attack the Si province. Li Jun was worried. The situation in the capital was not optimistic. Even the commoners could sense it, especially the people in the capital. Jang Chong Shang stared at the medicinal cauldron and said, it's all right. They have yet to cross the border, right? Compared to 30 years ago, it's nothing. At that time, ancient Han and the Jin dynasty had already entered the territory of Great Jing. Li Jun said helplessly, but there are more enemies. Deist Master, should we make preparations to evacuate the capital? Unic Li did not tell him about the relationship between Zhang Chong Shang and Zhang Ziu. Therefore, in his opinion, there was no need to stay in the capital all the time. Zhang Chong Shang replied, there's no need. If you're afraid, you can evacuate your family first. Hearing this, Li Jun became anxious. Deist Master, how can I leave without you? In this life, I will definitely follow you and be by your side in life and death. Since you are unwilling to leave, I will not leave either. Zhang Chong Shang glanced at him and smiled. Then, Li Jun left in a hurry. He was prepared to recruit people without restraint. He could not sit still and wait for death. Bai Qi clicked her tongue in wonder. Don't tell me the emperor did it on purpose? He let the enemy come to the Si province for you to kill. Right now, she had reached the point of blind worship towards Zhang Chong Shang, but even then, millions of troops sounded terrifying. In the face of such a force, she felt that Zhang Chong Shang might not necessarily be invincible. Perhaps. Zhang Chong Shang casually said. He did not care about the 8 armies. He even hoped for more. The more people there were, the more generous the survival rewards would be. He was waiting for the enemy to gather so that his survival rewards would reach an unprecedented peak. Bai Qi rolled her eyes and said, Deist Master, do you need this servant to support Great Jing's army? There's no need. You can guard the mountain. Besides, if a demon wolf like you were to go to the front line, it might cause panic. Zhang Chong Shang answered. Recently, the number of martial artists in the capital had increased, and many of them had gone up the mountain many times. It was obvious that they were spies. But as long as they did not harm the disciples of Loni Temple, he would turn a blind eye and let the enemy investigate. Even until their deaths, they did not expect that Zhang Chong Shang was not at the Golden Body realm. Bai Qi felt somewhat regretful. She was not a warm-hearted person. She just wanted to take this opportunity to make a contribution and then learn those demonic techniques from Zhang Chong Shang. Ming! Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the sky, startling White Dragon. It raised its tongue and stuck out its tongue at the sky, only to see an eagle hovering above Loni Temple. The eagle suddenly released its claws, and a scroll fell from the sky and accurately landed in Zhang Changshen's courtyard. Bai Qi immediately pounced over and grabbed it with her mouth before bringing it to Zhang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang took it and first swept the scroll with his spiritual energy to check if there were any danger. Even though he was strong enough, it was better to be careful. Bai Qi clicked her tongue in wonder. That eagle is rather intelligent. It's very likely to be the martial eagle of the Martial Comprehension Valley. The Martial Comprehension Valley likes to declare war first. In the past, when they annexed martial arts sects, they would send their martial eagle to declare war first. After Zhang Chongsheng confirmed that the scroll was not dangerous, he opened it. Immortal Master Chongsheng, I am Wei Huo, the Valley Master of the Martial Comprehension Valley. The Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower have gathered together 9 dynasties to fight against Great Jing. I have also invited a Golden Body Realm expert. At the beginning of August, when the army is done gathering, the Martial Comprehension Valley will follow the Golden Body Realm expert and invade Great Jing. We will sweep all the way to the Si province and turn the 13 prefectures into a sea of corpses and a sea of blood. If you do not wish for Great Jing to be shattered, you can come and stop me. If you are afraid, you can also escape. The Martial Comprehension Valley will not hold a grudge against you for that. I hope you can make a careful decision. After reading this, Zhang Chongsheng smiled. Bai Qi came over to take a look and sighed. No wonder they dared to invade. It turns out they have roped in a Golden Body Realm expert. Aren't they afraid that you will capture them all in one fell swoop? Deist Master, a fierce battle is coming. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, not bad. I look forward to it too. After saying that, he threw the scroll into the fire. Looking at his smile, Bai Qi could not help but tremble. What realm was he at? When he heard that 9 dynasties had joined hands with a Golden Body Realm expert, he was fearless, expectant and even eager to give it a try. Could it be that he had reached the realm above the Golden Body Realm? Bai Qi could not forget Zhang Changshen's question to Yu Yunyi. He was very concerned about whether there were any martial artists above the Golden Body Realm in the Chao sects. After thinking about this, she began to mourn for the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this demonic priest. However, it was understandable from the perspective of the Chao sects. After all, how could such a person exist? Bai Qi looked at Zhang Changshen's side profile and secretly vowed to ride on his coattails. This was a huge opportunity. 8 armies gathered, tens of millions of troops, and 2 Chao sects. With the exception of the North Zhou battlefield, the enemy forces in the other battlefields began to retreat, leaving only some troops to act as garrisons while the rest rushed to the North Zhou battlefield. News spread like wildfire throughout the dynasty. The citizens were terrified, the soldiers were uneasy, and the martial arts world was in turmoil. Complaints broke out everywhere, claiming that the emperor was heartless and had brought such a calamity to the Great Jing. Zhang Jiu had no choice but to retract his forces and suppress the territory first to avoid a huge disaster. In the throne room. At the start of the morning court assembly, a white-robed guard delivered a secret letter. After Zhang Jiu read it, his expression instantly turned ugly and his eyes were about to spit fire. The civil and military officials had their own news sources. They did not need to read the letter to know the situation at the front line. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Recently, Jang Xu was allowed to go to court. He stood on the right side of the stairs and looked at his father worriedly. Soon, another white-robed guard came to deliver a letter. Zhang Ziyu glanced at it and put it down. Zhang Ziyu glanced at the officials and said, "Are you afraid?" The civil and military officials lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The aged Chen Li stepped forward and said, "The Chao sects and the opposing dynasties have joined hands, and they deliberately spread the news. It's obvious that they want to win without a fight. This shows that they are afraid of Great Jing and are afraid of paying a huge price. Now that they have gathered their forces, let's gather as well. At most, we'll fight to the death. It's not impossible to win if we encounter each other on a narrow path." One of the officials could not help but mock, "How can we meet them on a narrow path? They have tens of millions of troops and the 2 Chao sects have dispatched a large number of experts to support them. Won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths if we clash head-on?" Many people agreed with his words and spoke up one after another. Most of them complained about the enemy and the high-ranking officers, which almost angered Chen Li to death. Zhang Ziyu said expressionlessly, "In the past, when the Jin dynasty began to rebel, the Chen dynasty's royal family absconded overnight and gathered their forces in the north. In other words, the Jing dynasty is still facing the forces of the 9 dynasties and the rebellions from various places. He directly revealed the current predicament, causing the atmosphere in the court to be oppressive to the extreme. Jang Xu stood up and looked at the officials as he coldly said, "Do you really think that I am at my wit's end and that my life is over?" The officials did not dare to make a sound. Their attitude was obvious. It was not that they were disloyal, but the current situation was beyond redemption. Han Tianji broke the deadlock and said, "His Majesty still has some tricks up his sleeves. It's not impossible to reverse the situation." A young civil servant mocked, "How to reverse the situation? Rely on your luck department." As soon as he said that, the other officials started to mock him. The luck department was recently established. It was said that they would gather luck, but it had not been effective for many years. Moreover, the salary was very high, making the officials of the other 6 departments unhappy. Today, all of them exploded. Impudent! Zhang Ziu suddenly shouted angrily. The strength of a heaven arrival realm expert shocked the court, causing the ministers' ears to ring. They were so shocked that they covered their ears. King Kong's roar! Zhang Ziu glared at the officials with killing intent in his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Are you trying to rebel?" The officials knelt down and said in unison that they did not dare to do so. They were also aggrieved and terrified. Who said that His Majesty can't reverse the situation? A calm voice sounded and everyone turned around in shock. They saw a figure flying over from the clouds and into the throne room. After the clouds dispersed, he landed on the ground. Everyone widened their eyes at this scene. It was Jang Chong Shang. His robe emitted a faint light, making Jang Chong Shang look like an immortal. When they saw this scene, the officials were shocked. What did they see? Flying on a cloud? How was that possible? What kind of martial arts technique was that? Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, "Whether Great Jing is about to end or not, I have the final say. Loni Temple has yet to retreat, so how can you admit defeat?" The officials were shocked. Seeing this, Zhang Ziu smiled, and Han Tianji's lips curled up. Chapter 79, Unprecedented Decisive Battle. Zhang Changshen's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations, and his ability to soar above the clouds shocked the officials even more. When they came back to their senses, Chen Li excitedly asked, "Chongsheng, are you going to create more bean soldiers?" As soon as he asked that, everyone looked at Jang Chong Shang with anticipation. They were at their wits' end. The gap between them and the enemy was too huge. They could only pin their hopes on Jang Chong Shang. They had naturally heard of the power of the scattering beans into soldiers technique, which had directly crushed the Chen dynasty. However, in the face of the joint efforts of 9 dynasties and the large number of martial artists from 2 Chao sects, was the scattering beans into soldiers technique of immortal master Chong Shang enough? Jang Chong Shang shook his head and said, "Of course not. The enemy has tens of millions of troops. How can we sprinkle so many beans?" Hearing this, the officials were disappointed. "I will personally go to the battlefield." His words immediately caused an uproar in the hall. All officials were excited. Some officials even knelt down. Most of them were old officials, which meant they knew best about Zhang Changshen's mystical abilities. Zhang Ziu said, "Everyone, control your divisions and appease the various provinces. The decisive battle is about to begin, and Great Jing will not fall. It will only become stronger." The court is dismissed. The officials knelt down and sent Zhang Ziu off. After the time for an incense stick to burn. In the imperial study, Jang Chong Shang and Zhang Ziu sat opposite each other and drank tea. Jang Xu stood aside and poured tea for them. He looked at Jang Chong Shang with admiration. In the hall today, he thought that the court was about to collapse. He did not expect that Zhang Changshen's appearance would motivate the officials so much. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Zhang Chong Shang asked, "Who is closest to the main battlefield?" Jian's Zivu understood what he meant. Jian's Chang's hens was askins about the disciples of Loni Temple. With this in mind, he answered, "Ping'an and Su Tianji have already rushed over. I originally intended to let the enemy in, but my people were terrified and I had no choice but to send someone to guard the battlefield in the North Zhou dynasty." Zhang Chong Shang nodded. Ping'an and Su Tianji had his reincarnation mark on them, making it easier for him to determine the direction. Zhang Ziu looked at his father. The depression accumulated in his heart during this period of time was swept away, replaced by fighting spirit and expectations. His father was his greatest supporter, but he just did not want to casually invite his father. After all, he still had his own pride. Now that he was at his wit's end, his father stood up in time and made him suddenly feel that he was not alone. Jang Jian smiled and asked, "Master, how should we fight?" Jang Chong Shang glanced at him and said, "You are the emperor. You can fight however you want. I will support you." Hearing this, Jang Jian's smile deepened. He put down his teacup and snorted. "Then let's defeat them head-on and fight an unprecedented decisive battle. At that time, Father will descend onto the battlefield and assist the great Jing army." He had become that high-spirited and contemptuous emperor again. Jang Chong Shang smiled and nodded before he began to sip his tea. It had to be said that the tea in the palace was the best. Sure enough, this kid is hiding his stash. Why didn't he give me more of such good tea? Jang Chong Shang looked at Jang Xu and asked, "Xiu'er, has it been difficult for you to learn politics from your father recently?" Jang Xu hastily answered, "Grand Master, it is indeed a little strenuous for me, but I will try my best." Jang Chong Shang nodded and felt somewhat regretful. When Wang Chen was at Jang Xiu's age, he had already displayed good political skills. The three of them began to chat. It was rare for 3 generations of the Zhang family to be in the same house. About this, Jang Chong Shang was in a good mood, and Jang Jian was also filled with emotions. He might be the happiest emperor. At that time, he still had his father's protection. He had both children and was still building an unprecedented achievement. Jang Jian glanced at Jang Xu and secretly made a decision. He would find an opportunity to tell him Zhang Changshen's true identity. No. In the future, every crown prince would have to know about this secret and pass it down from generation to generation as a secret to the Zhang family. In July, the emperor issued an edict. The armies of the various provinces gathered at the battlefield of the North Zhou dynasty. The citizens felt insecure, and everyone realized that the battle for the dynasty's survival was about to begin. After Jang Chong Shang stabilized Jang Jian's heart, he returned to continue cultivating and waited for August to arrive. He believed that when the 2 Chao sects stated that the war would begin in August, it would be in August. Even if they attacked the Great Jing in advance, they still had to face Jang Chong Shang. They would fight as promised and crush Great Jing with their absolute strength to annex the 13 prefectures. Jang Chong Shang was also willing to wait and give the 2 Chao sects more time to gather more people so that his survival rewards would be more generous. As the days passed, the number of devotees in Loni Temple decreased. The entire city was in a state of panic, and the streets were no longer as prosperous as before. There were even many people moving to the south. Mang Kaiuhi's father did not leave the capital. Instead, he still asked Mang Kaiuhi to go up the mountain to practice martial arts every day because she was specially recruited by Jang Chong Shang. Mang Kaiuhi also took special care of her, fearing that she would be bullied. Qingku, Wan Li and the other senior disciples also took turns to teach Qing'er. If Qingku knew that Qing'er was Mang Kaiuhi, what would he think? Would he not believe it, or would he be shocked? Jang Chong Shang was looking forward to it, but he could not tell anyone in case he caused trouble that exceeded his strength. As August approached, a sea of troops began to gather on the battlefield of the North Zhou dynasty. The 2 armies were 10 miles apart, and they could see each other in the endless wasteland. In the North Zhou dynasty's camp, the generals of the 9 dynasties had gathered. The leader was not a general of the 9 dynasties, but a martial artist from the Martial Comprehension Valley. His name was Meng Xian, and he was a true god. He wore armor and sat there like an evil bear. His aura was obviously stronger than the other generals. Meng Xian closed his eyes as he trained and asked, "How many troops has Great Jing gathered?" A general smiled and said, "At present, it has reached 800,000. It's not worth mentioning at all." The other generals laughed as well. Their troops numbered in the tens of millions. How spectacular was that? 800,000 enemy soldiers were like arms trying to block a carriage. They still came. Did immortal Master Chong Shang abandon them? It's possible that the Jing Emperor wanted to wait for us to kill our way to the Si province. Now that he has changed his mind, isn't it because demonic priest Chong Shang is unreliable? Because the latter is afraid of death, he can only fight to the death. It's not only the 9 dynasties he would have to face. Even the lords of the 2 Chao sects have come. No matter how strong demonic priest Chong Shang is, he would not dare to come and fight. Unfortunately, I still want to see his scattering beans into soldiers' technique. Ha ha ha, I reckon he's just deliberately mystifying things. It's just some martial arts technique. Those bean soldiers are probably formed by true qi. The generals laughed merrily. Before the 9 dynasties joined hands, they were all resistant and did not want to work like oxen or horses. Now that they had joined hands and looked at this magnificent army, they felt great. To be able to see such a war in his life, they would have no regrets in this life. Meng Xian did not say anything else and focused on his training. At the same time, in the Great Jing military camp, the soldiers in front of the various tents were also discussing the upcoming world-shocking decisive battle. This was a war that had never been seen in the 13 prefectures since ancient times. In the past, it was already rare to encounter a war with millions of troops. They had never heard of a war with tens of millions of troops. Just looking at the military camp of the North Zhou dynasty made their scalps tingle. Other than the combat troops, there were also a large number of logistical supplies. Therefore, when the armies of the 9 dynasties gathered together, they occupied more than dozens of miles. This scene was much more terrifying than tens of millions of soldiers. Ping'an sat in front of a fire, holding a huge roasted cow leg and gnawing on it. He was the most heartless and not worried at all. Su Tianji, Zhong Tianyu, and Huang Chuan stood side by side. Looking from afar, they were all worried. Zhong Tianyu asked, since His Majesty has gathered so many troops, is he implying that immortal Master Chong Shang is going to take action? Huang Chuan said, he should be here. Back then, when the Mahayana Dragon Tower wanted to restore Chu, my teacher took action. Now that Great Jing is about to be conquered, how could he let it go? Su Tianji lamented, things are different now. Those 2 Chao sects are waiting for your teacher to appear. As Zhang Jiu ascended the throne, Chao sects were no longer as mysterious. They all knew how powerful Chao sects were and how terrifying high-level martial artists were. Right now, the most powerful force in front of the 2 Chao sects were not the soldiers of Great Jing, but immortal Master Chong Shang. At that very moment, a figure walked over from the sea of people. Huang Chuan glanced at him and was immediately stunned. He blinked to make sure that he was not mistaken and immediately ran over excitedly. Stinky brat, why are you here? Huang Chuan came to Ling Xiao and asked excitedly. Ling Xiao, the genius selected by Mang Chu's Huang from Loni Temple, was also Zhang Changshen's little disciple. After he reached the heavenly arrival realm, he went down the mountain to take revenge and there had been no news of him. Right now, Ling Xiao was dressed in black with a sword at his waist. His black hair was casually tied up behind his head, revealing a slightly weathered face. His temperament had changed, and he was no longer the shy young man from before. There was no way he could hide his fierce aura. Ling Xiao revealed a smile and said, my country is in trouble, and I am a disciple of Loni Temple. How can I not come? Huang Chuan sized him up and said, Junior brother, why do I feel that you've become stronger? Not far away, Su Tianji and Zhong Tianyu were also sizing up Ling Xiao. Su Tianji frowned and muttered, this kid. Strong. Su Tianji sensed a trace of danger. One had to know that he was in the divine realm. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've obtained a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 years and learned a sword technique. I'll teach you when we return to Loni Temple. Huang Chuan was even more curious. He pulled Ling Xiao to sit before Su Tianji and asked him to recount his experiences over the past 2 years. Ling Xiao was not the only one who came. More had also arrived one after another. It had been 67 years since Great Jing was founded. Most of the martial artists in the martial arts world were from Great Jing. It was everyone's responsibility to protect Great Jing. Compared to the enthusiasm of the North Zhou camp, the Great Jing camp seemed silent. There were constantly scouts coming and going between the 2 armies to monitor the enemy's strength. Days passed. August had finally arrived. An air-piercing sound tore through the sky and streaked across the heads of the soldiers of Great Jing. It directly pierced through the main tent and stabbed into the sand table, causing Zhang Yu, King Qin, to dodge. The soldiers in the tent unsheathed their swords one after another and attacked the enemy. The white-haired Zhang Yu was no longer the impulsive prince of the past. He was now the commander-in-chief of Great Jing, and he would lead this decisive battle. Zhang Yu stepped forward, pulled out the arrow, and opened the note. After he read it, his expression instantly darkened and he coldly snorted. Arrogant. They actually reminded me that the war will start at noon in 3 days and told me to prepare to die. The moment he said that, the soldiers were furious and cursed at North Zhou. This was a psychological attack, but they had no choice but to bear it. Outside, Su Tianji's expression was solemn. He looked at the person beside him and asked, "Even you can't stop that arrow?" Standing beside him was a man in black armor. Even though he was old, he had a tall figure and a dignified expression. He was Emperor Yang Zhao, who had once shocked the martial arts world. Emperor Yang Zhao's face was ashen. "I couldn't stop it. It was too fast." He was a true god, yet there was an arrow that he could not stop. Furthermore, the arrow was shot from the enemy's camp 10 miles away. Su Tianji's heart sank to the bottom of the cliff. Very soon, Zhang Yu gathered all the high-ranking officers and informed them that the war would start in 3 days. In the face of an army of tens of millions, they did not even have the courage to launch a surprise attack in advance. Even if they were to charge in, it was very likely that they would be surrounded and killed. King Qin swept his gaze across all the soldiers and said in a deep voice, "In 3 days, without my orders, no army is allowed to attack in advance, even if the enemy's hooves are about to land on your face. Do you understand?" "Understood," all the soldiers said in unison. They were not afraid, and their eyes were filled with determination. Dying in battle for their country, what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 80, Divine Weapon Descending from the Sky, Is He a Human? 3 days later, noon would arrive. It was August, and the sun was shining brightly. The 10-kilometer wasteland between the two armies was roasted, and the space around them was slightly distorted. Dong! 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 War drums sounded in the North Zhou army camp, and the beat became more and more rapid. Tens of millions of troops stood up in unison, like waves rising hundreds of miles high. It was a spectacular sight. Meng Xian from the Tonggu Valley stood on a huge wooden war chariot with his hands behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. As far as the eye could see, a large number of war chariots were distributed among the army of the 9 dynasties. There were all kinds of war machines, everything one could think of. The tens of millions of troops alone occupied dozens of miles of space, and the army logistics at the back stretched to the end of the wasteland. It was hard to estimate the number. Countless cavalries were waiting in the front row of the army, and there were also countless heavy armored soldiers waiting behind them. When the war drums sounded in the army of the 9 dynasties, the army of Great Jing was already waiting. Zhang Yu was also standing on a war chariot, as it would make it easier for him to see the entire battlefield. He was currently mobilizing his troops so that his army would not be scattered by the enemy's flood. However, no matter how he arranged his formation, it seemed vulnerable when compared to the enemy's formation. Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao and the disciples of Loni Temple stood together. They were extremely nervous. Who would not be afraid in the face of an army of tens of millions? Will Daoist Master really come? I think so. Isn't Daoist Master Chong Shang coming soon? I'm afraid this is just a statement made by the higher UPS to stabilize the morale of the army. No matter what, we have no way out. Damn it, there are so many enemies. Will we all die if they attack? They discussed in low voices. Not only them, but all the soldiers were the same. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his right hand. Even though he had roamed the martial arts world, it was still his first time on a battlefield. Huang Chuan noticed his nervousness, but he did not comfort him because he was also nervous. This was much more exaggerated than the battlefield in the Shu province. The pressure was indescribable. In the distance, Li Jun was comforting his subordinates. He had come here under Zhang Changshen's orders. He had brought 1,000 men with him, and most of them were wanderers. This time, Li Jun would definitely make the killing god Devil Blade famous throughout the world. Jang Chong Shang had told him to perform well and seek an official position for himself after defeating the enemy. Once he achieved that, he would no longer wander around the world. Zhang Tianren also stood in front of his army. He was constantly adjusting his mentality. Even though he had fought for his entire life, this was the first time he had faced a war of this scale. Other than feeling pressured, he also felt hot-blooded. Even if they were defeated, they would have no regrets in their lives. At this moment, a figure suddenly leaped out of the Great Jing military camp and landed on the wasteland 1,000 feet away. He was facing tens of millions of troops alone. It was Ping'an. He planted the huge double hammers on the ground and sat on one of the huge hammers as he waited for the war to begin. He leaned his hands on his knees and tilted his head to look at the 9 armies. His gaze was as fierce as a wild beast. His breathing became more and more rapid and his muscles trembled. He could not wait for the war to start. Ping'an's appearance also reassured many soldiers. Most of them had seen Ping'an's ferocity. He was the strongest general in Great Jing and had once broken into hundreds of thousands of troops alone. No one could stop him. The martial artists, who saw him, inquired about his identity. After they learned of Pingin's name, they came to a sudden realization and their eyes were filled with admiration. Even though Pingin was a fool, his life was too glorious. As a great man, everyone admired him. It was said that the reason why the current emperor could successfully ascend the throne was because he relied on immortal master Chong Shang and Pingin. In Zhang Xiu's hands, Pingin was the fierce general at the forefront, pressing forward with indomitable will. Minutes and seconds passed. Noon. The war drums of the 9 dynasties stopped abruptly, and the world fell silent. On the war chariot, Mang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, raised the saber in his hand, and shouted angrily, "All troops, listen up! Flatten Great Jing, conquer the Si province, and advance!" This sound was like a thunderclap that shocked the battlefield. Kill! Tens of millions of soldiers shouted in unison and the earth trembled violently. The army of the 9 dynasties swept towards the camp of Great Jing like a terrifying torrent. The torrent was slow, but it made people despair. The expressions of the soldiers in the front row changed. Tens of millions of soldiers standing still there were already shocking. But when they all shouted in unison and marched forward together, they couldn't be any more shocked. The war horses of the Great Jing cavalry were frightened. They raised their hooves and neighed restlessly. Fortunately, they were appeased in time. Cavalry of the 9 dynasties were at the front with hundreds of thousands of people. Behind them were the foot soldiers and war chariots. Their speed was not fast, but their stride was oppressive. The soldiers of Great Jing were sweating profusely as they swallowed their saliva. Many people's hands trembled as they held their weapons. Even Zhang Yu felt his scalp tingle. He prayed in his heart, "Brother Chong Shang, you must come." After the time for an incense stick to burn, the army of the 9 dynasties was less than 3 miles away from Great Jing. All the soldiers of Great Jing were sweating profusely. At that moment, the million-men cavalry of the 9 dynasties suddenly accelerated. Kill! A general from Tiangang raised his halberd and roared. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen followed suit. Kill! Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen charged at full speed with terrifying might. The earth trembled even more violently, scaring the soldiers so much that their legs trembled. Cavalries, the nightmare on a battlefield. A dynasty that could take out 200,000 cavalries was already considered an overlord. The soldiers of Great Jing had never seen so many cavalries. In front of them, there were at least 500,000 cavalries, or even more. They did not dare to imagine that they would see such a scene today, and they were all their enemies. The cavalry charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The distance was getting closer and closer. When the two sides were less than 2 miles apart, Pingin stood up. He held a huge hammer in each hand and raised both hammers high as he roared angrily. Roar! This roar suppressed the shouts of hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen. It was the King Kong's roar. He was fearless against tens of millions of enemies, and he only wanted to fight. He was the overlord of the world. At that moment, Pingin had transformed into a god of war in the eyes of all the soldiers, causing the fear in their hearts to disappear. Pingin revealed a savage smile with a ferocious expression. He struck his hammers together and roared excitedly as he waited for the enemy to approach. The cavalrymen at the front were frightened by his boldness, but they did not slow down. They were equally confident because they had tens of millions of comrades behind them. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. 500 feet. 300 feet. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up with their mouths agape in disbelief. How is that possible? The general from Tiangang, who held a halberd in his hand, looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes trembled as they revealed despair. A huge purple palm silhouette broke through the sea of clouds and came down like Mount Tai. The size of the purple palm silhouette was immeasurable, and hundreds of thousands of cavalry could only see darkness. Mang Xian, who was on a war chariot, took 2 steps forward and was dumbstruck. Gold! Gold! He's here! Mang Xian's voice trembled as he tightly gripped the saber in his hand. Boom! The purple palm silhouette smashed down, raising dust and drowning hundreds of thousands of cavalry. The tens of millions of troops behind them stopped as well. Strong winds mixed with sand whistled in all directions. Be it the armies of the 9 dynasties or the soldiers of Great Jing, they all raised their hands to cover their eyes. Pingin was also submerged in dust. From afar, it looked like a dust storm had rose 1,000 feet high and swept across the world. The wind howled, and Jang Yu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Dust covered his surroundings, and he could no longer see anything. However, he knew that the person had arrived. Su Tianji, Huang Chuan, Zhong Tianyu, Ling Xiao, Zhang Tianren, and so on. Those who knew that immortal Master Chong Shang was coming were all excited. What was that? What a terrifying palm silhouette! Who can possess such domineering might? Who's here? Are they our enemies or our allies? It must be an ally. That palm was aimed at the enemy. Oh my god, I felt the sky collapsing just now. That's right, it collapsed so easily. How big was that palm? It felt like a mountain. The soldiers of Great Jing discussed excitedly. The generals shouted for them to be on high alert and not relax. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ping'an through the rolling dust. When Ping'an sensed the figure by his side, he subconsciously raised his huge hammer and swung it. Bang! Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. His huge hammer was blocked by the other party's finger. Seeing this, his expression became even more hideous. Stop it! But then, a familiar voice sounded and Ping'an was stunned. His ferocious expression instantly turned into a silly smile. Mas! Master! Ping'an shouted excitedly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rose from the ground and swept away the surrounding dust, revealing Zhang Changshan's figure. Jang Chong Shang wore a robe made of feathers, and he placed the Taihang sword on his waist. He held the Kailan horsetail whisk in his hand, and as he waved it, a gentle breeze dispelled the dust on the battlefield. Soon, the battlefield was revealed. Everyone looked over with fear and horror. In front of Jang Chong Shang, there was just a mess of flesh and blood on the ground. There were horse corpses and human corpses. All of them had been crushed into meat paste with broken limbs covering a radius of several miles. A huge palm print appeared. It was 2,000 feet wide and nearly 3,000 feet long. However, it was not very deep. There were also many corpses at the edge of the palm print, forming a purgatory scene. This scene shocked everyone on both sides. That one palm strike had killed at least hundreds of thousands of cavalry. Those cavalrymen who were almost shocked to death stood rooted on the spot as they looked at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of them in a daze. Master! Huang Chuan roared excitedly. The disciples of Loni Temple cheered one after another, and the great Jing army immediately exploded. Is he immortal Master Chong Shang from Loni Temple? Hiss, what kind of palm technique was that? This is too terrifying. Is that the ultimate technique of Loni Temple? As expected of the holy land of the martial arts world. The war god is here. It's the war god. He's a martial arts legend. Ha 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 ha, we're saved. Can this power be gained by a martial artist? The true god I've seen on the battlefield are far less powerful. Millions of soldiers were clamoring, and their voices were so loud that it seemed as if they wanted to overturn the sky. They were so excited that they were about to faint. They were all prepared to die, but they did not expect immortal Master Chong Shang to descend from the sky and interrupt the battlefield with a single palm. They would never forget such power for the rest of their lives. Unforgettable. The soldiers of the 9 dynasties turned pale and trembled. Some even dropped their weapons on the ground. What did they see? Was he even human? Jang Chong Shang looked ahead and saw figures rising behind the army of the 9 dynasties. They were all true gods. 8 true gods. They were not the fake true gods of the Mahayana Dragon Tower who burned their lifespan, but real true gods. All of them had powerful auras and terrifying winds rose around them. Meng Xian was among them. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Jang Chong Shang. Even though they knew about the Golden Body Realm, they had never seen someone in the Golden Body Realm in action. Zhang Changshan's attack today had shocked them. What kind of martial arts technique was that? Meng Xian shouted, Senior Dong Feng, please take action. His voice echoed in the sky. He understood that if he did not restrain Jang Chong Shang and allowed him to massacre the battlefield, it would be over for them. Chapter 81, Is that all someone in the Golden Body Realm can do? Senior Dong Feng? Anticipation surfaced in Zhang Changshan's eyes. In order to force that Golden Body Realm expert to attack, he deliberately held back, fearing that his Zaiwei imprisoning Heaven Divine Dao Palm would scare the other party away. He gripped the Kailan horsetail whisk tightly and his wrists kept shaking. Looking carefully, his hands were also trembling. It was not from fear, but from extreme excitement. Fortunately, he had Ping'an by his side. If it were someone else, they would really think that he was afraid. Come out, don't disappoint me. Jang Chong Shang muttered to himself. Ping'an did not understand his words and merely stared at the 8 true gods in the distance. He was like a wild beast that was about to rush up at any time. He was just waiting for Jang Chong Shang to speak. The battlefield was silent. Jang Chong Shang did not take any action. The army of Great Jing stood still while the armies of the 9 dynasties waited for the mysterious senior Dongfang to appear. This old man has lived on this continent for so long and travelled through 42 dynasties, but I have never seen you before. Which force are you from? An ice-cold voice sounded, and a terrifying pillar of air rose behind the army of the 9 dynasties. Strong winds surrounded that person, similar to a tornado. A figure rose from the pillar of air, flickering with golden light. He was that senior Dongfang. He wore a set of green robes and had a sword on his waist. His hair fluttered like withered grass, and his face was cold and weathered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The surface of his body reflected a faint golden light, giving off an indestructible feeling. When Jang Chong Shang arrived at the battlefield, he had already noticed the other party's aura. However, after Senior Dongfang exerted his aura suddenly increased, far exceeding his previous state. It had to be said that the gap between the Golden Body Realm and the True God Realm was huge. True gods could move forward in the air, and so could Golden Body Realm experts. The physique and blood qi of the latter were as powerful as the sun, and the true qi in their bodies burned like flames. The air pillar around Senior Dongfang suddenly dispersed. He stepped in the air and walked past the heads of the 8 true gods. He walked towards Jang Chong Shang step by step. The distance between each of his steps was hundreds of feet, as if he had teleported. The soldiers of the 9 dynasties raised their heads one after another, as if they were looking up at a god. In the camp at the back of the battlefield, countless logistics personnel were also dumbstruck as they watched this scene. As soon as a Golden Body Realm expert appeared, even true gods were overshadowed. At that moment, Senior Dongfang became the most eye-catching existence in the world. He flew over the army of 9 dynasties and stopped above the sea of blood. He looked down at Jang Chong Shang with an indifferent expression. Jang Chong Shang looked up and smiled. I'm from Great Jing. Don't you know? Senior Dongfang frowned and snorted. Come up and fight me. You are already a Golden Body Realm expert. Why do you have to fight against mortals? His words were filled with disdain as he scoffed at Jang Changshen's previous actions. Jang Chong Shang immediately rose into the air. As he rose into the air, he waved his left hand and spiritual energy beams constantly fell before turning into spirit soldiers. By the time he rose to Senior Dongfang's altitude, the ground was filled with spirit soldiers. Senior Dongfang frowned and asked, what kind of unique technique is this? Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, it's just a smokescreen. Come, let me experience the power of the Golden Body Realm. Then let's fight. Senior Dongfang's withered hair fluttered again, and his fierce aura dissipated. The faint golden light on his body became even more conspicuous. The two of them were high in the sky, so the soldiers on the battlefield could not see them clearly. They could only see Senior Dongfang flickering with golden light. A Golden Body Realm expert had arrived. It was time for the battle. Meng Xian immediately shouted, kill them and flatten the army of Great Jing. Tens of millions of troops charged forward again. The cavalry dispersed and circled around the sea of blood, preparing to surround the Jing dynasty army from the left and right sides. The foot soldiers, archers, and heavy armored soldiers followed behind the cavalry. Looking from the sky, the tens of millions of troops were divided into 2 directions. They were like a tiger's mouth that wanted to devour lambs. The million-strong army of the Jing dynasty looked like it could be devoured at any time. Shouts of war once again filled the battlefield in the wasteland. The first thing the army of the 9 dynasties had to face was the spirit soldiers. Nearly 100 spirit soldiers would land every second to expand their numbers. At this moment, Zhang Yu was still biding his time and waited for the other party to approach. In the sky, Senior Dongfang suddenly slapped Jang Chong Shang. This palm strike set off a terrifyingly strong wind that was unstoppable. Jang Changshen's robes and long hair fluttered in the wind, but he was not injured. Senior Dongfang was shocked, but he did not panic. Instead, he disappeared and appeared in front of Jang Chong Shang out of thin air. His hands intersected with the hilt of the sword on his waist and he pulled it out angrily. Boom! Saber chi and sword chi exploded and wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. The sea of clouds scattered. It looked magnificent. Senior Dongfang waved his sword crazily. His speed was extremely fast, producing afterimages. It was as if thousands of arms were waving at the same time, powerful and spectacular. Jang Chong Shang held the Kailan horsetail whisk in his hand. His movements were much slower than Senior Dongfang, but he easily blocked every sword swing of his opponent. As he parried each move, he continued to sprinkle spirit beans. An endless stream of spirit beans could be seen sprinkling on the battlefield like rain, forming spirit soldiers the moment they landed. How is that possible? Senior Dongfang widened his eyes in disbelief. Ever since he stepped into the Golden Body Realm, he had sparred with other Golden Body Realm experts, but he had never felt so powerless. The other party's unfathomable strength frightened him. It had been hundreds of years since he felt such pressure. Senior Dongfang suddenly retreated and raised his saber with his right hand. With a furious shout that shook the heavens and earth, he slashed down. The saber light flickered and 1,000-foot-long saber chi shot out. It was as if the sky was split into two and collided with Jang Chong Shang. However, it was easily scattered by Jang Changshen's Kailan horsetail whisk. Jang Changshen's attitude was calm and collected as another handful of spirit beans was sprinkled down from his left hand. Seeing this, Senior Dongfang's expression was extremely ugly. The vanguard troops of the 9 dynasties had already clashed with the spirit soldiers. At that moment, there were thousands of spirit soldiers, which was equivalent to thousands of spiritual sense realm experts blocking the charge of the cavalry. 7 true gods rushed over, but Pingan suddenly threw out his twin hammers, hitting 2 war horses and directly causing their bodies to explode. Blood splattered on the surrounding cavalrymen. The 2 hammers were unstoppable as they smashed through the cavalrymen and war horses one after another. Pingan laughed wildly and leaped up to face 7 true gods alone. King Qin also shouted, "Pound the drums! Kill!" The war drums on both sides were sounded. The million-strong army rushed to the battlefield like a tiger out of its cage. The battlefront was several miles long, and the encirclement of the 9 armies had been extended to dozens of miles and was still expanding. Boom! A figure descended from the sky and smashed into the army of the 9 dynasties. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, killing hundreds of soldiers. More soldiers were flipped to the ground, causing dust to rise. The soldiers nearby looked over in horror, wanting to see what was going on. However, more soldiers were still charging forward. The war had begun, and the soldiers on both sides had already faced each other. When the dust dissipated, Senior Dongfang slowly stood up. His body was trembling, his clothes were torn, and the sword in his hand was broken. He looked at the sky in disbelief. When Meng Xian saw that it was Senior Dongfang, his expression changed. Senior Dongfang could not defeat that demonic priest? How long had it been? Even if he could not defeat him, he could still restrain him, right? He could not understand at all. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded from the sky. Is that all someone in the Golden Body Realm can do? Only Senior Dongfang could hear him and it made him furious. As his life was coming to an end, even though he knew that he was not the opponent's opponent, he still wanted to fight to the death. After 300 years of martial arts training, how could he be humiliated? Senior Dongfang tore off the torn robe on his upper body and put his palms together. His physique expanded and his muscles became stronger. His body continued to expand and the surface of his body turned golden red. Strong winds swept up, mixed with blood and flesh on the ground. Rumble! Thunderclouds suddenly gathered and the might of heaven enveloped the battlefield, causing the blood of the soldiers on both sides to boil. Golden body ignited with blood, heaven and earth trembled, and lightning roared. The soldiers of Great Jing met up with the spirit soldiers and fought against the 9 armies together. Emperor Yang Zhao, Su Tianji, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, Li Jun and the others were like wolves that entered a flock of sheep as they massacred without restraint. The experts from the Martial Comprehension Valley and Star Gathering Tower also arrived, and the final battle completely broke out. The battlefield turned dark, and Senior Dongfang became the most dazzling existence between heaven and earth. The golden light was incomparably dazzling, and he seemed to be about to become a sage with a corporeal body. His aura rose steadily, stirring up the wind and clouds between heaven and earth with peerless domineeringness. Right at this moment, the thunderclouds were scattered, and a purple light illuminated the earth. Countless people looked up and were shocked. A purple palm silhouette that was even larger than before appeared. It covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Ziwei imprisoning heaven divine Dao palm. Jang Chong Shang was high and mighty. As he sprinkled beans, he looked down at Senior Dongfang with an indifferent expression. How are you going to withstand this palm with your puny golden body? Senior Dongfang was also frightened by the Ziwei imprisoning heaven divine Dao palm, but he was already prepared. Even though he was afraid, he would never escape. Arrogant. He leaped up and rose into the air like an arrow. He tightened his muscles, causing them to bulge. His blood vessels were like snakes as he infused his true qi into his right fist. In an instant, his right fist burst out with a resplendent golden light and he roared as he punched out. His true qi exploded and released a golden dragon. This golden dragon was 1,000 feet long and was extremely spectacular and powerful. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the battlefield and was shocking. However, in front of the Ziwei imprisoning heaven divine Dao palm, this golden dragon was as small as an earthworm. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the purple palm silhouette and dissipated into thin air. The speed of the purple palm silhouette suddenly increased and suddenly smashed into Senior Dongfang. Then, it continued to descend and struck the army of 9 dynasties. The world shook. The soldiers of the 9 dynasties who were fighting were suddenly overturned by the strong wind behind them. Millions of soldiers were cut down like straw. Even the soldiers of Great Jing were pushed back. They turned around and saw a surging dust storm sweeping over. The ground cracked, and cracks expanded at a rapid speed. On the war chariot, the soldiers of the 9 dynasties who were beating the drum stopped one after another and looked ahead in a daze. Even Meng Xian stood rooted on the spot until the dust drowned them all. Too powerful. Zhang Yu, who stood in Great Jing's camp, trembled as he muttered to himself. From afar, he could see everything clearly. The palm strike just now was so huge that even he, an ally, felt despair. If such a huge palm were to smash into the Jing dynasty army, how terrifying would it be? It would definitely end the war with one palm. Strong winds howled through the battlefield, and dust covered most of the people. Ping'an picked up his 2 hammers and continued to kill. He was not affected by the dust at all. He was like a savage beast that kept killing. The true gods who besieged Ping'an were frightened. Senior Dongfang won't die, right? How is that possible? He's at the Golden Body realm. The demonic priest is too savage. Damn it, what kind of ultimate technique is that? How strong is that technique? On the war chariot, Meng Xian released his true qi and scattered the dust in all directions. He looked over, hoping to see Senior Dongfang rising. Right at this moment, the saber in his hand trembled violently. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but he could not hold on to it. The saber rose into the air, and the weapons of the surrounding soldiers also left his hands. They rose and disappeared into the dust. What's going on? Meng Xian looked up in fear and suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Chapter 82, What are we facing? Tranklatunr, apnv tranklatacy, ftatunr, apnv tranklatacy. The battlefield was dim. The armies of the 9 enemy dynasties and the Jing dynasty could barely even see the battlefield, but they were still fighting with all their might, forgetting the fear of death. The spirit soldiers appeared and disappeared unpredictably on the battlefield, turning them into nightmares for the soldiers of the 9 enemy dynasties. They were shocked to discover that it seemed like their numbers were not decreasing. The demonic priest was still using his scattering beams into soldiers' technique. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the dust on the battlefield again. Finally, everyone could see the battlefield clearly. The soldiers of the 9 dynasties at the front continued to fight bloody battles, while the soldiers at the back were frightened. The army of the 9 dynasties was directly decimated, leaving only large pools of blood on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The blood pools occupied a diameter of dozens of miles and was extremely terrifying. The scent of blood suffused into the air and blood flowed like a river. Countless corpses lay on the ground. The earth was devastated. It was as if the apocalypse had just happened. How is that possible? He's not a human. He's not a human. I'm not dreaming, am I? How are we going to fight? Why is this happening? Impossible, impossible. It must be a sorcery, a sorcery. A lot of soldiers were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Meng Xian looked up with an anxious expression as he frantically searched for Senior Dongfang. As long as Senior Dongfang did not die, they still had hope. Suddenly, he saw a corpse. The corpse flickered with a faint golden light. When Meng Xian saw this, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning as despair surfaced on his face. Senior Dongfang was lying in a pool of blood with only his upper body remaining, but his body was still maintaining the posture of punching. His body was still golden red, but it was covered with cracks. With widened eyes, he died with remaining grievances. That palm strike had killed millions of soldiers and also killed this golden body realm expert. Meng Xian looked up. The moment he did, his body froze. He was not the only one who looked up. As more and more soldiers looked up, despair spread on their faces. Countless sabers, swords, nalbaras, spears, nooks, axes, and etner weapons hung upside down in the sky. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. Even the soldiers who were still fighting began to notice the spectacular scene in the sky one after another, and all of them widened their eyes. The true gods wreaking havoc on the battlefield pulled away one after another and looked up at the sky. One of them turned pale and smiled sadly. What exactly are we facing? No one answered him, and he did not need an answer because he was asking himself. Millions of weapons hung in the sky. Only the people in their path could feel the pressure. At that moment, all hope and fighting spirit disappeared. The war had stopped again. The soldiers on the side of Great Jing did not cheer. Their minds were blank from shock. Could martial arts really make someone so powerful? Run! Someone shouted, and countless soldiers of the 9 enemy dynasties suddenly woke up from their stupor. They turned around and fled, causing the ground to tremble again. In the camp of the army of the 9 dynasties in the distance, everyone also looked up at the weapons in the sky. The older soldiers knelt down and kowtowed incessantly, begging for forgiveness. They thought that they had offended the heavens and that the heavens wanted to punish them. Other than that, they could not explain what they had seen. On top of the pile of weapons, Jang Chong Shang looked down at everything and finally waved his hand slowly. If he was not cruel enough, it would be hard to achieve a deterrent effect. This was also the reason why he had been entangled with that senior Dongfang for a period of time. It was not despairing enough to directly insta-kill him. Of course, he did not want to slaughter all the armies of the 9 dynasties. It would be fine if he left half of them alive. In dozens of years, the land of the 9 dynasties would become theirs and they would all be family in the future. The weapons in the sky swooped down like a torrential rain, bringing with it the momentum as if the sky was collapsing. At that moment, everyone in the army of the 9 dynasties was in despair. The Jing dynasty army was not surprised. They just looked at the upcoming massacre in a daze. Si Province, Beijing. In the imperial study in the palace, Jang Xu put down the memorial, stood up, and wandered around the study. Jang Xu could not help but ask, "Father, are you worried about Grandmaster?" He was also worried that with the alliance army of the 9 dynasties and the Chao sects joining hands, could Grandmaster really do it alone? Jang Xu recalled the scene of Jang Chong Shang fighting against the Mahayana Dragon Tower alone and gave himself confidence. However, when he thought of the enemy's strength, he could not help but feel uneasy. Tens of millions of troops. He, an emperor who had been fighting for half his life, had never seen such an army. He could not imagine the vastness of such an army. Even if tens of thousands of pigs and dogs charged together, it was hard to imagine how they could resist. At that moment, a white-robed guard ran in and handed over a secret report. Zhang Ziyu hastily opened it and looked at it. His expression was still gloomy as he said, "I don't need information about the enemy's strength. I only want the battle report." "Yes." The white-robed guard hastily left. Zhang Ziyu walked out of the study and looked up at the northern battlefield with a sigh. "Father, I'm counting on you." Zhang Ziyu thought silently, and his eyes began to wander. Zhang Xiu walked out and stood by his father's side in silence. According to the appointed time, the war should have started by now. Whether the dynasty would fall or would be devoured would depend on this battle. Even though he knew that Jang Chong Shang was very strong, when he thought of Zhang Changshan's usual kind attitude towards him, he found it hard to imagine how Zhang Chong Shang could turn the tide of such a battle. The more critical the situation was, the more confused the father and son were. "Stop looking. Even if that demonic priest can contain the battlefield, Great Jing will still perish." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded, startling the father and son to turn around and see a figure that had appeared on the eaves. It was the scholar from Star Gathering Tower. The scholar held a fan and looked down at them with a faint smile. Zhang Xiu's expression changed drastically and he immediately felt uneasy. Zhang Ziyu said with a cold expression, "I thought that Chao sects would act in an open and above-board way. It turns out that they would use such lowly methods." The scholar shook his head and laughed. "It can't be helped. Your backing is too hard to beat. Right now, there are no true gods in the capital. Emperor Jing, do you have any last words?" Zhang Ziyu snorted and said, with 2 Chao sects joining, will the 13 prefectures be enough for you? If it were any other dynasty, it would indeed not be enough. However, under the 13 prefectures, there is a dragon vein, so we have to fight for it. In order to annex you, we have prepared for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, our opponent has changed from the Mahayana Dragon Tower to that demonic priest. However, this is also good. Without the Mahayana Dragon Tower, we don't have to deal with other Chao sects that are on good terms with us. The scholar shook his head and sighed. Dragon vein. So that was the case. Zhang Jian was relieved. He pulled Jang Xu behind him and asked, "You can kill me, but can you let the others go?" The scholar mocked, "Emperor, do you think that's possible? In order to rope in 9 dynasties, we have killed batches of royal families. How can your Zhang family be spared? Today, you have to die. Your son has to die. Everyone in the palace has to die." The scholar leaped up and the fan in his hand transformed into a sharp blade as he waved it towards Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian immediately prepared to wave his palm to deal with the attack. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Jian and pointed towards the sky. A visible force shot out at an extraordinary speed and pierced through the scholar's forehead. The scholar widened his eyes and cried out in horror, "How could it be him?" Plop! The scholar landed on the ground with his eyes wide open. Blood gushed out from his forehead and dyed one of his eyes red. Zhang Jian and Jang Xu were stunned as they looked at the figure in front of them in disbelief. Jang Chong Shang. Mas. Master, why are you here? Zhang Jian was not surprised. Instead, he was terrified. With Jang Chong Shang here, what should they do on the battlefield? All of Great Jing's forces were on the battlefield. If they were massacred, Great Jing would perish. Zhang Jian felt despair, but he could not blame Jang Chong Shang. His body softened and he lowered his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. Master, can you take my children away from the Jing dynasty? At least let the Zhang family leave behind their bloodline. Zhang Xu looked at Zhang Changshen's back in a daze and had mixed feelings. The Grand Master had chosen them between the dynasty and them. Zhang Chong Shang turned around and looked at Zhang Jian with a smile. Silly child, what are you thinking about? Prepare to celebrate your victory. After saying that, Zhang Chong Shang disappeared on the spot as if he had never appeared. Zhang Jian looked confused, not understanding Zhang Changshen's words. With Zhang Chong Shang here, how could they win the battle? Could it be that Zhang Chong Shang was on his way to the battlefield? In the courtyard, Zhang Chong Shang walked to the earth spirit tree and continued to cultivate. Bai Qi could not help but ask, "Deist Master, aren't you being too arrogant by relying on a clone to go to the battlefield?" The basis of Zhang Changshen's clone technique was to divide his spiritual energy. At most, he could split his spiritual energy into 100 clones. In that case, his spiritual energy would be reduced to 1%. Right now, Zhang Chong Shang only had 1 clone. Be it his real body or his clone, he only had half of his spiritual energy. But it was enough. Zhang Chong Shang did not want to rely on the clone technique, but the current situation was special. He felt that the enemy would not abide by ethics. As expected, someone came to attack Zhang Jian. Right now, it was his clone that was active on the battlefield. It was enough for his clone to fight against someone at the Golden Body Realm. Even if a Universe Realm expert appeared, he could still fight. Zhang Chong Shang pretended to be helpless and said, "I am indeed a little arrogant, but there's nothing I can do, right?" His heart was filled with anticipation. How great of a survival reward could this battle bring him? Bai Qi remained silent. There was no one else in the courtyard, as Zhang Chong Shang had deliberately sent everyone away so that he would not expose his spell. It was enough for Bai Qi to be here to let him show off. New buds began to grow on the branches of the earth spirit tree. As the breeze blew, spiritual energy surged, making the area near the tree feel refreshing and cool. In the battlefield of the North Zhou dynasty, the 100-mile wasteland had become a living hell. There were weapons all over the ground, and every single one of them had pierced a corpse. Some were nailed to the ground, while others were hung on pikes and halberds. They were so densely packed that there was no way to count them. Zhang Yu directed the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. He looked at the corpses in all directions and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The Jing dynasty army was still chasing after the armies of the 9 dynasties, leaving tens of thousands of troops to inspect the battlefield. Thump! A corpse fell to Zhang Yu's side. It was Meng Xian, the commander-in-chief of the 9 armies who came from Tonggu Valley. Meng Xian also died with grievances, and his face was covered with blood. Zhang Yu did not know that the other party was a true god and thought that he was just an ordinary person. He turned around and saw Jang Chong Shang descending from the sky with a white cloud under his feet. Clouds. Zhang Yu's eyelids twitched. He could no longer care about his shock. He looked at Jang Chong Shang and lamented, "Brother Chong Shang, Great Jing has relied on you to turn the tide again." He knew that without Jang Chong Shang, the Zhang family would not have returned to its former glory. The Zhang family would become a joke in history. Jang Chong Shang looked down at him and said with a smile, "I should go back. The true gods on the other side are all dead, and the only ones left are those wanderers. Don't chase them too closely. Even though we have won a huge victory, we still need time to digest it." Zhang Yu nodded and urged, "All right, you should go back quickly. I'm worried that someone will harm His Majesty." Jang Chong Shang turned around and flew away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. So fast. Free and unfettered under the heavens. He was indeed an immortal. Zhang Yu sighed with emotion. Although he could not fathom Zhang Changshen's strength, but he knew that he was family. His mood surged. After this battle, how strong would Great Jing be? Chapter 83, First Obtainment of a Mystical Power, Dao Ancestor Great Jing. In the 17th year of the Qunwu era, the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower gathered a total of 9 dynasties to attack Great Jing, leading the latter to be on the verge of a crisis. Fortunately, you took action. As a result, you survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Divine Power, Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique. In the 17th year of the Qunwu era / the Deputy Pavilion Master of Star Gathering Tower, Scholar Li, wanted to attack the royal family of the Great Jing dynasty. Fortunately, you took action. You survived the calamity and received a survival reward. Magical Weapon, Giant Spirit Ring. 2 consecutive notifications appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. He immediately smiled and returned to his room. Bai Qi looked up. Although she was curious, she did not dare to disturb him. At this time, Zhang Changshen's clone had returned, indicating that the war had ended. She could not imagine how Jang Chong Shang had won against 2 Chao sects and the tens of millions of soldiers. Inside the house, Jang Chong Shang took out the giant spirit ring first. The giant spirit ring was silver in color and its surface was embedded with tiny jade stones of different colors. The inherited memories of the giant spirit ring surged into his mind. This ring could be used as a storage ring, as it had a large space inside, and when spiritual energy was injected into the giant spirit ring, it could also trigger it to form a protective shield to resist against incoming attacks. It was a very practical magical weapon. Jang Chong Shang immediately put it on and at the same time, refined the ring so that it would acknowledge him as its master. An hour later, he began to inherit the memories of the divine power of the Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique. The Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique sounded awesome, and this was his first divine power. The scattering beans into soldiers spell was not a divine power. He wanted to see how powerful the Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique was. The Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique, as the name implies, could move mountains. The reason why it was a divine power was naturally not because it could move mountains in the traditional sense. With this technique, he could temporarily absorb mountains into his body and move them, which also would cause his body to have the weight of absorbed mountains. He could also directly lift mountains and shrink them into his palms, but the actual weight of it would not change. Hiss! Not bad. Zhang Chong Shang could hide a mountain in his palm with the Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique and suddenly smash it towards the enemy. How domineering would that be? In addition, the Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique was not only a technique that could only move mountains. It could also move other large objects with the same effect. However, it was best not to hide living creatures in one's body as it would easily cause one's spiritual energy to be chaotic. As for how big of a mountain he could move, it was unknown for the time being. Since it was a divine power, it was definitely not something that could be used with just spiritual energy. It could definitely unleash a greater effect than just using spiritual energy. Jang Chong Shang was very satisfied with these 2 rewards. He should be able to relax for a long time in the future. With so much time, he should be able to spend time cultivating the divine power of the Great Yan Mountain Movement Technique and break through to the 7th level of the Dao Technique. Several days later, a piece of news shocked the entire world. When the Great Jing army fought against the armies of 9 different dynasties, immortal master Chong Shang took action and killed 4 million enemy troops alone. The great Jing army pursued the victory and the 9 armies were utterly defeated, less than half of the 10 million troops were left. The 22 prefectures were in an uproar, and the surrounding dynasties were also shocked. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was that the information was wrong. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. That was tens of millions of troops. How could 4 million people be killed by one person in a day? Even if it was 4 million pigs, how many could they kill in a day? However, more and more details of the battlefield began to spread. Some said that Golden Body Realm experts and True God Realm experts had been slaughtered, some said that there were purple palm silhouettes as large as the sky, some said that there were weapons hanging in the sky, and some said that beans were turning into soldiers. The more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. The name of the immortal master Chong Shang once again spread throughout the world. This time, his name brought about a bad reputation. After all, it was a reputation formed by the accumulation of more than 4 million souls. When Jang Xu heard the news, he laughed out loud and was extremely excited. He held an emergency court meeting, and the officials gathered. Everyone was very excited. Great Jing was alive and thriving. You said that Great Jing is destined to end. How do you feel now? Jang Xu asked with a high-spirited smile. Jang Xu also looked at the officials teasingly. Many of the officials had awkward expressions and could only flatter Jang Xu. Your Majesty is wise. You have once again saved Great Jing. A battle will decide the world. From now on, no previous emperor in the 13 prefectures can compare to His Majesty. This is an unprecedented achievement, Your Majesty is mighty. Ha ha ha, the heavens bless Great Jing, the heavens bless Great Jing. God bless His Majesty. His Majesty is fated. The officials' flattery made Jang Xu even happier. How proud he was today. The anger he had accumulated over the past 2 years had been completely vented. Awesome! It felt so good. Han Tianji did not say anything. He was still shocked, as he knew more details about the battlefield. It was entirely immortal Master Chong Shang who destroyed the 2 Chao sects. After this war, not only would 9 dynasties fall, but the 2 Chao sects would also be finished. After all the Chao sects were eyeing each other covetously. Now that the Martial Comprehension Valley and Star Gathering Tower had suffered such a calamity, the other Chao sects would definitely devour them. None of these could compare to Great Jing. Great Jing would completely rise and establish an independent martial arts dynasty. For a long time, dynasties had been controlled by martial artists. Only Great Jing had imperial power above martial artists. Han Tianji was also excited. After all, he had chosen to side with Great Jing. With the rise of Great Jing, he was also proud. Chen Li stepped forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Your Majesty, how can Your Majesty not reward the immortal Master Chong Shang for his contributions? The other officials agreed with him. Everyone knew about the relationship between Jang Chong Shang and Jang Xu. No matter how much they rewarded him, it would not be a problem. They did not even have to worry about him coveting imperial power because immortal Master Chong Shang had suppressed the 9 dynasties by himself. If he wanted to rebel, who could stop him? That's exactly what I have in mind. Immortal Master Chong Shang is my master, and he has no intention to govern. He spends all day refining elixirs and cultivating the Dao. Therefore, I will bestow him with the title of Dao Ancestor. From now on, all future emperors will not be able to ignore Loni Temple, and it will be established as the holy land of the martial arts world. The officials and commoners of the Great Jing dynasty will have to kneel and pay their respects to the Dao ancestor as if they are meeting me. Jang Xu smiled and said. He paused for a moment before he added, if martial artists wish to challenge the disciples of Loni Temple, it is still possible. They can even challenge the Dao ancestor, but they must not harm the innocent. That was Zhang Changshen's special order not to prohibit experts from challenging him. As for the reason, he did not say. Jang Xu thought that he was itching for a fight. After all, everyone had an aggressive side. Your Majesty is wise. The officials praised him, and no one dared to refute. The Dao Ancestor. This title was really resounding. Little did they know that there was another reason why Jang Xu gave the title of Dao Ancestor. A Dao Ancestor was also considered an imperial ancestor. The emperor announced to the world that he would appoint Daoist Master Chong Shang as the Dao Ancestor. He also declared Loni Temple as the holy land of the martial arts world and posted a notice to all the cities. The martial arts world was shocked. Since ancient times, Loni Temple was the first martial arts sect to be conferred as a holy land by a royal court. In the past, emperors would be afraid of martial arts sects. Therefore, there were many holy lands that were conferred by people from the martial arts world. Everyone in Loni Temple was excited. The pilgrims were constantly coming, and the gate was as crowded as a marketplace. A large number of nobles also came to give gifts. In a courtyard, as Jing stood in front of her father, he crouched down and instructed, "Jing, train well in the Daoist temple in the future and don't go down the mountain. I will come up the mountain to see you often. What do you think?" This place was the holy land of Great Jing. The burly man did not dare to receive so many privileges, fearing that Loni Temple would not want his daughter anymore. Jing nodded and giggled. "Father, I like this place very much. Everyone is very good to me. Father, don't worry. I will be happy." The burly man's eyes reddened. He rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Jing is so obedient. Our family's luck is about to change." They were really blessed by the heavens. The burly man could not forget Jang Chong Shang. He knew that their family's good luck stemmed from that Daoist master. The current Dao ancestor. The hustle and bustle of Loni Temple continued for a long time. Hua Jiangxin and Jang Xu often brought other princes and princesses with them. They were all his grandsons and granddaughters, so Jang Chong Shang naturally did not put on airs. The princes and princesses all admired Jang Chong Shang and kept asking about the decisive battle and the scattering beans into soldiers' spell. Their arrival was also Jang Jian's idea. He did not wish for future generations to not acknowledge Jang Chong Shang. It was not until the new year that the hustle and bustle of Loni Temple finally subsided. Among the mountains, pavilions were hidden in the valley, just like a village in a peach garden. In a pavilion, bang! A table was smashed into pieces. The culprit was a young man in blue, and his handsome face had become twisted. Valley Master Wei Huo sat on the chair with a gloomy expression and fear in his eyes. A white-robed woman stood beside the blue-robed young man. She was beautiful and had a dignified temperament. She looked at the blue-robed young man with worry. The blue-robed young man glared at Wei Huo and angrily said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My father is an expert in the golden body realm and has lived for 300 years. He is unrivaled in the world. How could he die on the battlefield with the men of two Chao sects accompanying him? Furthermore, he was killed by a single person? Father-in-law, are you teasing? He was the son of Senior Dongfang Rujun. In order to rope in Senior Dongfang, Wei Huo married his only daughter to Dongfang Rujun and promised to make Dongfang Rujun the next valley master. The martial comprehension valley was not hereditary. As long as Dongfang Rujun became a disciple of the martial comprehension valley and contributed greatly, it would not be difficult for him to become the valley master. Furthermore, he had his father who was in the golden body realm backing him. Wei Huo said in a deep voice, "Rujun, how am I teasing you? Isn't it enough to prove that all your senior uncles are dead? Do you think that the martial comprehension valley and the star gathering tower plotted against your father? Take a closer look. Other than me, there are no other true gods in the martial comprehension valley. Moreover, how can we have the strength to plot against someone in the golden body realm?" Dongfang Rujun tried hard to calm himself down. He knew that Wei Huo could not have deceived him, but he could not accept this fact. In his heart, his father was invincible. How did all the top martial artists from a Chao sect get wiped out in an unlosable battle? Why? Why is the demonic priest so powerful? Dongfang Rujun collapsed on a chair, trembling. Unprecedented fear filled his heart and the room fell into silence. He was not the only one who was afraid. Wei Huo was also afraid. The white-robed woman could not help but ask, "Father, what should we do next?" Wei Huo raised his head. His eyes were numb as he said in a hoarse voice, leave this place." Dongfang Rujun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "What about this grudge?" Wei Huo smiled miserably and said, "You want revenge? Forget it. Let's live first. Hundreds of years later, when that demonic priest dies, we will take revenge on Great Jing. I hope you can live until that day." He also hoped that the martial comprehension valley could last until that day. What realm is he in? Could it be that there is a higher realm above the golden body realm? Dongfang Rujun asked. His eyes were bloodshot. The anger and grievance in his heart almost made him faint. Wei Huo was silent. He was also confused. Dongfang Rujun stood up, took a deep breath, and said, I am prepared to go to the Xiansheng Grotto heaven. If there is really an existence beyond the golden body realm in this world, they can only be in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven. I am going to practice martial arts and avenge my father with my own hands in the future. Father-in-law, I'll entrust her to you. With that said, Dongfang Rujun left resolutely, ignoring the cries of the white-robed woman. Chapter 84, Everyone in the world knows the Dao ancestor. The 18th year of the Qinwu era. The Chen dynasty and the northern Zhou dynasty surrendered. With this victory, the Jing dynasty expanded and recaptured the invaded lands. In the past few months, heads continued to fall from various places and the emperor began to settle accounts. Those officials who had surrendered were beheaded or sent to the border. From the prime ministers of the 3 provinces to the ordinary county officers, none of them were spared. No one dared to rebel against such cruelty. In order to expand the dynasty's military strength and recruit more civil servants, Jang Xu announced to the world that merchants could open up their wallets and those who contributed greatly could be promoted to a noble. The state treasury that was originally in a deficit became rich in a short period of time. Not only were the merchants of the dynasty was doing this, but merchant families from other dynasties also came to surrender. Be it inside or outside, everyone knew that an unprecedented dynasty was about to rise and the dynasties surrounding it would definitely be annexed. Having learned his lesson, Jang Xu was not in a hurry to start a war. Instead, he first stabilized his territory. Tiangang, Nanyuan, and Wei surrendered. The imperial family of those dynasties were demoted to become just a royal family. If they did not surrender, they would be slaughtered sooner or later. With Great Jing's Dao ancestors' reputation, Great Jing ushered in a period of rapid expansion. At night, Jang Chong Shang sat on a tree and looked at the brightly lit capital. After half a year, the capital had become extremely prosperous. The lights were always on all night, making it feel like a nightless city. He felt as if he had come to an ancient city in the Tang dynasty in his previous life. In terms of national strength and territory, Great Jing far exceeded the Great Tang dynasty. However, this was the world of martial arts, and such a world far exceeded the strength limit on earth. The strength of martial artists was even more incalculable. This was all his credit. Jang Chong Shang sighed with emotion and felt rather complacent. Even though it was not in the court, it was a wonderful feeling to have made great contributions to the dynasty. There should be no calamity in the next 20 years, right? Jang Chong Shang thought to himself. It was too outrageous to think that 20 dynasties would besiege Great Jing. As long as Great Jing was not arrogant, that would not happen. After watching for a while, Jang Chong Shang got down and sat under a tree to cultivate. Whoosh! 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 Under a huge waterfall, a lake was covered with mist, making this area look like a paradise. A figure sat on a rock, enduring the impact of the water falling down on him. His body was surrounded by a faint blood qi. It was a young man. Upon closer inspection, he looked exactly the same as Jang Xu. However, the birthmark between his eyebrows was blood red, making him look rather aggressive. Several miles away, the Four Seas sage was lying on a huge rock by the lake as he basked in the sun. A figure leaped off an eagle and landed beside him. This person wore a white feather robe with an iron whip tied to his waist. He smiled and said, Four Seas, why have you been guarding your precious disciple here? Are you afraid that we will snatch him away? The Four Seas sage opened one of his eyes and looked at the person who came. Senior brother Hung Feng, what are you doing here? Senior brother Hung Feng smiled and said, something big happened outside the grotto heaven, and you just happened to have returned from Great Jing, so I came to ask you. Hearing this, the Four Seas sage sat up and began to pick his ears with one finger. He impatiently asked, what's the matter? The Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower led a total of 9 dynasties to besiege Great Jing. The Martial Comprehension Valley even invited an old monster at the Golden Body Realm. However, they were completely defeated. That old monster at the Golden Body Realm died on the battlefield without a complete corpse. And it was all because of one person, Immortal Master Chongsheng of Great Jing, who was called the Dao ancestor by the Emperor of Jing. Senior brother Hung Feng chuckled. When he heard the first half of the sentence, the expression of the Four Seas sage changed drastically. However, the more he heard, the stranger his expression became. The demonic priest was still so terrifying. He could even kill those at the Golden Body Realm? Oh my god! Senior brother Hung Feng sighed and said, the corporeal body of a Golden Body Realm expert is extremely powerful. Even if they die, their skin will not wither and their golden bones will not decay. However, it is said that such a powerful golden body realm expert was cut in half by the Dao ancestor of Great Jing. Right now, many disciples are discussing it in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. Even the seniors of the previous generation are curious. He really became famous after that battle. Great Jing is located in a small corner in the south of this continent. Even though there is a dragon vein there, it is extremely far from the center of the continent and the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. To think that his reputation could spread here. Impressive. The Four Seas sage said angrily, of course. If you can kill an old monster at the Golden Body Realm, won't your name also shake the world? Senior brother Hung Feng sighed and said, I was just wondering how could someone reach the Golden Body Realm so easily. By the way, have you ever seen the Dao ancestor of Great Jing? Of course I've seen him before. I've even fought him before. The Four Seas sage pinched his beard and said proudly. Senior brother Hung Feng carefully sized him up and questioned, your strength is so weak, how can you survive under his hands? The Four Seas sage said in disdain, you don't understand. This is the charm of my personality. Even though my martial arts are lacking, my elegance had convinced the Dao ancestor of Great Jing. He even invited me to drink. Really? Really? Quick, tell me what kind of person the Dao ancestor is. Do you have any wine? I knew it. Come with me. Hee hee. After the new spring, the capital became more and more prosperous. There were even foreign caravans appearing, and the number of martial artists in the land was also increasing. Because of these reasons, the emperor issued a major decision to expand the capital. The citizens did not have any objections. Compared to the construction of the canal by the martial ancestor, the expansion of the capital was nothing. On this day, Jang Chong Shang was cultivating when a notification appeared before his eyes. 18th year of the Qunwu era, Li Taishun, whom you had marked, was successfully reincarnated and born in the North Zhou dynasty. Li Taishun was Unic Li. Jang Chong Shang had left a reincarnation mark on all the people he was familiar with. Although he was not going to personally find them, at the very least, he could have more fun and see how they turned out. Meng Qiuhuang reincarnated the second year after her death, but Unic Li only reincarnated after a few years. The Empress had yet to reincarnate, so the matter of reincarnation was really unpredictable. Jang Chong Shang was slightly lost in thought before he continued to cultivate. At the same time, in a courtyard in the capital, Yu Yanyi sat opposite someone. The other party was also a woman who looked older than her. She looked to be in her 30s and was dressed in purple clothes. Yu Yanyi forced a smile and said, from what you said, he became famous after that battle. The purple-robed woman sighed and said, not to mention that he has killed more than 4 million mortal soldiers, killing an old monster who was the Golden Body Realm is enough to make his name resound throughout the world. Even the top 3 Chao sects are probing for information about him. Yu Yanyi's eyes were filled with fear and joy. Fortunately, she was not rude when she met Jang Chong Shang. Otherwise, wouldn't the Fuyu family follow in the footsteps of the Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower? God Blade Tian has already started to kill the disciples of the Star Gathering Tower. The two sects are adjacent to each other, so God Blade Tian naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Even without God Blade Tian, it would be hard for the Star Gathering Tower to recover its strength within the next 200 years. The purple-robed woman sighed. Yu Yanyi asked, will the God Blade Tian target the 13 prefectures? The purple-robed woman shook her head and laughed. How is that possible? They probably have to get their dynasties to pay tributes to Great Jing for peace. As long as the Dao ancestor is alive, no one would dare to touch Great Jing. Besides, no one knows how old he is. Yu Yanyi recalled Zhang Changshen's appearance, but she could not put out a guess. However, she was in the impression that Zhang Chongshang was not old. Compared to those old farts, his temperament was completely different. The family had asked me to tell you to think of a way to befriend Loni Temple. Loni Temple has the possibility of becoming a Chao sect, so take this as a meeting gift. The purple-robed woman took out a wooden box from her bosom. Yu Yanyi took it and opened it. When she saw what was inside, she was stunned and her expression became complicated. March. The martial arts examination was once again held. But this time, it was different from previous years. There were now more martial artists who registered, including martial artists from the Chen Dynasty, the North Zhou Dynasty, and the Nanyuan Dynasty. As a result, many inns were temporarily set up outside the capital for martial artists to stay. In Loni Temple, Wan Li was currently reporting the recent situation of Loni Temple to Jang Chong Shang. As Loni Temple was established as a holy land, a large number of nobles wanted to send their disciples into the mountain. Jang Chong Shang said, "Loni Temple is only so big. You don't have to accept too many disciples. You don't have to worry about offending the nobles. Right now, Loni Temple is the most noble existence in the capital." Wan Li nodded and felt that it made sense. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I will limit the number to 1,000. In the future, the disciples will no longer have to travel the world to take in orphans." Jang Chong Shang nodded in agreement. After that, Wan Li asked for more instructions before he left. Jang Chong Shang sighed. He missed his eldest senior sister. If Meng Qiu's Huang were here, Wan Li would not have to ask him everything. Bai Qi asked, "Is it not good to have many disciples? Too noisy?" At that moment, Huang Chuan entered the courtyard with news that a person named Yu Yanyi, who was a disciple of a Chao sect, had come to visit with generous gifts. Jang Chong Shang immediately agreed for Yu Yanyi to enter. Not long after, Yu Yanyi entered the courtyard. She came to Jang Chong Shang and bowed respectfully. Next, she took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. "Senior, this is a 3,000-year-old flame ginseng given by the family head. It is suitable for martial artists who cultivate extreme yang martial arts, as this would allow their strength to increase as if they had practiced for 100 years. Bai Qi widened her wolf-like eyes and almost drooled. Jang Chong Shang could sense the rich and scorching spiritual energy in the flame ginseng. It was indeed not an ordinary item. This was the first time he had encountered such a treasure. He asked, "Say thank you to your family head for me, but don't tell me your family head is giving this away for free." Yu Yanyi smiled and said, "How can you say that it's a free gift? Just treat it as the Fuya family being on good terms with the Dao ancestor from now on." In reality, she was reluctant to part with it. She was also envious of such a treasure. Even the Chao sects would fight for such a treasure. When her father gave her this treasure to give as a gift, she was extremely shocked. Jang Chong Shang accepted the box and said with a smile, "If it's just to be on good terms, I naturally won't reject it. I'm just afraid that the Fuya family will insist on taking over Grand Jing." Hearing this, Yu Yanyi smiled awkwardly and said, "How could we dare? Everyone in the world knows the name of the Dao ancestor. The dragon vein is under the control of Senior. The Fuya family is convinced." Jang Chong Shang nodded in satisfaction. That was more like it. The two of them chatted for a while, but Yu Yanyi did not dare to disturb him for too long and quickly left. Jang Chong Shang played with the flame ginseng in deep thought. Bai Qi stared at the flame ginseng and said, "Daoist master, if such a treasure were given to a divine realm expert, as long as their true qi is compatible, it would not be difficult for them to become a true god." Hearing this, Jang Chong Shang put it into his giant spirit ring. Bai Qi thought that he was hiding it in his sleeve, so she could only reluctantly look away. There was no point in Jang Chong Shang taking the flame ginseng. After all, he was about to break through, so it would be better to add another true god to Loni Temple. Since it was a holy land, it could not just rely on him to support its reputation. Chapter 85, Are there realms above the Golden Body realm? In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. October. It had been a year since that world-shocking decisive battle. Great Jing was still consolidating its territory and politics. Jang Xu had not been to Loni Temple for several months and was busy helping the emperor deal with administrative affairs. Right now, Great Jing's territory had doubled, and the number of civil and military personnel they had far exceeded the past. Zhang Ziyu was busy until late every day. Seeing this, Hua Jiangxin would always ask Jang Chong Shang for pills every month for him, fearing that he would fall sick. On this day, Jang Chong Shang refined the 3,000-year-old flame ginseng into a medicinal pill. In pill form, the medicinal effect and efficiency would be stronger. He called for Huang Chuan and bestowed this pill to him. Other than him, the other disciples of Loni Temple were weak and unqualified to use this pill. Even though Ling Xiao had fortuitous encounters, they were only sword techniques. His strength had just barely stepped into the divine realm, and he was far inferior to Huang Chuan. When Huang Chuan learned of the effect of this pill, he was extremely excited and immediately kowtowed to thank Jang Chong Shang. Bai Qi was extremely jealous. Her gaze was like a knife, making Huang Chuan uncomfortable. Seeing this, Huang Chuan did not dare to stay any longer and quickly slipped away. With this pill, it was likely that in a few months, Loni Temple would have its first true god. As for Pingan, he did not count. That was because he became a true god with the help of the imperial power. Right now, Pingan was the #1 general of Great Jing and was not considered a disciple of Loni Temple. Jang Chong Shang stretched and checked the incense points. Current incense points, 490,743. More than 490,000 points. That was a terrifying number, which meant that there were 490,000 people in the world who would burn incense for him. In a world without a technological civilization, the transmission of information was very slow. To be able to obtain so much faith, it was enough to show Zhang Changshen's current status in Great Jing. Was he considered a virtuous sage? No, how could those sages compare to him? Jang Chong Shang smugly thought that it was not only the commoners who believed in him. Many aristocratic families in the capital also had statues of him. Would he become a mythical figure hundreds of years later? Just the thought of it made Jang Chong Shang look forward to the future. The incense points did not only bring him a sense of achievement, but also a sense of security. With so many incense points to transcend the tribulation, it should be stable, right? Jang Chong Shang did not want to die in the hands of an enemy or under the heavenly tribulation. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Recently, the emperor had sent over many medicinal ingredients, including tributes from other dynasties, allowing him to refine many medicinal pills and save a lot of time for cultivation. He was very close to breaking through. Jang Chong Shang was filled with expectations and decided to devote himself to cultivation and not care about the world. The waves crashed on the table. There was an inn at the intersection between a beach and a forest. Inside, there were 5 tables, 2 of which were occupied by fishermen. There were also 2 martial artists drinking at another table. They were Mang Kaiuhi and the head of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Xiao Buku. Mang Kaiuhi put down his bowl and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Xiao Buku buried his head in wine and drank 3 bowls in a row before he said, "There's no need to think about it. I have no choice." Mang Kaiuhi remained silent. Xiao Buku waved his hand and asked the waiter to serve 3 more jars of wine. Mang Kaiuhi sighed and said, "Everyone thinks that the Dao ancestor is an old fart, but they don't know that he is not even 70 years old yet. At his realm, he can rule Great Jing for another 100 years. There's no point in staying. I heard that the current emperor is expanding the white-robed guards and might be targeting the Mahayana Dragon Tower. You should rightly leave, but why are you going overseas?" The ocean to the south of Great Jing was a restricted area. Commoners there only dared to fish around the coast and did not dare to venture too deep. Not only Great Jing, but even the previous dynasties did not dare to venture into the deep ocean. Xiao Buku mocked, "If I don't go overseas, where can I go? Is there a place for me in this continent? Right now, the Mahayana Dragon Tower is like a street rat. Those Chao sect members who were on good terms with us wantonly hunted and killed the disciples I sent to express my goodwill. They are afraid that the demonic priest will hold a grudge if they were to have anything to do with us." As he continued on, his smile became more and more bitter. The former confidence and unrestrainedness no longer existed. When he learned that Jang Chong Shang had killed a Golden Body Realm expert, he knew that the Mahayana Dragon Tower could not be rebuilt and would only become a page in the history books. If Jang Chong Shang was only at the Golden Body Realm, he might still have a glimmer of hope. After all, there had been a Golden Body Realm expert in the history of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but it had been 500 years since one had appeared. How powerful must Jang Chong Shang be if he could easily kill someone at the Golden Body Realm? Most importantly, he also learned the real age of the demonic priest from Mang Kaiuhi. Even though he could not understand how the demonic priest trained, he understood one thing. He had no hope of revenge in this life. He had to avoid the calamity first. If a peerless genius appeared among his descendants, then they could talk about restoring the sect. Mang Kaiuhi asked, "Then go. Perhaps there is a wider world overseas." Xiao Buku nodded and continued to drink. An hour later, Xiao Buku got up and drew the sword on his waist. He killed everyone in the inn and plundered the fishing boats. Then, he moved all the food and drinks in the inn to the boats. He also specially tied the 5 fishing boats together so that they could carry more food and wine. Mang Kaiuhi looked at him silently. After doing all this, Xiao Buku stood on the fishing boat and used his true qi to push it offshore. He shouted at Mang Kaiuhi, "Old Meng, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in this life. If there's a next life, we'll be brothers, not friends." At this moment, he had recovered his former carefree appearance. Seeing him like this, Mang Kaiuhi could not help but laugh. He waved at him, indicating for him to leave quickly. Mang Kaiuhi watched Xiao Buku disappear into the fog at the end of the ocean before he got up. Mang Kaiuhi looked at the continuous green hills behind the inn and suddenly felt confused. The world was vast. Where should he go? When he thought of his sister, Mang Chu's Huang, his eyes dimmed. She was his only family member in the world, but he had abandoned her. He suddenly felt that his life had been a failure. Even if he obtained unparalleled martial arts, what was the use? In the end, he was still all alone. Jang Chong Shang did not know that he had frightened his enemies into fleeing from Great Jing. Even if he did, he would not care. Only by becoming stronger could one protect their territory. The biggest mistake of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, the Martial Comprehension Valley, and the Star Gathering Tower was that they were not strong enough. Jang Chong Shang had to maintain his mysteriousness and could not reveal his true realm to others. In the future, he would consider himself as someone at the Golden Body realm. And if anyone were to find trouble with him, he could farm them to earn survival rewards. On this day, Jang Chong Shang gathered Qing Ku, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, Wan Li, and other old disciples to fill the courtyard. He then explained the realm of martial arts to his disciples. Above first rate is the true Qi realm. Once you have condensed true Qi, you are in the true Qi realm. Above the true Qi realm is the spiritual sense realm. When true Qi is released and the senses are enhanced, you are in the spiritual sense realm. Above the spiritual sense realm is the heaven arrival realm. In the heaven arrival realm, you can use your true Qi freely and continuously accumulate strength. It is considered the first transitional realm of all martial arts realm. Above the heaven arrival realm is the divine realm, and someone in the divine realm is considered as a grand master of the martial arts world. At this realm, one can already develop their own martial arts. Above the divine realm is the true God realm. A true God can break free from the shackles of the earth and step in the air and move around in an instant. Their strength will also usher in a transformation. This realm would usher in the first major transformation of a martial artist. The disciples listened attentively. Even though Loni Temple had Zhang Changshen's martial arts techniques, most of the disciples were only at the true Qi realm, and only 1/3 of them had reached the spiritual sense realm. If it were dozens of years ago, Daoist Master King Xu probably would not have dared to think about it, but in Zhang Changshen's eyes, they were still too weak. Above the true God realm is the golden body realm. In this realm, one's physique will turn golden and one's flesh will also turn tough and indestructible. The Danshan of the golden body realm is far larger than the Danshan of true gods. It can compress true Qi like raging flames. Every move has the power to destroy mountains and cities. Golden body realm. A fanatical look appeared in the eyes of the disciples. Right now, the golden body realm was no longer a secret. At the mention of the golden body realm, they would think of the Dao ancestor. Huang Chuan could not help but ask, are there any realms above the golden body realm? Ling Xiao also stared at Jang Chong Shang. They had all obtained an official position and enjoyed a salary from the imperial court after their victory in that decisive battle. From that battle, they felt that Jang Chong Shang must have surpassed the golden body realm. Jang Chong Shang revealed a regretful expression and said, I also want to know what realm is above the golden body realm. Unfortunately, I have been staying in Great Jing all this time, so how can I know everything in the world? I only hope that someone from the younger generation can surpass the golden body realm and step into a higher realm that I know nothing about. These words made the disciples' blood boil. Huang Chuan and Ling Xiao had set this as their goal, and they planned to devote their entire lives to pursue it. After another incense stick of time, the disciples dispersed. After they left, Jang Chong Shang breathed a sigh of relief. It was a little tiring to speak so much at once. At this moment, Bai Qi could not help but ask, Daoist Master, do you really not know the realm above the golden body realm? Wang Chen picked up a broom and said with a smile, you demon wolf, if the Daoist Master says he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. If you ask again, I may throw you into the medicinal cauldron. Hearing this, Bai Qi could not help but look at Jang Chong Shang. When she saw Zhang Changshen's malicious expression, she immediately trembled in fear and did not dare to ask again. Jang Chong Shang seemed to have thought of something and said, Wang Chen, ask Wan Li and Minjiahu to take Xing'er with them and teach her to be the next eldest disciple. Of course, we can't tell her that. Wang Chen nodded, but he was still puzzled. He asked, Daoist Master, she is still so young. Why do you think she can become the next eldest disciple? The Loni Temple was no longer the same as before. It had nearly 1,000 disciples, and it involved many incense offerings. Because of that, the eldest disciple had to befriend the influential people in the capital. It was a test of the ways of the world. At the same time, they had to have a certain level of strength to convince the public. I think she resembles Meng Qiu's Huang. Jang Chong Shang chuckled. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and laughed. He left the courtyard with the broom. Even though he felt that this reason was nonsense, Jang Chong Shang was not an ordinary person. Perhaps this woman was really talented. Jang Chong Shang continued to cultivate under a tree. Several days later, Hua Jiangxin led a boy to the courtyard. The boy was only 2 to 3 years old, but his footsteps were steady, unlike children of his age. Bai Qi, go out for a while. Hua Jiangxin ordered. Bai Qi opened her eyes. Even though she was puzzled, she still left obediently. Only the 3 of them were left in the courtyard. Hua Jiangxin let go of the boy and let him play by himself. The boy did not restrain himself and ran to the medicinal cauldron with a curious expression. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and looked at him. Hua Jiangxin smiled and said, "Can you see it?" Jang Chong Shang narrowed his eyes and said, "There's something wrong with his birthmark." Hua Jiangxin nodded and said in a low voice, "That's right. This kid is not even 3 years old, but his body has automatically condensed true qi. I've observed it before and found out that true qi is surging in his birthmark." She was very excited and felt that this child had obtained Zhang Changshen's bloodline inheritance. The birthmark between the brows of the other princes, including Jang Xu, seemed to be just for decoration. Only this kid was different. Chapter 86, The World Has Changed, Shooting a True God with a Finger. All of Jang Xiu's sons had the Dao pattern birthmark, and it had become the symbol of the Zhang family's bloodline. Although his daughters did not have it, no one had any objections about it. The Dao pattern was the result of Zhang Changshen's cultivation. Even Zhang Chong Shang had yet to figure out the true profundity of the Dao pattern. When he saw his grandson obtaining a magical effect from the Dao pattern, his heart stirred. Jang Chong Shang asked, "What's his name?" This was the first time he had seen this grandson. Hua Jiangxin smiled and said, "Jang Jian." This name. Jang Chong Shang remembered that when Jang Xiu was young, other than telling stories about dynasties, he would also occasionally tell stories about myths. He did not expect Jang Xiu to still remember God Erlang. While they were talking, little Jang Jian had already climbed onto the medicinal cauldron and shook his body vigorously, causing the medicinal cauldron that was several times larger than him to shake. He was not even 3 years old. This kid was indeed talented. Perhaps his muscles and bones could not compare to Ping'an, but he was better than Jang Xiu when he was young. Jang Chong Shang smiled. When Hua Jiangxin saw this, she immediately called out, "Jianer, come here." Jang Jian immediately jumped down from the medicinal cauldron and jogged to Hua Jiangxin. He was very well behaved. He carefully glanced at Jang Chong Shang, and when he noticed that Jang Chong Shang was looking at him, his face immediately turned red and he turned around. This kid! Jang Chong Shang could not help but reach out to pinch his face, scaring him into hiding in Hua Jiangxin's arms. "In the future, let him train with me. Tell Xiu that this child will stay by my side." Hua Jiangxin beamed with joy when she heard that. She had been worried about this. Even though Jang Xiu had many children, no one had inherited the teachings of Jang Chong Shang. In this world, the inheritance of martial arts and bloodlines were often inseparable. From then on, there was another child in the courtyard. Hua Jiangxin returned back to the palace and told Jang Xiu about this. Naturally, Jang Xiu would not disagree. He could not be excited enough for this to happen. As for Jang Jian's mother, she was also happy. Her son would be able to obtain the true teachings of the Dao ancestor of Great Jing and live a peaceful life in the future. It was no secret that the Zhang family would tend to kill each other. She was also worried about this matter. To her surprise, Jang Chong Shang also allowed her to visit Jang Jian in Loni Temple on normal days. Very soon, the disciples of Loni Temple also learned that there was a prince who would stay in Loni Temple for a long time. This was because Jang Chong Shang allowed Jang Jian to play in Loni Temple instead of always staying in the courtyard. In the evening, a door was pushed open and Jang Xiu walked in. He ordered the servants to send food into the room before closing the door. A figure sat on the bed. There was no light there, making this person look like a ghost hiding in the darkness. Jang Xiu lit 3 oil lamps and sat at the table. Imperial grandmother, come and eat. Hearing this, the figure slowly got out of bed. She had a head full of white hair and a thin body. She was the mother of the previous emperor, Consort Li, the former princess of the Chu dynasty. Consort Li trembled as she walked to the table and picked up the bowl and chopsticks. This heaven-arrival realm expert was now like an ordinary old woman with weak limbs. When Jang Jian saw her appearance, he sighed. In her early years, Consort Li had gone berserk. She heard that after the Mahayana Dragon Tower was destroyed by Djang Chong Shang, her blood and chi rebounded and attacked her heart, causing her to be in a coma for several years before her cultivation dissipated. Consort Li took a bite of the food and said with great difficulty, "Ziu, I can't persist any longer. I miss your grandfather." Zhang Ziu was silent. He knew about Consort Li and Zhang Yuan's past. He sympathized with this woman, but he did not like her. He faintly said, "Imperial grandmother, in that case, can you tell me where the treasure vault of the Chu dynasty is?" Consort Li slowly put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "All right. Anyway, the Chu dynasty is over. I really shouldn't be persistent, but Ziu, there's something you have to know. You can't blindly trust the Dao ancestor." When she revealed Zhang Changshen's real identity, Zhang Ziu pretended to be shocked. Consort Li said helplessly, "If he knew his real identity, your throne. Right now, you are in control of the 13 states. You can collect martial arts resources and make yourself stronger. Never trust others. You can only trust yourself." Zhang Ziu took a deep breath and said, "Imperial grandmother, I understand." Then, Consort Li told Zhang Ziu the location of the Chu dynasty's treasury. The next morning, the servants discovered that Consort Li had passed away. Zhang Ziu did not carry out the funeral with great fanfare and just buried her quietly. Other than the white-robed guards, no one knew about this. The old mansion of Emperor Wen where Consort Li lived was completely abandoned, and no one set foot there again. The sun and the moon rotated, and time flew by. The courtyard where she lived also began to grow weeds. Under the beams, spiders quickly weaved webs, and prey fell into the webs one after another to be eaten by it. In the 19th year of the Kunwu era, something huge happened in Loni Temple. When Huang Chuan stepped into the true God realm, everyone was excited. The news spread throughout the entire Great Jing's martial arts world. It was commonly known that true gods could stand in the air, so Huang Chuan only needed to stand in the sky to prove his realm. The emperor was overjoyed. Even though Huang Chuan did not have any real power, he could enjoy a salary from the imperial court. Even officials of a lower rank did not dare to offend him. At this point, there were already 3 true gods in Great Jing, Ping'an, Emperor Yang Zhao, and Huang Chuan. Even excluding the Dao ancestor, it was comparable to a Chao sect. The emperor continued to consolidate his dynasty and did not go to war. However, he would still mobilize troops at the outer border, which made everyone in the world aware of his ambition. Sooner or later, he would reveal his fangs and devour the world. On this day, Jang Chong Shang was cultivating under the tree while Bai Qi was toying with Jang Jian. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout Loni Temple. "Xiang Zhang of the Heavenly Dipper dynasty has come to challenge the Dao ancestor of Great Jing. My lifespan is about to end and I wish to seek guidance from the #1 expert in the world before I die. I hope that the Dao ancestor can fulfill my wish. After I die, I am willing to enter the hero's tomb in order to strengthen the reputation of the hero's tomb." The voice was so loud that many people in the capital could hear it. The visitors on the mountain road looked up and were all shocked. They saw an old man standing in the sky. He was dressed in a grey robe and had no arms. His hair was white and he carried a huge sword on his back that was about the same width as his body. He stood in the air. A true god. All the martial artists who witnessed this scene were shocked. There was actually a true god hidden in the Heavenly Dipper dynasty. Xiang Hongzhang was expressionless as he stared at Loni Temple. He had been in seclusion for 10 years. When his lifespan was about to end, he broke through to become a true god and extended his lifespan for another 10 years. However, when he came out of the deep mountains, he heard that the world had changed. The imperial family of the Heavenly Dipper dynasty had been slaughtered by a Chao sect, and the new imperial family had surrendered to Great Jing. It made him feel that the world had changed. Originally, he wanted to find the new emperor of the Heavenly Dipper dynasty and use his godly power to reverse the situation. But later on, when he heard about the unprecedented decisive battle, he fell silent. 8 true gods had died in one battle, and there was still an even stronger old monster at the Golden Body Realm. What was the Golden Body Realm? When Xiang Hongzhang heard about this battle, he was confused. He had been in seclusion in the mountains for so many years, and it was not easy for him to break through. He thought he was invincible, but he did not expect. As a result, Xiang Hongzhang went south and came to the capital of the Si province to challenge the Dao ancestor of Great Jing. He really wanted to die. At this moment, a figure flew out from Loni Temple. It was Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan was extremely excited and wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength. Ever since he stepped into the true God realm, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. All right. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the horizon, causing Huang Chuan's smile to freeze. It was Jang Chong Shang. Since Jang Chong Shang wanted to attack, he had no chance. He could only retreat in grievance. Xiang Hongzhang's eyes narrowed. The huge sword on his back unsheathed and quickly flew to his feet. He stepped on the huge sword and charged towards Loni Temple. In an instant, a vast amount of true qi exploded and condensed into thousands of sword shadows behind him. The momentum was spectacular. Even Huang Chuan's eyelids twitched. If Huang Chuan was in such a state, the other disciples, martial artists, and devotees were even more shocked. What kind of strength was that? What kind of unique technique was that? At that moment, a stone flew out from Loni Temple and pierced through the sky towards Xiang Hongzhang at an extremely fast speed. Xiang Hongzhang widened his eyes. The stone reflected in his pupils grew larger and larger. Pfft! A stone pierced through his forehead and his figure stopped. The thousands of sword shadows around him turned into smoke and dissipated. Send this true god to the hero's tomb and erect a tablet for him. The moment Zhang Changshen's voice sounded, everyone in Loni Temple could hear it, even the citizens in the streets at the foot of the mountain could hear it. Under everyone's gaze, Xiang Hongzhang fell and smashed into the forest. Hiss, what happened just now? Is it over just like that? The Dao ancestor has taken action? Why didn't I see him? Heavens, a true god was instantly killed. How powerful is the Dao ancestor? I think I saw a force penetrating Xiang Hongzhang's forehead. The martial artists cried out in surprise. Even Huang Chuan was shocked. After breaking through to become a true god, Huang Chuan's mentality had swelled. He thought that he could be considered second in the world, but the momentum of Xiang Hongzhang's ultimate technique frightened him. He felt that he might not be able to defeat him. However, Xiang Hongzhang, whom he regarded as a powerful enemy, had been instantly killed. Moreover, he also saw what killed him clearly. It was a stone. His master had killed a true god with a stone. In the courtyard, Jang Chong Shang patted Jang Jian's head and stood up with a smile. The young Jang Jian felt aggrieved. It was not easy for him to use stone to form a face, but the stone for the eye went missing. Bai Qi, who was lying opposite him, trembled. A random stone could kill a true god. This was too outrageous. In the past, true gods were high and mighty. She had met the overlord of the Donglan dynasty when she was 100 years old. But ever since it came to Loni Temple, she realized that true gods were not rare, or even strong. Jang Chong Shang sat under the tree and started to look forward to the survival reward. He could understand the arrival of Xiang Hongzhang. Martial artists were competitive. If they were to die in a spar between experts, they would have no regrets. Right now, the hero's tomb was famous all over the world. For Xiang Hongzhang to be able to enter the hero's tomb, he did not lose his reputation as a true god. However, he was puzzled. There was actually a true god in the Heavenly Dipper dynasty. Why didn't he appear during the previous decisive battle? After the time for an incense stick to burn. In the 19th year of the Kunwu era, a true god from the Heavenly Dipper dynasty, Xiao Hongzhang, was about to reach the end of his lifespan and came to challenge you. You passed his challenge and survived the calamity. You have obtained the survival reward. Spell, Fire Rain. A notification popped up in front of Jang Chong Shang. Seeing that it was a spell, he was satisfied. Coincidentally, he was about to break through. Xiang Hongzhang could be considered as sending a huge gift for his breakthrough. To send one's head from thousands of miles away, it was such a heartfelt act. Jang Chong Shang began to look forward to other old monsters that were about to die coming to challenge him. The news of this battle quickly spread. The power of the Dao ancestor was even more deeply rooted in their hearts. He had killed a true god with a flick of his finger. It was extremely terrifying. The origin of Xianghongjiang had also spread throughout the great Jing martial arts world. It turned out that Xianghongjiang was not a nobody. 100 years ago, he was the #1 expert in the martial arts world of the Heavenly Dipper Dynasty. Chapter 87, Breaking Through the 7th Level of Dao Technique. Jang Chong Shang only learned of Xianghongjiang's experience half a year later. He was also emotional. Xianghongjiang could be considered a man who followed his home country to the end, not enjoying himself at the end of his life. In addition, in the past half a year, the white-robed guards had been roaming around the various provinces of Great Jing, crossing mountains and ridges as if they were looking for something. Even the disciples of Loni Temple were curious. The emperor's actions were blatant, but no one in the world dared to inquire or investigate. The emperor's methods were not inferior to the Jing martial ancestor. No matter how powerful the officials were, they would be cut down at will. Right now, because of the martial arts examination, the emperor was in control of the martial arts world. The martial arts world and the outside world seemed to be two different worlds, but in fact, he was the only one in control. October. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and a glint flashed across his eyes. It's here. He was finally about to break through. It had been 30 years since his last breakthrough, and he could finally break through to the 7th level of the Dao technique. It was already late, so he decided to break through tomorrow. It was a good opportunity for more people to take a look and increase his incense offerings. He immediately asked Wang Chen to inform Wan Li that he was going to transcend the tribulation tomorrow and that the disciples of Loni Temple should not wander around. Hearing this, Wang Chen was very excited and immediately went to inform him. Bai Qi lay on the ground and looked at Jang Chong Shang in awe. Was he really going to break through? She felt that Jang Chong Shang must be in existence above the golden body realm. If he broke through again, she did not dare to imagine it. Hua Jiangxin, who was accompanying Jang Jian, was also in a daze. Similarly, she could not imagine how powerful Jang Chong Shang was right now. She felt that she was definitely blessed by the heavens to be able to follow Jang Chong Shang. Without Jang Chong Shang, she would have died and it would have been impossible for her to become the emperor's mother, have her current happy life, and have her current strength. Before she met Jang Chong Shang, she was only a member of the white-robed guards. She walked in the darkness, and it was impossible for her to start a family until she died in a secret operation arranged by the emperor. She knew very well that she could not accompany Jang Chong Shang forever, so she cherished every day. The news that Jang Chong Shang was about to break through spread throughout the Daoist temple, making all the disciples excited. In their hearts, the Daoist master was like a god. The moon set and the sun rose. The next day arrived. There were pilgrims staying in Loni Temple for the time being. They had also heard the discussion between the disciples, and the news quickly spread throughout the capital. In a courtyard, Yu Yanyi was meditating when a servant came to report the news. When she heard the news, her eyes widened and she could not help but exclaim, "He's going to transcend the tribulation and break through. How is that possible?" The servant said with reverence, "The Dao ancestor is a celestial being. Us mortals cannot fathom him." Yu Yanyi glared at him and waved for him to leave. She wanted to be alone. She had been residing in the capital for a long time and was specially keeping an eye on the Dao ancestor of Great Jing. During festive occasions, she would go up the mountain to exchange pleasantries. This was her mission. Her father even wanted her to devote herself to him, but she did not have the chance. She turned to look at Loni Mountain with a complicated expression. Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study, Jang Xu put down the memorials in his hands. He then stood up and stretched his muscles. At the age of 40, he was already middle-aged. Coupled with the fact that he controlled a vast territory, his prestige was even stronger than the former Jing martial ancestor. Jang Xu smiled and said, "Let's go out and rest. At the same time, we can watch your Grandmaster transcend the tribulation." Jang Xu was stunned. Transcend the tribulation? Before he could ask, Jang Xu walked out of the Imperial Study and looked in the direction of Loni Temple. Rumble. The astronomical phenomenon began to start. Rolling thunderclouds gathered above Loni Temple and a great heavenly might enveloped the world. In the capital, more and more people walked out of their houses and looked at Loni Temple. Han Tianji was the same. He frowned and found it strange. Why isn't there any fluctuation in his luck? Is he really going to break through, or is he deliberately mystifying things to create momentum for himself? When one reached the true God realm, they would come into contact with fate. If they were to break through further, it would definitely cause fate to surge and the entire continent would feel it. At the same time, in the courtyard, Jang Chong Shang rose into the air. Jang Jian, Hua Jiangxin and Bai Qi looked up one after another. Soon, everyone in the other courtyards saw Jang Chong Shang. When he crossed the mountain peak, White Dragon stuck out its tongue at him with curiosity. He continued to rise into the air until he was 1,000 feet above the mountain peak. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and began to circulate his energy. Rumble! Thunder roared and dark clouds covered the entire capital, turning the day into evening. The streets were dim, and many citizens even lit oil lamps. The commoners, nobles, martial artists, merchants, and so on looked up. The dim sky seemed exceptionally oppressive, making people feel apprehensive. However, no one was afraid because that direction was Loni Temple. With the Dao ancestor presiding over it, everything would be fine. Without him, there would not be the current Great Jing. As a citizen of Great Jing, no one would be afraid of the Dao ancestor. They would only worship him and be close to him. Jang Chong Shang circulated his Dao technique. Spiritual energy formed a whirlwind that coiled around his body and the Dao pattern between his brows surfaced. Due to his high altitude and the spiritual wind that coiled around his body, no one could see his Dao pattern. They could only see his head flickering with golden light. Jang Chong Shang called out the incense points. Current incense points, 602,247. He directly activated the incense points to transcend the tribulation, and a barrier visible to the naked eye appeared around him as wisps of green smoke filled the air. Then, there was a shocking bang. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, similar to a white stream that streaked across the dim sky. It tried to strike Jang Chong Shang, but it was negated by his barrier. Everyone was frightened. Jang Xu trembled and Jang Xu's face turned pale. Huang Chuan, who had already stepped into the true God realm, felt his eyelids twitching as he looked at the sky in horror. He felt that if that bolt of lightning had struck him, he would have turned into ashes. This was definitely not a smokescreen. It was the real heavenly might. In the capital, both Yu Yunyi and Han Tianji revealed shocked expressions. Such heavenly might was not a joke, it was not fake. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Zhang Changshen's incense points began to decrease, followed by the second bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder was earth-shattering and everyone in the entire SI province could hear it. All of them turned to look in the direction of the capital. When they saw the darkness on the horizon, they were daunted by it. They did not know what had happened in the capital. Zhang Jian put down the wooden puppet in his hand and stared blankly at the sky. Bai Qi and Hua Jiangxin were the same. It was as if they were looking at a miracle. This was the first time Bai Qi had seen Jang Chong Shang break through. Even though she knew that Jang Chong Shang was unfathomable, she was still shocked. What realm could attract such a heavenly punishment? The lightning became more and more violent, and its speed was so fast that even the eyes of heaven arrival realm experts could not keep up. After a short period of silence, a commotion broke out in the capital. Many older citizens followed and kowtowed to Loni Temple. The martial artists were amazed by the Dao ancestor's strength. Dao ancestor, Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor is indeed worthy. Is there a second Daoist priest in this world that can compare to him? Other than Loni Temple, most of the other Daoist temples are for practicing martial arts. They don't have any magical skills. So the Dao ancestor's tribulation was real. My grandfather did not lie to me. Oh my god, the lightning strikes feel like it can raise Loni Mountain to the ground. Not only that, if it were to land in the capital, who can stop it? Jang Chong Shang concentrated on his breakthrough as he stared at the incense points. The rate of consumption was so fast. The heavenly tribulation was more powerful than he had imagined. He could only feel it when he faced it. Jang Chong Shang suspected that the heavenly tribulation had intensified because this world was a martial arts world. Fortunately, he had incense points. The terrifying power contained in any random lightning bolt was enough to crush a golden body realm expert into pieces. As for whether the universe realm experts could withstand it, he did not know because he had yet to meet a universe realm martial artist. More and more people in the city worshipped Jang Chong Shang. There were even people who went into their houses to burn incense, causing Jang Changshen's incense value to decrease slower. Well, slightly, in general, it was still decreasing rapidly. An hour later, Jang Changshen's incense points had been completely depleted, so he had no choice but to rely on his spiritual energy to resist. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation had passed its most difficult part. Compared to before, the heavenly lightning was much milder, but it was still very terrifying. When it struck Jang Chong Shang, he felt numb all over, as if thousands of ants were crawling on his muscles and bones. It was extremely uncomfortable. He mobilized his spiritual energy and gritted his teeth. There were fewer and fewer lightning bolts, and their speed was also slowing down. Another hour passed. The heavenly tribulation finally ended. Jiang Changshan's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his face was pale. During this tribulation, he had even used the spells of the Great Feathered Robe and the Giant Spirit Ring. However, he was still struck by lightning and his spiritual energy was depleted. His entire body was in pain and it was difficult for him to move. The higher the level of the Dao technique, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. No, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, he had successfully transcended the tribulation and finally reached the 7th level of the Dao technique. The Dao pattern between his brows emitted a resplendent golden light as it frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into boundless spiritual energy that surged into his bones and muscles to nourish his meridians, muscles, and bones. Jang Chong Shang fell into a mysterious state. It was because the 7th level of the Dao technique naturally came with a divine power, the Eye of the Great Dao. The Eye of the Great Dao was the Dao pattern between his eyebrows. It could see through the essence of things, pry into the souls of the dead, and condense spiritual energy to kill enemies. If one soul was struck, they would be destroyed physically and mentally. Peace returned to the world. When the lightning stopped, everyone understood that the tribulation had ended. Jang Chong Shang was still sitting in the sky, flickering with golden light that everyone in the city could see. Han Tianji sat in the courtyard and circulated his energy. His expression became horrified. There's no fluctuation of luck, not a trace. No wonder no one could detect his growth. What kind of strange technique did he train in? Han Tianji looked up at Jang Chong Shang in fear. A divine technique that could avoid the phenomenon of luck. No matter who obtained it, they could cultivate it and rise without the Chao Sec's end. Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven noticing. This was too ridiculous. Jang Chong Shang was immersed in the soaring spiritual energy and could not extricate himself. This was better than any feeling in the world. The thunderclouds dispersed, and sunlight sprinkled down on him. He was like an immortal god that looked down on all living beings, high and mighty, divine and extraordinary. After a long time, Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and lines of notifications appeared. In the 19th year of the Kunwu era, your cultivation has increased greatly and you have comprehended the 7th level of the Dao technique. You have successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation and obtained the survival reward. Divine power, 5 elements evasion technique. Detected that you have received incense. As your cultivation method does not belong to the Dao of heaven and earth, you have 2 choices and can only choose one. Chapter 88, Difference in Realm, Ancient Warrior. 1. Give up on cultivation and your spiritual energy will transform into a realm of martial arts in this world. 3. Grotto Heaven Realm. 2. Continue to cultivate. Immortals are above all living beings and are revered by all. The path of cultivation is to pursue the path of the heavenly Dao. You can activate the blessing of incense function. Blessing of incense, it can consume a certain amount of incense points to increase the qualifications of a person who is about to reincarnate and bring good luck. The degree of enhancement and good luck depends on the amount of incense consumed. 3. Grotto Heaven Realm. Jang Chong Shang could not help but think of the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven. So the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven got its name from this realm? No, he had to calculate and confirm if there were any worthy opponents in the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven. Jang Chong Shang silently chose the second option. As for the blessing of incense, it was passable. Even if he used it, he would use it on someone he cared about. It was impossible for him to bless a random disciple or good friend in their reincarnation. His cultivation was the most important. After this tribulation, he attached more importance to the incense offerings. The strength of the future heaven of tribulation was unimaginable. So he had to be cautious. Jang Chong Shang thought as he consolidated his cultivation. He began to use the incense calculation. I want to know the realm of the strongest person in this continent other than 90,000 incense points will be consumed. Do you wish to continue? No. So many points need? Jang Chong Shang was frightened. Which old bastard was it? 90,000 incense points was dozens of times more than the value of a Chao sect. They person could last for about 9 minutes in the previous heavenly tribulation? As for him, he could only last for half of that time before his breakthrough. Now that his spiritual energy had increased explosively, his body and soul had undergone a transformation, far exceeding before his breakthrough. Of course, this was only his guess. It was not certain if the incense points represented the specific combat strength, but he could determine the approximate difference in the other party's strength through the difference in incense points. I want to know the realm of the third strongest expert on this continent. Requires 20,000 incense points. Do you wish to continue? No. There was still a huge gap. Jang Chong Shang silently thought. It seemed like that strongest expert was an old monster that would never die. Since he had nothing better to do, Jang Chong Shang continued to calculate. What is the realm of the strongest martial artist in the world? The scope is too large and I am unable to calculate it for the time being. The system needs time to sense the luck in the world. Too bad. Jang Chong Shang felt somewhat regretful. In any case, in the continent he was currently in, the Golden Body realm was a legend while the Universe realm was illusory. As long as he did not offend Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven, he would still be invincible. It was fine even if he offended Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven. Jang Chong Shang no longer calculated and focused on consolidating his cultivation. It lasted for 3 days and nights before the spiritual energy in his body reached its peak. Compared to before his breakthrough, it was more than 10 times stronger. This time, not only did his spiritual energy increase, but the lethality of his spiritual energy also increased. Jang Chong Shang restrained his Dao pattern and landed in the courtyard. Hua Jiangxin immediately came up and asked about his situation. He chatted with her for a while before Jang Chong Shang returned to his room. He wanted to cultivate the 5 elements evasion technique. After he inherited the memories of the 5 elements evasion technique, he sighed at the profundity of that divine power. The 5 elements evasion technique could allow one to escape through the ground, fly into the sky, pierce through walls, or escape through water. Anything in the world could be penetrated unless someone was stronger than Jang Chong Shang and forcefully stopped him. It was a domineering divine power that allowed one to come and go as they pleased. When Jang Chong Shang began to cultivate the 5 elements evasion technique, the news of his tribulation transcendence began to spread to the world. The population of Great Jing, which had annexed the surrounding dynasties, had exploded, and the capital had become the center of the world. News of the wind and grass in the capital would always spread, not to mention a strange thing like transcending a tribulation. Intuitively, Jang Changshen's incense points began to increase very quickly. It was not until the end of the year that the news about Loni Temple finally calmed down. Jang Chong Shang had also mastered the 5 elements evasion technique. He could freely shuttle through the mountains like a fish in water. He returned to his room and thought about the dragon vein. The dragon vein was a hidden danger that had to be resolved as soon as possible. Jang Chong Shang began to use his divine consciousness to investigate underground. After his breakthrough, his divine consciousness had also improved by leaps and bounds. The range of his divine consciousness was far greater than before, and he could easily probe underground. As for how deep it was, he had to give it a try. His divine consciousness went all the way down until it was nearly 50,000 feet deep. If it were on the ground, his divine consciousness would cover a wider area. However, the earth contained a lot of spiritual energy, and the deeper and thicker it was, the more it would hinder his divine consciousness. Just as Jang Chong Shang was somewhat disappointed, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy of the earth surging. Just like the wind in the cave, it flowed upward diagonally. Could the source of spiritual energy be the dragon vein? Jang Chong Shang immediately used the 5 elements evasion technique to sneak underground. His speed was very fast, even faster than the speed of a true god. He fled in the direction he had sensed previously. There was a huge cave hundreds of thousands of feet underground. It was very vast. And there were countless dark holes on the edge. A huge stone tablet stood in the center of the cave. It was hundreds of meters tall and emitted a faint spiritual light. On the stone tablet was a huge demon that looked like a centipede. It was hideous and terrifying. The scales on its body were black and its feet that numbered in the thousands were green. It had a human body on its head and its hair was disheveled. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. It was sound asleep on the stone tablet. Jang Chong Shang fell from the cave and gently landed on the ground. The Dao technique would automatically conceal his aura, so the 1,000-legged demon did not notice his appearance. Jang Chong Shang was frightened by the 1,000-legged demon. What a huge insect! The spiritual energy here was rather abundant, but unlike the spiritual energy emitted by the earth spirit tree, it was more suitable for martial artists to cultivate. It was relatively low level, and if Jang Chong Shang were to absorb it, it would affect the purity of his spiritual energy. Other than that, it was also filled with a mysterious aura. Luck. Jang Chong Shang thought of this word. Luck was mysterious, soundless, colorless, and odorless. It could not be seen by the naked eye. One had to have a special martial arts technique to sense it. After reaching the 7th level of the Dao technique, Jang Chong Shang could already sense that the providence came from under that stone tablet. The stone tablet was not the dragon vein, but it had suppressed the dragon vein, and that thousand-legged demon was absorbing the luck on the stone tablet. Tisk tisk, this guy's demonic power was very strong. It was stronger than all the enemies he had encountered, even stronger than that golden body realm expert called Senior Dongfang. He remembered that this demon was worth 4,000 incense points. From the looks of it, 4,000 incense points was still within the range of the golden body realm. Jang Chong Shang coughed and woke up the thousand-legged demon. The thousand-legged demon raised its head and its gaze landed on Jang Chong Shang. Its face was covered with blood patterns and it looked ghastly. Its pair of eyes were even more terrifying. Its scarlet-black eyes revealed greed and killing intent. "Why did you come to the dragon vein?" Jang Chong Shang asked. There were no other snakes or insects in the cave. Even though the spiritual energy here was abundant, it was also extremely heavy. Ordinary creatures would be crushed into meat paste here. The thousand-legged demon raised its body and looked down at him. In a hoarse voice, it said, "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly rushed towards Jang Chong Shang. Its body was so huge that it was hard to measure its length. Jang Chong Shang was not even as big as one of its feet. Just as it was about to pounce on Jang Chong Shang, he raised his hand and pointed. The thousand-legged demon froze in midair and looked at its abdomen in horror. Jang Changshen's chi finger had pierced through its abdomen and dark green liquid surged out. It was extremely disgusting. Jang Chong Shang said expressionlessly, "Tell me or die." The thousand-legged demon shrunk back in fright. It sat on the huge stone tablet and stared at him in fear. How is this possible? Where did this person come from? Could it be that the martial arts world here is about to recover? The thousand-legged demon's heart was filled with fear. He braced himself and said, "I am from Xiansheng Grotto Heaven, a poisonous bug raised by martial artists. The Xiansheng Grotto Heaven once investigated the dragon vein. Even though they returned empty-handed, I stayed underground. One day, I felt the surge of spiritual energy and followed it here. I have been here for nearly 1,000 years." Jang Chong Shang asked in surprise, "How do you know 1,000 years had passed when you are underground?" The thousand-legged demon answered, "I calculated it myself. It might not be accurate." Jang Chong Shang. He then asked, "What's the origin of this stone tablet?" The thousand-legged demon carefully answered, "I'm not sure." "Then do you know that absorbing the luck of the dragon vein will cause the 13 prefectures to collapse?" "I don't know." "Senior, please forgive me. I am willing to leave immediately." "Then you can leave." The thousand-legged demon immediately crawled down from the stone tablet and crawled towards the largest hole behind Jang Chong Shang. When it passed by Jang Chong Shang, it suddenly turned its head and spat out poison towards him like a torrential rain. Jang Chong Shang did not turn around. He casually waved the Kylan horsetail whisk and the strong wind pushed the venom back, spilling it back onto the thousand-legged demon. "Oh no!" The thousand-legged demon turned pale with fright and immediately fled. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Whoosh! 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 A ray of golden light darted around the cave, back and forth, as if thousands of golden lights were flickering. 2 breaths later, the golden light disappeared and the thousand-legged demons turned into pieces of broken limbs that fell to the ground, raising dust clouds. The golden-scaled jade leaf returned to Jang Chong Shang without a trace of blood. Jang Chong Shang ignored the corpse of the thousand-legged demon and walked to the stone tablet. He noticed that the stone tablet was engraved with dense strange words, but he did not recognize them. He probed the dragon vein with his divine consciousness and discovered a seal similar to a restriction on cultivation. Once it was broken, the stone tablet would shatter and the boundless luck below would surge up and shatter the land of the 13 prefectures. At that time, the people would definitely be in a dilemma. This thing could not be touched. Jang Chong Shang looked at it for a long time before leaving. He returned to Loni Temple and sat on the bed to think. The seal in the stone tablet was ancient and powerful. Even though he could break it, he felt that he could not undo it before he broke past the 7th level of the Dao technique. In other words, the caster might have surpassed the universe realm. Coupled with what Xiao Duoshan said, the martial arts world of the 13 prefectures was at their peak a long time ago. Demons were everywhere. It was obvious that it was left behind by ancient martial artists. In addition, the spiritual energy of the dragon vein was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was only suitable for martial artists to absorb. Could it be that the dragon vein was artificially made? In any case, the disaster of the dragon vein was over. In the 19th year of the Qunwu era, you discovered a demon that had devoured the luck of the dragon vein. You tried to stop it and was attacked by it. You survived the calamity and obtained a survival reward. Spell, Connate Forest. Jang Chong Shang immediately began to inherit this spell. The Connate Forest technique could gather connate spiritual energy and quickly grow trees from the soil. However, this process would consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Wasn't this too auxiliary? Jang Chong Shang inwardly complained as an idea surfaced in his mind. He wanted to move a mountain to the northern gate and build a wooden bridge between the two mountains to send his disciples there. The mountain he lived on would then be the restricted area of Loni Temple in the future, so it would be quieter. Furthermore, by doing this, Loni Temple could also attract more disciples. Chapter 89, Move the Mountain? How? In the 20th year of the Qunwu era, Chinese New Year had just passed. The now old Chen Li came to visit Jang Chong Shang and brought along some specialties from the South Yuan dynasty. The two of them drank and chatted happily in the courtyard. Recently, Chen Li resigned from his position and retired in the estate in peace. Jang Chong Shang was already 70 years old, and he was in his 80s. At such an old age, he should enjoy the rest of his life. His Majesty found the treasury left behind by the previous dynasty's royal family. And recently, he has not been attending court. I wonder what he has discovered, Chen Li said as he swirled his wine cup. In order to stabilize the country, Great Jing expanded many official positions. It was not until the end of the year that they completely stabilized. After that, Jang Xu threw all his administrative affairs to Jang Xu in the 3 provinces and stayed in his bedroom to train all day long. Jang Chong Shang also noticed this. Jang Xu's heavenly scripture of the universe had reached a bottleneck. Going above his current realm would meant he had truly started cultivating immortality. However, due to the restrictions of the martial arts world, he could no longer improve and had no choice but to switch to other martial arts technique. Jang Chong Shang could not do anything about this. It was the same for Huang Chuan. However, he cultivated other martial arts techniques and coupled with his outstanding qualifications, he had always been ahead of Jang Xu. The heavenly scripture of the universe could at most allow one to cultivate to the divine realm. This realm would have been enough dozens of years ago, but it was not enough now. Now that Great Jing had more and more divine realm experts, it was hard for the heavenly scripture of the universe to maintain its former status. Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, His Majesty has been tired for so many years, so he should take a rest. The late emperor was once intoxicated by the harem, and the martial ancestor emperor was even more obsessed with the immortal Dao. But Great Jing still did not collapse back then. Chen Li nodded and lamented, It's indeed time to relax. I haven't been working as an official for the past few days, and I've been accompanying my great-grandson all day long. I found this kind of life quite interesting. Chong Sheng, you should relax too. In any case, you usually have nothing to do. As for your training, just maintain it at a constant level every day. There's no need to work so hard. Right now, you're the number 1 in the world. Jang Chong Sheng shook his head and said, I'm just number 1 in Great Jing. Who knows how vast the land beneath our feet is? Other than this land, it's unknown if there's a wider world on the other side of the ocean. Chen Li waved his hand and impatiently said, I'm not used to hearing you say such things. We ordinary people don't have your worries. Come and drink, drink. He was obviously drunk, but Jang Chong Sheng did not mind and clinked glasses with him. After cup, Chen Li finally covered his mouth. He looked up and asked, Chong Sheng, what do you want to do now? Jang Chong Sheng pondered and said, I want to move a mountain. Not far away, Bai Qi, who was originally sleepy, trembled when she heard this. Move a mountain? Did she hear wrongly? Moving a mountain, isn't that simple? Just move it. His Majesty respects you so much. You can move whichever mountain you want. Chen Li sat up and smiled. Then, he hiccuped and collapsed on the table again. Jang Chong Sheng said in distress, Exactly, but I'm struggling with which mountain to move. There are 5 great peaks in the 13 prefectures. I recommend moving Tian Shan Mountain. Tian Shan Mountain stretches for thousands of miles. That's too big to move. Then move Marshall Peak. Marshall Peak is a single mountain, it's easier to move, as long as you are strong enough. Jiang Changshen's eyes lit up. Marshall Peak was good. There was originally a sect stationed on Marshall Peak, but it was conquered by Emperor Yang Zhao's Burning Sky Pavilion and the sect was disbanded. He wondered if there was anyone living on Marshall Peak now. It did not matter if there were people living here. At most, they would pay them some silver. He did not spend money on ordinary days, so he had accumulated quite a lot of money. Jang Chong Shang fell into his reverie. Bai Qi lowered her head, thinking that he was talking nonsense. She had seen Marshall Peak before. With it being so tall, how could it be moved by humans? The next day, Chen Li was carried down the mountain by the Chen family's servants while Jang Chong Shang called for Ling Xiao. Master, what's the matter? Ling Xiao asked. Jang Chong Shang rarely called for him, so he was rather curious. Jang Chong Shang smiled and asked, You've traveled the world, have you been to Marshall Peak? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, I have. Why did Master ask about Marshall Peak? Jang Chong Shang answered, I want to move Marshall Peak to a place outside the northern gates as the second mountain of Loni Temple. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He smiled awkwardly and asked, Master, why are you teasing me? Bai Qi looked up and saw that Wang Chen, who was sweeping the floor, had stopped. Hua Jiangxin and Jang Jian had also stopped training. All of them looked at Jang Chong Shang with strange expressions. Why would I tease you? Go to Wu Feng first. If there are people on the mountain, dismiss them with money and wait for me there. Jang Chong Shang raised his hand and a purse flew out of the house and landed in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao was stunned. Was he really not joking? Or perhaps, he misunderstood? Move the mountain, was it not the other way around? Go ahead and wait for me on the mountain. Jang Chong Shang glared at Ling Xiao. The latter could only brace himself and accept the task before he turned to leave. Hua Jiangxin walked over and asked curiously, How are you going to move a mountain? Jang Chong Shang said, Let's give it a try. It might not necessarily succeed. Oh right, look for Zio when you're free and ask him to allocate the land outside the northern gate to Loni Temple. After all, they could not forcefully occupy land under the emperor's feet. When Hua Jiangxin heard that, she thought he wanted to practice martial arts. She thought that he could really move mountains. She nodded and smiled before she turned around and continued to give Jang Jian pointers. Bai Qi stared at Jang Chong Shang in a daze. For some reason, she felt that Jang Chong Shang was not as simple as giving it a try. The demonic priest would always do outrageous things. On the other side, Ling Xiao returned to his room to pack his bags before he walked toward the mountain gate. Along the way, he met Huang Chuan. Seeing that he was about to go on a long journey, Huang Chuan could not help but tease, Junior brother, you want to go down the mountain and dominate the world again. Ling Xiao shook his head and prepared to bypass Huang Chuan, but he was stopped. Tell me, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle being outside. Huang Chuan blocked Ling Xiao on the small bridge and chuckled. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. He knew that his senior brother was bored out of his mind. Ever since Huang Chuan broke through to become a true god, he had wanted to prove himself. However, there were no other true gods in the temple, and rarely would peerless experts come to challenge him. He felt suffocated here. It was not easy for him to become a true god, but he could not prove his strength. Huang Chuan was about to be depressed. Ling Xiao said helplessly, Master asked me to go to Wu Feng. Why are you going to Wu Feng for? Teacher wants to move the mountain and asked me to disperse the people on the mountain in advance. Move a mountain? What nonsense are you talking about? Ask Master yourself. Move aside. Ling Xiao pushed Huang Chuan away impatiently and continued on his way. Knowing that he was not out of his mind, Huang Chuan no longer stopped him. However, he was filled with confusion. Move a mountain? Move a mountain how? Move a mountains? How? Zhang Zia widened his eyes and asked in shock. Jang Xu, who was flipping through the memorials, could not help but look up at Hua Jiangxin. Hua Jiangxin said helplessly, How would I know? It's not like you are unaware of your master's mysteriousness. No one knows what he's thinking and what he can do. In any case, he wants the land outside the northern city gates. Are you going to give it to him or not? Zhang Jian put down his teacup and said, if master wants it, I will naturally give it to him. Since he wants to move a mountain, does he need manpower? I don't think there are enough disciples in Loni Temple, right? I can recruit 100,000 people to help move the mountain. He thought that Zhang Changshen's wish to move a mountain was a time-consuming and laborious thing, just like how the Jing martial ancestor built the canal in the past. Hua Jiangxin shook her head and said, no need. Your Majesty only needs to allocate the land to Loni Temple. Zhang Jian was amused. He smiled and said, approve it. I will approve to allocate the land today. I want to see how master will move a mountain. Hua Jiangxin nodded and turned to Jang Xu, concerned about his grandson's well-being. Zhang Jian picked up his teacup again, but his thoughts were wandering. Did his father really want to move a mountain? After Ling Xiao left, Jang Chong Shang continued to cultivate every day. Ling Xiao had the mark of reincarnation on him, and when the mark stopped moving for 2 days, it would mean that Ling Xiao had arrived at Wufeng. As he did not know the way, he asked Ling Xiao to be the guide while he took care of some trivial matters. It was still a long way from Si province to Wufeng, so Jang Chong Shang was not in a hurry. 5 days later, Huang Chuan came and stood under the earth spirit tree. Master, someone claiming to be from Xiansheng Grotto Heaven has come to pay a visit. He claims to be an old acquaintance of the Four Seas sage. Jang Chong Shang did not open his eyes and calmly said, let him in. He had already sensed the other party's aura and it was not simple. The other party was a true god. However, his cultivation technique was special so much so that Huang Chuan could not detect his strength. Zhang Changshen's name was now renowned throughout the world. Those who could meet him and dared to come to meet him were naturally at least true gods. Those with lower realms would not dare to come and were not qualified to meet him. Soon, Huang Chuan arrived with senior brother Hung Feng of the Four Seas Sage. I am Hung Feng. Greetings, Dao ancestor. Hung Feng cupped his fists and bowed. In his mind, he was thinking that the Dao ancestor was indeed amazing. His youth retention skills were even better than those old monsters in the Grotto Heaven. Huang Chuan left, not daring to disturb the two of them. Hua Jiangxin also left with Jang Jian. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and asked with a smile, how is the Four Seas sage? Hung Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He smiled and said, junior brother Four Seas' days are quite leisurely. He drinks and has fun every day. When he is free, he will teach his precious disciple. Oh right, it's the second prince of Great Jing, Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo is really a good seedling. He has actually cultivated the peerless divine power of our Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. There's hope for him to attain the Golden Body Realm in the future. Jang Chong Shang asked curiously, are there very few Golden Body Realm experts in Xiansheng Grotto Heaven? Hung Feng said awkwardly, the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven is a martial arts haven outside the secular world, but not everyone is at the Golden Body Realm. Oh? You mean there is someone above the Golden Body Realm in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven? Well, I don't know. There should be. The Grotto Heaven is divided into several levels. Disciples are not allowed to cross levels to ask. Zhang Chong Shang was slightly disappointed. Why was the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven the same as the Chao sects? Was it because they were afraid of their information being leaked? Hung Feng came back to his senses and said, this junior is here because I was entrusted by my master to invite you to the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven as a guest. My master will certainly treat you well and will not force you to stay in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. Zhang Chong Shang shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I can't go. Thank your master for me. Great Jing has just stabilized its territory, so I can't leave. Even though he was confident in dealing with the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven, it did not mean he was not cautious. What if the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven had the means to kill him? He would not go. He had not seen enough of Great Jing, so why would he go to the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven? Hung Feng hastily said, my master is willing to impart the heaven-seizing true dragon technique to senior. This technique cannot be cultivated unless one is at the Golden Body Realm. After cultivating it, it can absorb the luck of the dynasty and increase one's strength. The true dragon chi of the Mahayana Dragon Tower is the foundation of the heaven-seizing true dragon technique. When cultivated to perfection, it can condense a true dragon of luck and is extremely powerful. Chapter 90, Divine Skill Obtained, under Martial Peak's Foot. What do I need to pay for such generosity? Zhang Chong Shang stared at Hung Feng and asked in a teasing tone. Hung Feng answered, to be honest, the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven wants to rope you in and let you join the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. The reason why we offered such conditions was because we are afraid that you would not go, so they have to show their sincerity. Senior, you can follow me to take a look first. If you don't wish to join the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven, you can bring the heaven-seizing true dragon technique back to Great Jing. He was full of confidence and believed that as long as Jang Chong Shang went to the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven, he would not return. Jang Chong Shang was curious about his confidence. Bai Qi, close your eyes. Bai Qi, who was listening with relish, trembled and hastily closed her eyes. Hung Feng was surprised. Close what eyes? Soon after, he met Zhang Changshen's golden eyes. Phantom God's Eye. Hung Feng was instantly in a trance and stood rooted on the spot. Zhang Chong Shang asked, Xiansheng Grotto Heaven sent you here to sincerely invite me. Hung Feng replied in a dumbstruck manner, yes. Why is Xiansheng Grotto Heaven so confident? Why do they think I won't come back? Xiansheng Grotto Heaven is located in the center of the continent, and it exists independently in a small world. It contains a large number of martial arts cultivation resources, and Chao sects are sects supported by Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. Its purpose is to protect this continent. Any martial artist who has been to the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven would want to stay because training in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven is far better than training outside. Legend has it that the 9 dragon veins of the continent were created by the ancestors of Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. Why is Xiansheng Grotto Heaven called a Grotto Heaven? I once heard from my master that the Grotto Heaven is not as simple as a small world. It also represents the goal of the disciples' cultivation. As for the specifics, I am not sure. As expected, the name Xiansheng Grotto Heaven originated from the Grotto Heaven realm. Jang Chong Shang was currently equivalent to the someone in the 3rd level of the Grotto Heaven realm. He wondered how many levels there were in the realm. Hung Feng continued to answer truthfully. Hung Feng did not know if there were any universe realm experts in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. However, there were many golden body realm experts in the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. Most of them were old antiques who were in seclusion all year round. Bai Qi imagination ran wild as she listened. It was as if she had opened a door to a new world. At the same time, she knew that she was doomed. It was impossible for her to leave Loni Temple for the rest of her life. Otherwise, the demonic priest would certainly kill her to silence her. Fortunately, she didn't have any thoughts of running. Recently, Zhang Chong Shang had taught it the Xian Nei Overlord body technique, which made it very happy. In essence, the demon beasts in this world also trained in martial arts. The greatest difference between martial arts and the immortal Dao was the tempering of the body in martial arts. Any moves were executed with the physical body, fierce and direct. The immortal Dao was even more ethereal. For example, the cloud riding technique was unfathomable and was not as simple as directly releasing spiritual energy. To be precise, the immortal Dao involved the power of heaven and earth and the Dao of the soul. In addition, the spiritual energy that Zhang Chong Shang absorbed was something that martial artists could not sense, but demon beasts could. Perhaps this was the reason why demon beasts could live longer than martial artists after they stepped into cultivation. However, even though demon beasts could sense it, it was only used to temper their bodies, stimulate their physical bodies, and breed demonic energy. This was the rule of this world and could not be changed. Only Zhang Chong Shang could directly transform it into his own with half the effort while being much stronger. Zhang Chong Shang asked for a long time before he brought Hung Feng into the house. In Hung Feng's mind, Zhang Chong Shang had become his master. Naturally, he would listen to his master. Write down all the martial arts technique you have learned, word for word, Zhang Chong Shang ordered. From Hung Feng's point of view, his master said with a solemn expression, "Today, I will test you. Write down all the martial arts you have learned, word for word." Hung Feng nodded. He sat at the table and began to write furiously. Zhang Chong Shang watched silently at the side, constantly handing over paper and helping him grind ink. This moved Hung Feng. His master rarely cared about him like this. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the house and came to their previous position. Zhang Chong Shang sat down and removed the phantom god's eye and erased that memory. Hung Feng became clear-headed and said, "Senior, my master is sincere. I hope you will consider it carefully." Zhang Chong Shang said, "To be honest, I'm worried. After all, Mahayana Dragon Tower, Martial Comprehension Valley, and Star Gathering Tower have given me a bad impression. If your master were to come personally, I would believe it. Go back and ask your master if he's willing to come here. Even if we can't reach an agreement, I'm still willing to offer my ultimate technique to trade. Hung Feng fell into hesitation. Bai Qi's expression became strange as she felt her hair stand on end. This person was possessed. He did not know what had happened just now. Bai Qi suddenly felt that the so-called Xiansheng Grotto heaven was nothing. Sooner or later, they would be toyed with by the demonic priest. She could only hope that Xiansheng Grotto heaven would not offend the demonic priest so that they would not follow in the footsteps of the three Chao sects. All right. Hung Feng could only agree. At the very least, his trip was not in vain. The ultimate technique of the Dao ancestor of Great Jing was still very valuable. Just like that, Hung Feng bid farewell and left. Fortunately, Hung Feng did not have a watch on his hand and it was not close to evening yet. Jang Chong Shang looked at his departing back and smiled. He had already obtained the heaven-seizing true dragon technique, so why should he go to the Xiansheng Grotto heaven? Jang Chong Shang did not expect that Hung Feng would remember this ultimate technique that only those at the Golden Body Realm could learn. Could this kid be the guardian disciple of the Xiansheng Grotto heaven's scripture depository? Within an hour, Hung Feng wrote down 9 absolute arts, including the heaven-seizing the true dragon technique. Zhang Chong was afraid that he would be exposed, so he stopped him from continuing. Controlling a true god for 2 hours had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. It was even more strenuous than killing a Golden Body Realm expert. Zhang Chong Shang closed his eyes and cultivated. Even though he had just reached the 7th level, he still had to cultivate every day and could not slack. Bai Qi did not dare to ask and her imagination ran wild. While her thoughts ran wild, she was extremely nervous. She only relaxed when Hua Jiangxin and Zhang Jian returned. A month later, Zhang Chong Shang sensed that the distance between him and Ling Xiao had stopped increasing. It had lasted for 2 days, which meant that Ling Xiao had arrived at Martial Peak. He immediately stood up and left on a cloud. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Jang Jian, who was playing with a wooden puppet, was stunned. He did not even know when the wooden puppet in his hand had fallen to the ground. On the other side, halfway up the mountain, Ling Xiao was practicing his sword techniques. On the other side of the mountain range, there was an endless stretch of mountains. Martial Peak stood upright among the mountains. It was nearly 10,000 feet tall, similar to a sword. There were no mountains connected to it in all directions. Mountain paths surrounded Martial Peak all the way to the top of the mountain. There were many bottomless caves on the peak, and there was a flat space at the top of the mountain that occupied a radius of 2 miles. There were a few pavilions, but there was no one there. As he stood on the cliff and trained with his sword while looking down at the magnificent mountains, Ling Xiao's state of mind had reached a state of clarity. He no longer thought about any moves and instinctively brandished his sword, and a force appeared around him. The force took the form of wind and was fierce and domineering. "Brother, may I ask if this is Martial Peak?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. Ling Xiao frowned and answered, "Yes." It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and tall, dressed in white, and he held a sword in his hand. He had a strong aura, and the woman was beautiful and smart. She wore a yellow robe and stared at Ling Xiao as her eyes wandered around. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao continued to train his sword and ignored her. The white-robed man carefully sized him up and praised, "Brother, your sword is pretty good. Could it be the ultimate technique of the former absolute sword?" Ling Xiao stopped and turned around to ask, "How did you know?" The white-robed man smiled and said, "I know about 70 to 80% of the sword techniques in the world. Coincidentally, I know about absolute sword's ultimate technique." Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly realized that he could not see through the other party. The yellow-robed woman smiled and said, "Brother, why don't we accept him? We are going to establish a sect on Martial Peak, so how can we not have experts?" The white-robed man nodded and looked at Ling Xiao. "Brother, I see that you are quite powerful. Why don't you join us? I'll make you the deputy sect leader." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "If you wish to establish a sect on Martial Peak, forget it. My master wants this mountain." He was not surprised. When he first arrived, there was already a group of people on the mountain. He sent them away with money and the reputation of Loni Temple. "May I ask who your master is?" the white-robed man asked. Ling Xiao answered, "My master is the Dao ancestor of Great Jing." "Are you a disciple of Loni Temple?" the yellow-robed woman cried out in surprise. Her eyes brightened as she stared at Ling Xiao, which made him uncomfortable. Ling Xiao said, "You two, just go down the mountain." The white-robed man smiled and said, "Loni Temple is in the Si province, thousands of miles away from here. How are you going to occupy the mountain? Are you going to mine some kind of resources here? I am willing to fork out money to buy this mountain." Ling Xiao frowned and revealed an impatient expression. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed lightly by Ling Xiao's side. The white-robed man's pupils constricted as he was secretly shocked. He did not sense the other party's aura at all. Did the other party jump down from the mountain? The person who just arrived was Jang Chong Shang. When Ling Xiao saw that it was Jang Chong Shang, he hastily cupped his fists and greeted, "Master." Jang Chong Shang nodded. He looked at the white-robed man and said, "I want this mountain. You can go down the mountain. I will move away in a while." With that said, he walked down the mountain path with Ling Xiao following behind him. He wanted to appreciate the scenery of Martial Peak first. After all, it was rare for him to come out. The white-robed man stood rooted on the spot. The yellow-robed woman could not help but ask, "Brother, could he be the Dao ancestor? What did he say just now? That he wants to move the mountain." Jang Chong Shang was so young. How could he be the Dao ancestor of Great Jing? He looked younger than the swordsman just now. He looked more like her age. The white-robed man was also puzzled. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go down the mountain and see what he wants to do. Perhaps the disciples of Loni Temple are also here. It's not wise to have a conflict with them." The siblings walked down the mountain. Along the way, Jang Chong Shang asked Ling Xiao about his experience during this period of time, and Ling Xiao told him the truth. An hour later, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jang Chong Shang began to search for a suitable angle to move the mountain. Ling Xiao followed behind him. He was also curious as to how his master would move a mountain. The pair of siblings had also left the mountain. Jang Chong Shang was not afraid that they would see him. After all, he did not intend to move the mountain sneakily. He wanted to showcase his strength to the world and obtain a large amount of incense points. After making a small detour, Jang Chong Shang stopped and walked to a mountain wall. It should be easier to start from here. Martial Peak occupied an area of 6 to 7 miles in diameter. Coupled with the fact that it was 10,000 feet tall, it could be considered a huge mountain. The yellow-robed woman could not help but ask, "Hey, you want to move this mountain? Where are your people?" Jang Chong Shang put the Kailan horsetail whisk on his waist and said with a smile, "It's just moving a single mountain. Why do I need others?" The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes and said, "Even if you rely on just the two of you, you won't be able to move this whole mountain in your entire life, right?" Chapter 91, An Immortal Moves a Mountain. In the face of the yellow-robed woman's doubts, Jang Chong Shang did not answer. He just pressed his hands on the mountain wall and mobilized his spiritual energy. His eyes narrowed and he directly used his divine power to move the mountain. His spiritual energy quickly spread throughout the mountain. Ling Xiao, the white-robed man, and the yellow-robed woman stared at him. No way! Cold sweat broke out on Ling Xiao's forehead. He believed that his master would not lie to him. If Jang Chong Shang really wanted to move Martial Peak by himself. The white-robed man felt Jang Chong Shang's aura and his heart skipped a beat. Was this the strength of the Dao ancestor of Great Jing? The strength of someone capable of killing a golden body realm expert? The yellow-robed woman could not help but laugh when she saw Jang Chong Shang freeze. He really knew how to brag. Just as she was about to open her mouth to tease him, the earth suddenly trembled. Rumble! The three of them swayed from side to side. They hastily circulated their qi and used their true qi to stabilize their feet as they looked at Jang Chong Shang in horror. Jang Chong Shang's robe burst out with resplendent light, making him look like an immortal god with an extraordinary aura that made them feel suffocated. What a terrifying aura! The white-robed man had never felt such a powerful aura. Even his father was far less powerful. What realm is he at? The white-robed man was shocked. He looked at Jang Chong Shang with his mouth agape, no longer as calm as before. The yellow-robed woman's mouth was also wide open, enough to swallow an egg. Even Jang Chong Shang's disciple, Ling Xiao, revealed an expression of disbelief. Under their shocked expressions, Jang Chong Shang shouted angrily, "Rise!" This shout shook the world and deafened the three of them. Rumble! The huge and majestic Martial Peak trembled as it rose into the air. The world shook violently. With Marshall Peak as the center, the earth split open and cracks shattered the earth. The cracks extended to the surrounding mountains and affected a radius of dozens of miles. The tremors continued for hundreds of miles. Ling Xiao and the other two stood behind Jang Chong Shang. The ground beneath their feet did not crack, but the nearest crack was less than 50 feet away from them, which frightened them. Countless rocks slid down. Ling Xiao and the white-robed man had no choice but to swing their swords to cut down the falling rocks. Really? Is he really going to move the mountain? The yellow-robed woman was stunned. She could not even speak smoothly as her voice trembled. The 10,000-foot-tall Marshall Peak rose from the ground and covered the sky, making the three of them feel that the sky was about to turn dark. Jang Chong Shang lifted the mountain wall with both hands like an ant lifting an elephant. The visual impact far exceeded this comparison. Ling Xiao, the white-robed man, and the yellow-robed woman were all stunned. Right now, Jang Chong Shang had his back facing them and his forehead was covered in sweat. Holy smokes! He almost had an accident. Marshall Peak was heavier than he had imagined. It was hard to move him with his spiritual energy alone. Fortunately, he had divine power. It was easy to blow up a mountain, but it was not easy to lift one. Jang Chong Shang did not take Marshall Peak back into his body or into his palm. He just held it up and prepared to swagger back to the capital. He rose into the air and so did Marshall Peak. He slid to the foot of the mountain and supported himself with one hand, pretending to be relaxed. Jang Chong Shang looked down at Ling Xiao and said, "Why aren't you going up the mountain? Do you not want me to send you back?" Ling Xiao came back to his senses and hastily leaped up the mountain. He was still in shock and could not utter a single word. When Marshall Peak flew into the sky and separated from the nearby mountains, Jang Chong Shang flew towards Si province. He only needed to sense the mark of reincarnation of Hua Jiangxin to know the direction. After Marshall Peak moved away, a huge pit that covered an area of several miles wide appeared among the mountains. The ground was covered with cracks, iced like the scene after a meteorite hit the ground. The white-robed man and the yellow-robed woman stood rooted on the spot. It wasn't until Marshall Peak disappeared at the end of the mountains that they woke up from their stupor. The yellow-robed woman could not help but ask, "Brother, is Great Jing really the martial arts desert? Why do I feel that it's more terrifying than the martial arts dynasty in the center of the continent?" The white-robed man was silent. His worldview had also been shattered. He was really moving a mountain. Furthermore, it was a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. Was this something a martial artist could achieve? This was too outrageous. The white-robed man tried hard to restrain his emotions and maintain his elegance, but he could not help but curse. The yellow-robed woman blushed when she recalled herself teasing Jang Chong Shang. At the same time, she was curious about Jang Chong Shang. What realm was he? Could it be, as the people of Great Jing said, the Dao ancestor was an immortal god that had descended to the mortal world? In an inn on the side of the official road, a group of bodyguards were drinking and eating meat. At that moment, a waiter stumbled in and cried out in horror, "There's a mountain, flying over." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. The shopkeeper threw a rag at his face and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Did you steal wine again?" The waiter pulled off the rag and shouted, "Really? Really? I'm not lying. I didn't drink any wine." Suddenly, it was dark outside the inn, as if night had fallen. Everyone was stunned by this change. They hastily ran to the window and the door and stuck their heads out to take a look. Soon after, they were all dumbstruck. A huge mountain was passing above the inn. The mountain is really flying, oh my god. Second cousin, am I really not drunk? Quick, look. There's someone. Oh my god, there's really someone moving a mountain. He can fly in the air. Could he be a true god? But, can a true god move a mountain like that? Don't tell me we saw a ghost. Below Marshall Peak, Zhang Changshen's robe burst out with a dazzling light. Under the dark mountain, he was like the bright moon in the night sky, extremely eye-catching. Zhang Changshen's flying speed was not slow. Not long after, Marshall Peak disappeared into the horizon under everyone's gaze. Everyone stood rooted on the spot and remained silent for a long time. Jang Chong Shang carried Marshall Peak and flew towards the Si province. His spiritual energy was depleting very quickly. If it were before his breakthrough, it would probably be difficult for him to move Marshall Peak to the Si province. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. Ling Xiao came to the top of the mountain and took a deep breath as he looked at the scenery around him. His eyes became firm. From now on, he would no longer roam the martial arts world. He wanted to use his master as his goal to reach such a realm of martial arts. He suddenly started to look forward to the scene of his master moving martial peak to the capital. Senior brother Huang Chuan would probably wet his pants from fright. In the field, the old farmer who was plowing suddenly looked up and the hoe in his hand dropped on the field. The woman who was weaving clothes on the stone dam could not help but look up when she saw the ground gradually turning dark. The citizens coming and going in the city looked up one after another, all of them stunned. Oh my god! What's that? It's a mountain! It's a mountain! There's someone at the foot of the mountain. Is he an immortal? It's not a demon, is it? An immortal is moving a mountain. The heavens have appeared. Hurry up and kneel. Compared to the shock of martial artists, mortals were more excited. After ensuring that martial peak would not hurt them, they knelt down one after another, fearing that they would miss the auspicious sign. Jang Chong Shang flew all the way. Wherever there were people, they would be shocked and cry out in surprise when they saw this scene. Even the wild beasts and demon beasts in the mountains were stunned. After flying past dozens of cities, Jang Chong Shang was close to the Si province. Capital. Within the Chen family's estate, the aged Chen Li was currently playing with his great-grandson. All of a sudden, he saw martial artists leaping over the Chen family's mansion and running towards the northern gate. He could not help but scold, "A group of rude people." At that moment, a servant ran in and anxiously said, "Family head, something big has happened." Chen Li was already in a bad mood, so he immediately cursed. "What's the matter? Has the sky fallen? How powerful was Great Jing now? Could it be that someone was courting death? More or less. There's a huge mountain flying towards the capital. All the guards and white-robed guards in the city have been mobilized and are rushing towards the northern city gates." The servant answered with a trembling voice and a face full of fear. Chen Li was stunned and asked, "A mountain? It's really a mountain, a huge mountain." Chen Li suddenly thought of something and hastily stood up. "Quick, help this old man take a look." When his great-grandson saw that he had run away, he immediately burst into tears. But this time, Chen Li no longer cared about him. Within the palace, in the imperial study, Jang Jian was meditating and cultivating while Jang Xu was reading a memorial. A white-robed guard suddenly barged in and said, "Your Majesty, there's a mysterious huge mountain approaching the capital at high speed." Jang Jian opened his eyes and frowned. "Say that again. There's a mysterious mountain." Before he could finish speaking, Jang Jian stood up and walked out of the room. Jang Xu also put down the memorial. As they stood in front of the imperial study, they could see the outline of a huge mountain slowly growing in the distance. The father and son were stunned. They remembered that Hua Jiangxin had come to them recently to ask for some land. Could it be? The father and son looked at each other and saw each other's shock. In Loni Temple, the Dao bell was rung urgently, and thousands of disciples were ready to fight. Some stood on the eaves, some came to the entrance of the mountain, and some stood on the edge of the cliff. All of them looked in one direction. At the end of the horizon, above the continuous mountain range, a huge sword-like mountain was flying towards them. What's that? Is it an enemy attack? What enemy attack? There's a mountain flying. Flying. Could it be an illusion? It should be an illusion, right? The disciples cried out in surprise. Huang Chuan stood on the roof and was stunned. He remembered what Ling Xiao had said before he left. Could it be that his junior brother had really gone to check it out and his master was really going to move a mountain? He turned to look at his master's courtyard and noticed that Bai Qi, Wang Chen, Hua Jiangxin and Zhang Jian had all come to the eaves. Even White Dragon, who was on the mountain top, also raised its huge snake head, but his master was nowhere to be seen. Huang Chuan's heart pounded wildly. It was true. Huang Chuan was so shocked that he did not know what to say. His mind was blank. Hua Jiangxin was also shocked silly. She believed in Jang Chong Shang, but she did not expect him to move a mountain directly. Bai Qi laid down on her paws and made a praying posture. At that moment, Jang Chong Shang had completely become a god in her heart. He was definitely not a demonic priest. He was a true immortal. Looking at the outline of the capital in the distance, Jang Chong Shang smiled. They were finally back. Figures appeared in the forest below. They were all martial artists who practiced martial arts nearby. They jumped to the top of the tree and looked up at Martial Peak, only to see Jang Chong Shang. "That's Someone is moving that mountain. The mountain is not flying on its own. That light seems to be the Dao ancestor. That day when the Dao ancestor transcended the tribulation, he was also shining in the sky. The Dao ancestor moved a mountain? Oh my god, is he really a martial artist? The martial arts realm can be so powerful. Could it be that those myths and legends from ancient times were all done by martial artists? Chapter 92, Reappearance of Myths and Soaring Incense Points. Jang Chong Shang ignored the exclamations of the martial artists below. He carried martial peak with one hand and rushed to the northern city gates. The wasteland outside the northern city gates had been allocated to Loni Temple. Jang Chong Shang even specially asked Wan Li to bring people to circle it and insert a wooden sign. Figures stood on the eaves of the nearby buildings as they looked at the approaching martial peak. Wu Feng flying in the sky was so shocking that it made them panicked. They did not know what had happened. The city walls of the northern city gate were filled with white-robed guards, ready to fight at any time. As Martial Peak got closer and closer, more and more people saw someone under Martial Peak. After all, the light of the great feathered robe was too dazzling to ignore. Someone was moving the mountain. The mountain was not flying by itself. The truth was even more shocking. Who could move a mountain? The first thing they thought of was the Dao ancestor or the peerless experts who came to challenge him. Zhang Ziu, Zhang Xu, Han Tianji, Chen Li and the others all looked at this scene in a daze. The more magnificent martial peak was, the greater the shock Jang Chong Shang brought them. Don't panic. From now on, this will be the second mountain of Loni Temple. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded and resounded throughout the sky. Everyone in the city could hear his voice. When they heard this, many citizens who did not know the truth felt at ease, followed by shock. The Dao ancestor could move a mountain, and it was such a huge mountain. A true immortal in the world. After Jang Chong Shang confirmed that there was no one outside the northern gates, he slowly descended. He also spread out his divine consciousness to prevent Martial Peak from hitting the northern gate and affecting Loni Mountain. The huge Martial Peak slowly descended, making all the soldiers and martial artists on the northern gates nervous. The disciples of Loni Temple were also watching nervously. When Martial Peak approached them, they finally understood Zhang Changshen's power. It was impossible for a human to move such a huge mountain. Huang Chuan suddenly saw Ling Xiao walking on the mountain path of Wu Feng and could not help but swallow his saliva. It was true, it was definitely not an illusion. Rumble. Wu Feng landed on the ground, shaking the earth and stirring up billowing dust that flooded the streets near the northern gates. A mountain that was even larger than Loni Mountain had landed outside the northern city gates. The mountain wall was less than 20 feet away from the city gates, and many forests had been flattened. It was not until Martial Peak landed on the ground that loud cheers broke out in the capital. The citizens were all shouting the name of the Dao ancestor. Zhang Ziu stood rooted on the spot. He suddenly felt that what he was pursuing was meaningless. How could the dynasty's ambitions and achievements compare to such a miracle? Immortal. Immortal. With the help of a servant, Chen Li pointed in the direction of Martial Peak and spoke while trembling. He was so excited that his eyes bulged. At that moment, the biggest doubt in his heart was solved. For dozens of years, he had been curious about Zhang Changshen's background and where he had learned martial arts. Jang Chong Shang claimed that he learned it in his dreams, but he did not believe it. He felt that there was someone behind Jang Chong Shang. Along the way, he witnessed Jang Chong Shang creating miracles one after another and inflicting heavy damage on the enemies of Great Jing, which should have been doomed. Even so, he still did not know why Jang Chong Shang was so strong. Until now. He believed that Jang Chong Shang was an immortal from heaven. Chen Li was so excited that his eyes suddenly rolled back and he fainted. After putting Martial Peak down, Jang Chong Shang used the connate forest technique to make the forest at the bottom of Martial Peak grow densely. The tree roots sank deep into the ground to stabilize Martial Peak so that an earthquake would not suddenly happen and knock Martial Peak into the capital. After the time for an incense stick to burn, a dense forest grew at the foot of the mountain. The citizens and martial artists attributed this miracle to Jang Chong Shang. After doing all this, Jang Chong Shang returned to Loni Temple and sent a voice transmission to Huang Chuan and Wan Li. He asked them to build a bridge, a pavilion, and a courtyard on Martial Peak. Bai Qi looked at Jang Chong Shang in a daze, not daring to speak. Hua Jiangzhen and Zhang Jian arrived at the courtyard and looked at Jang Chong Shang in shock. Jang Chong Shang sat under the tree without saying a word and directly began to cultivate. He was recovering his spiritual energy. This trip had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. He had never been so tired. Even when the armies of 9 dynasties and 2 Chao sects joined hands, he had never been so tired. The clamor in the capital continued for a long time. It was even more lively than the New Year in spring. A large number of martial artists and commoners surged out of the city gates to look at the mountain outside the city. Only when they touched the soil and walked up the mountain path did they dare to believe that it was true. It's Marshall Peak. That's right, it's really Marshall Peak. How is that possible? Marshall Peak is more than 3,000 miles away from the capital. An old man cried out in surprise, and his words caused an uproar. This was Marshall Peak? Emperor Yang Zhao stood on the eaves and was dumbstruck. He had been to Marshall Peak before, so he was very familiar with it. It was precisely because of this familiarity that he was the most shocked. When Jang Jian heard about this, he immediately sent the white-robed guards to the previous location of Marshall Peak to see if it was still there. He asked the white-robed guards to hurry up and take a look. Half a month later, Jang Jian received news that it was indeed Marshall Peak. The citizens of all the cities along the way had witnessed the Dao ancestor moving the mountain. In order to prevent the citizens from panicking, Jang Jian had no choice but to announce this to the world. The Dao ancestor had moved Marshall Peak to somewhere 3,000 miles away in a day. The world was shocked. The news spread throughout the entire Great Jing, not only to the 22 provinces, but also to the other dynasties that had just been conquered. May. The commotion in the capital finally ended, but there was still a steady stream of people coming to visit Marshall Peak every day. At this moment, Marshall Peak had become the manifestation of the Dao ancestor's power. Jang Chong Shang looked at his incense points every day. On the second day after the mountain was placed, his incense points began to increase. Current incense points, 910,983. In a short span of 3 months, it was better than the previous dozens of years of accumulation. Furthermore, the growth rate was still very fast and there was no tendency to slow down. Those who could burn incense for him were absolute believers, not including those who revered and worshipped him. After all, most people only worshipped someone in their hearts or kept it on their mouths and would not take action. As expected, in this world where information was scarce, only by displaying a powerful performance could the world worship him. Jang Chong Shang suddenly had many thoughts. If he were to realize all the myths he knew about China, how many incense points would he get? Quafu chasing the sun, Hao Yi shoots the sun, Nuwa mends the sky, Jing Gui fills the sea, furiously splitting Mount Hua, flooding the capital. Bah, forget about the last one. Zhang Changshen's imagination ran wild. At the same time, he realized that the expansion of the Great Jing Empire was also beneficial to him. The more citizens there were, the more incense points he could obtain. At that moment, Zhang Chong Shang had the strong urge to make Zhang Jian go to war immediately. However, he still suppressed this idea. After all, he had just broken through, and the interval between each breakthrough must be longer and longer. It would take at least dozens of years or even hundreds of years before his next breakthrough. There was no need to be anxious now. His descendants unified the world while he continuously transcended the tribulation to become an immortal sage who was detached from everything. Just the thought of it made Zhang Chong Shang excited. At that moment, a notification appeared. In the 20th year of the Kunwu era, Chen Li, whom you marked, had successfully reincarnated and was born in the land of the Wei dynasty. Zhang Chong Shang was stunned. Chen Li had reincarnated? He immediately opened his eyes and transmitted his voice to Hua Jiangxin on Marshall Peak, asking her to inquire about Chen Li. Chen Li was almost 90 years old, which was considered a long life. Zhang Chong Shang was not sad about this. After all, he had already seen the beginning of the cycle of reincarnation. However, things were a little sudden, so he had to understand his situation. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Hua Jiangxin arrived at his courtyard. With the help of a true god, Huang Chuan, 3 wooden bridges had been built between the 2 mountains, and Hua Jiangxin directly crossed one of the bridges. It has been 3 months since Chen Li passed away. When you moved the mountain that day, he was too excited and fainted. Didn't you say not to let anyone disturb you during this period of time? So I did not tell you. After all, with your current identity, it is not appropriate for you to attend the Chen family's funeral. Hua Jiangxin came to Zhang Chong Shang and said. Zhang Chong Shang had a strange expression. Hua Jiangxin comforted him. There's no need to think too much. Didn't you give him a lot of medicine in the early years? Everyone has their own end to their life, so he won't blame you. I believe he was proud the moment he saw you move to Marshall Peak. With a good friend like you, he has no regrets in his life. I reckon he won't have such an honor in his next life. After Marshall Peak landed on the ground, Zhang Changshen's image in the hearts of the surrounding people changed. It became high and mighty, full of distance. This was brought about by extreme admiration and reverence. Zhang Chong Shang sighed and said, I understand. The two of them chatted for a while before Hua Jiangzhen went to pick up Jang Jian. Zhang Chong Shang silently activated his incense points and spent 10,000 incense points to give Chen Li a blessing. Other than guilt, there was more feelings of commemoration. In his life, only Chen Li could be considered as a good friend of his. Everyone else more or less had a superior subordinate relationship with him. When they first met, Chen Li was in high spirits and was used as a gun. At first, the two of them had disagreements. How could they know that they would be lifelong friends? Of course, that was for Chen Li's life. Zhang Chong Shang did not have an end to his life. He was eternal. My old friend has passed away. I have to cultivate harder. Let's meet again in your next life. That was what Zhang Chong Shang thought. During this month, Wan Li had already started to arrange for the disciples to move to Marshall Peak, so Loni Temple had become deserted. When he heard the news of Chen Li's death, he suddenly felt depressed. However, this trace of melancholy soon turned into motivation. When Bai Qi saw that Zhang Chong Shang had closed his eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Zhang Chong Shang would chase her to Marshall Peak as well. She very much preferred to stay under the Earth Spirit Tree. It was comfortable, and she could get closer to Zhang Chong Shang. As they got closer, their relationship would not be estranged, and she would be able to hug his thigh. Under the blue sky, beside the waterfall, a 16-year-old Zhang Luo came ashore. His body was radiating heat as he dried up the water on his body. Even though he was still young, his body was already very strong. His muscles were clearly defined and filled with masculinity and strength. He looked exactly like Jang Xu with his disheveled hair, but his eyes were filled with arrogance, and his temperament was completely different from Jang Xu. The Four Seas sage walked over and handed him a bottle. This is my latest fruit wine. It was brewed with 100-year-old essence flower. Drink it after tempering your body. It will allow your muscles and bones to recover better and nourish your physique. Zhang Luo took it and drank it all in one go. Then, he wiped his mouth and asked with a smile, Master, with my strength, when can I achieve a breakthrough? The Four Seas sage said helplessly, You're still young. Why do you want to break through in advance? Train for a few more years. There's no need to fight with that guy. His father is older than your grandmaster. Humph, I can't stand him bullying his fellow disciples. What kind of genius is he? He's merely a true god that was born from resources. Give me another 5 years and I will definitely surpass him. Zhang Luo snorted. The birthmark between his eyebrows flickered with a faint red light, making him look as if he had a third eye. The Four Seas sage forced a smile. No matter how one grows, having someone to support you is also a manifestation of strength. Alas, Master is incompetent and made you suffer. Zhang Luo frowned and said, Master, what are you talking about? If you hadn't brought me to the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, no matter how talented I am, I would only be a mortal martial artist. How could I have access to real martial arts? Chapter 93, Luck Dynasty, Establishing a Deist Temple. By the way, do you want to go back to Great Jing? The Four Seas sage changed the topic and asked. He was gratified by Zhang Luo's words, but he was still afraid that something would happen to him. The Xiansheng Grotto heaven seemed to have strict rules that could protect every disciple, but offending someone of high status would not end well. Zhang Luo said calmly, I don't want to. Right now, I just want to become stronger. There will definitely be many troubles if I return to Great Jing. Moreover, if I don't go back, my twin brother will be able to sit on the throne. The Four Seas sage did not hide his background, but he was not interested in the imperial power of the Jing dynasty. A few years ago, the Four Seas sage brought him around the nearby dynasties, but he did not like the outside world. Mortals struggled for their livelihood, and their martial arts were weak. Even though the Four Seas sage was helpless, he could only agree. Zhang Luo threw the bottle back to him and waved his hand. He brushed past him and walked to his wooden house, ready to continue with his training. The Four Seas sage turned to look at Zhang Luo with worry. Zhang Luo was so competitive that he would definitely cause trouble in the future. How long could he protect him? He could sense that his lifespan was coming to an end and he did not have many years left to live. He hoped that he could help this kid become stronger before he died of old age. The Four Seas sage sighed. He suddenly thought of Zhang Yuan. The two of them had hit it off at first sight. When he reached the netherworld, he would definitely show off to Zhang Yuan and ask, "Did you see how I taught your great-grandson?" The Four Seas sage could not help but be happy, and the worry in his heart lessened. That was his personality. He was carefree and at ease. He firmly believed that everyone had their own fate. Great Jing was peaceful and in good health. The emperor's announcement was plastered all over every corner of Great Jing in a year. Many people marveled at the power of the Dao ancestor and regarded him as a real god. However, there were also many who felt that the emperor was muddle-headed. How could someone move a mountain in this world? In any case, Zhang Changshen's incense points had been increasing. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In the 22nd year of the Qunwu era, Jang Chong Shang was 72 years old. That year, the 18-year-old crown prince, Jang Xu, began to supervise the country and was in charge of the state affairs. As for Jang Jian, he stayed in Loni Temple every day. The disciples of Loni Temple had all moved to Martial Peak. Only Zhang Chong Shang, Wang Chen, Hua Jiangxin, and Jang Jian lived on the huge Loni mountain. Bai Qi and White Dragon's range of activity had also increased, especially White Dragon. It no longer had to stay on the mountaintop every day. In the past, it was always worried that it would accidentally hurt someone or destroy the flowers and trees on the mountain. In the courtyard, Zhang Chong Shang and Zhang Jian were watching the 5-year-old Jang Jian practice martial arts. This kid's punches and kicks were like the wind, and his moves were smooth. What Jang Jian had learned was a divine technique from the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven, and it was the great heavenly cycle divine technique that Hung Feng had cultivated. It was said that the great heavenly cycle divine technique of the Mahayana Dragon Tower was an incomplete version of this technique. It was precisely because it was an incomplete version that it was cultivated in an indiscriminate manner. Other than having outstanding internal energy cultivation methods, the great heavenly cycle divine technique could also absorb the enemy's strength in battle and return it to them in a short period of time. It had the profundity of giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine. Even though the great heavenly cycle divine technique could not absorb people's strength for its own use, it could catalyze one's true qi at an extremely fast speed. Thus, there was no need to absorb people's strength. Moreover, cultivating this technique would not harm one's body and could even extend one's life. Zhang Jian smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Does Zhang have my elegance?" Zhang Chong Shang said, "Much better than you." Zhang Jian laughed out loud, but he was not angry. He looked at Zhang Jian with pride. Zhang Chong Shang asked, "What about you? What are your plans?" Zhang Jian had stayed in Loni Temple for more than half a year. He did not even return to the palace for the past month. He just stayed in Zhang Changshen's courtyard. Hua Jiangxin was very happy about this. The family of 3 lived together. This was a happy life. What plans? I've already laid down a huge foundation for Great Jing. It's time for me to relinquish my power and let Xiu supervise the country. I'll give it to him when I'm old, Zhang Jian said indifferently. Zhang Chong Shang knew what he was thinking. This kid also wanted to cultivate immortality, but that was impossible. Zhang Jian did not have the survival system and would be restricted by the rules of the martial arts world unless Zhang Chong Shang was powerful enough to break the rules. Zhang Chong Shang said helplessly, "Do you want to practice the great heavenly cycle divine technique? Or the heaven-seizing true dragon technique? At the very least, it's stronger than my heavenly scripture of the universe. If you want to cultivate my ultimate technique, you have to break through the highest level of the heavenly scripture of the universe. Huang Chuan has already given up. You should have tried it before, right?" Zhang Jian shook his head and laughed. "I am not a stubborn person. In fact, I understand that with my qualifications, I could be regarded as a genius 30 years ago. But now, I am nothing. I am not as good as Ping'an and Huang Chuan. If I work hard in martial arts and become a true god, but I will waste most of my life, is that worth it? If I don't train in the great heavenly cycle divine technique, then I can't train in the heaven-seizing true dragon technique. I don't want to learn from the Mahayana Dragon Tower and rely on suppressing the luck of Great Jing's martial arts world to become stronger. I have been fighting for half my life. What's wrong with enjoying myself? I will follow you for the rest of my life to refine pills, play chess, and fight against crickets. That sounds pretty good. Other than you, is there anyone else that can change this world? He shrugged his shoulders, picked up a plate of peanuts, and walked toward Jang Jian, ready to give his son some pointers. Zhang Changshen's heart suddenly softened. That's right. He had been fighting for half his life. It was time for him to stop. Even though Djang Chong Shang wanted to expand the Jing dynasty and obtain more incense points, he did not want his son to work hard for the rest of his life. Forget it. Since his son was tired, he would place his hopes on his grandson. There would always be people who coveted this land. Most new emperors would want to surpass their ancestors. However, Jang Xu had just gotten married this year, and he would have to wait a few years for his great-grandson to be born. Jang Chong Shang smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. An hour later, the sound of true qi surging could be heard from Martial Peak. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and looked over. He saw someone sparring with Huang Chuan. It was the white-robed man he met when he moved the mountain. Although the white-robed man was not a true god, Huang Chuan did not fly in the air to bully others. The two of them just fought on the ground. The white-robed man's swordsmanship was so outstanding that Huang Chuan could not take him down for the time being. With so many disciples watching, Huang Chuan became even more excited. He finally had the chance to display his godly skills. He deliberately did not defeat the white-robed man and pretended to be even so that he could display his might. Jang Chong Shang shook his head and thought to himself, "Stinky brat, your acting skills are too weak. You should let him display his strength before suppressing him. This will only make the other party stronger." About 15 minutes later, Huang Chuan defeated the white-robed man. The white-robed man half knelt in front of the mountain gate with an unresigned expression. He did not expect that other than the Dao ancestor, there were also true gods in Loni Temple. He had underestimated the martial arts world of Great Jing. Huang Chuan stood on the mountain gates and looked down at him. "Leave. My master does not accept disciples." The white-robed man gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will kneel here until the Dao ancestor agrees." Huang Chuan rolled his eyes and said, "Then kneel. If you dare to step into the temple in advance, I will kill you." The white-robed man immediately turned around and climbed to the edge of the cliff before kneeling down. After he made way, the pilgrims went up the mountain one after another. Everyone would look at him strangely, but he pretended not to hear them and continued to kneel. Jang Chong Shang was secretly curious. Where was the yellow-robed woman? Why didn't she come with the white-robed man? Did something happen? He did not think much of it. Indeed, he did not want to take in a disciple. Loni Temple had expanded, and the imperial family of Great Jing was stable. He just had to concentrate on cultivating. In the blink of an eye. 10 days passed. The white-robed man was still kneeling. He did not eat or drink. He was bent over and could fall over at any time. Huang Chuan could no longer stand it and had no choice but to pay Jang Chong Shang a visit. Jang Chong Shang thought for a moment and asked Huang Chuan to take care of him until he recovered. This fellow was quite persistent. Jang Chong Shang suddenly had an idea. Jang Jian happily said, "If you're afraid of trouble, I'll get the white-robed guards to capture him and lock him up in the prison for the rest of his life." Jang Chong Shang shook his head and did not reply. The next day, nearing noon, the white-robed man walked over under Huang Chuan's lead. He had specially freshened up and recovered his gentlemanly appearance. He was no longer in a sorry state. When he saw Jang Chong Shang, the white-robed man could not restrain his excitement and knelt down. "Senior, no, old immortal, you must accept me as your disciple. I am willing to be your slave." The white-robed man kowtowed and suppressed his excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Jang Chong Shang asked, "Where are you from? Why do you have to acknowledge me as your master?" The white-robed man answered, "My name is Qi Yuan, and I am from the Great Qi Dynasty. The Great Qi Dynasty had just been promoted to a Providence Dynasty 8 years ago, and I am one of the princes. My father hoped that we princes could fight in all directions for him. But I was tired of war, so I left Great Qi with my sister and went all the way to Great Jing that was a great distance away from Great Qi. We originally wanted to establish a sect and spread the thought of being anti-war with martial arts, but that day, I saw your great power and found my target. Only by obtaining a power like yours can we suppress the world and make all the dynasties in the world stop fighting. Only then will peace descend." Great Qi? Jang Chong Shang had never heard of it, but he did not expect Qi Yuan to be such a person. Zhang Jiu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Compared to Great Jing, who is stronger and whose territory is larger?" Qi Yuan looked up at Zhang Jiu and said, of course, Great Qi is stronger. Great Qi has been established for 300 years and has been fighting for 300 years. Its territory is more than 5 times that of the current Great Jing. Great Qi has annexed too many dynasties. Coupled with the support of one of the upper 3 Chao sects, the Cloud Sea and Mist Mountain, its martial strength is stronger than Great Jing. Zhang Xu frowned. Qi Yuan turned to look at Jang Chong Shang and said, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. If I were to learn unparalleled martial arts, I would not endanger Great Jing. The purpose of my martial arts training is to facilitate peace in the world. Jang Chong Shang calmly said, how about this? Go to the various counties of Great Jing and build a deist temple for me. Make a statue and tell the surrounding citizens to believe in me and burn incense for me. And tell them that they will obtain the blessings of the Dao ancestor. When you are done, I will accept you as my disciple. With the white-robed guards around, you will not be able to hide in Great Jing. So if you are found to be lazy, I will not accept you. Qi Yuan opened his mouth wide. There were more than 100 counties in Great Jing. How long would it take him to build so many temples? Wait a minute. He could use the name of the Dao ancestor to promote his ideas. If they heard that even the Dao ancestor advocated for peace, wouldn't that make it easier to spread his message and convince people? Qi Yuan immediately agreed and said, all right, I'll go now. With that said, he stood up and left. His pace was very fast. After leaving the courtyard, he directly used his lightness technique to leave. So straightforward? He was really a hothead. Jang Chong Shang lamented in his heart. But then again, sometimes a rash person could achieve great things. At that moment, Zhang Jiu also stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Jang Chong Shang asked, where are you going? Zhang Jiu waved his hand and without turning back, he only said, conquer the world and let Great Jing surpass Great Qi. Chapter 94, Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Divine Body, Human Emperor's Tablet. The day after Qi Yuan left the mountain, Zhang Jiu went to court. He boldly and decisively issued many orders, and the manpower of the luck department was expanded. He was also prepared to form a special army with powerful martial arts. The threshold was tentatively set at the spiritual sense realm, and the name of the army was Heavenly Strategy. This edict was issued to the entire world. Regardless of one's background, other than prisoners on death row who were wanted by the imperial court, all of them could register for the Heavenly Strategy Army's test. Great Jing's territory was too large. It took a whole year before the world knew about this test. Soon, martial artists from the pugilistic world could be seen rushing to the Si province every day. The test venue for the Heavenly Strategy Army was not in the capital, but in another city in the Si province. Su Tianji and Ping'an were responsible for guarding it. In a short span of a year, the number of soldiers recorded in the Heavenly Strategy Army exceeded 50,000. 50,000 spiritual sense realm soldiers shocked the world. This was only the beginning. Year 23 of the Kunwu era, July. Jang Chong Shang was teaching the 7-year-old Jang Jian the taking sword technique. At this age, it was not difficult for Jang Jian to hold the Taihang sword. After chatting for a while, Jang Jian suddenly stopped and shouted, Grandmaster, I don't want to train in the sword. Jang Chong Shang smiled and asked, then what do you want to train in? Jang Jian scratched his head and said, I want to train in heavier weapons. A heavier weapon? Jang Chong Shang carefully sized up Jang Jian. Jang Jian's birthmark could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, temper his physical body, and stimulate his true qi. Moreover, he had been staying under the earth spirit tree all year round, so the true qi in his body had reached the spiritual sense realm. Just like Ping'an, this kid was also a genius. Jang Jian's talent lay in the efficiency of his physical body to stimulate his true qi, while Ping'an's talent lay in the domineering nature of his physical body. Even though Jang Jian's strength was far inferior to Ping'an, he had sufficient true qi to lift a heavier weapon. As Jang Chong Shang doted on his grandson, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Hua Jiangxin and asked her to look for Jang Xu or Jang Xu. Jianer, do you prefer fierce and domineering martial arts instead of unique skills with exquisite moves? Jang Chong Shang asked. Jang Jian nodded and clenched his fist. In my opinion, I am not strong enough. I don't need the so-called exquisite martial arts to improve myself. I want to strengthen my body directly. He was like a little adult, and he had a way with words. Bai Qi smiled and said, you make it sound so easy. Can you compare your body to the body of your senior uncle Ping'an? If you see him, you will definitely give up on your current thoughts. Jang Jian glared at her and said, I've never seen him before. One day, I'll challenge him and test his strength. Challenge Ping'an? He was courting death. Jang Chong Shang was also worried that Ping'an would accidentally beat this kid to death. Forget it. Jang Chong Shang closed his eyes and prepared to create a body tempering technique. Even though cultivation and martial arts were two different systems, some spells and divine powers of the cultivation system could be interlinked with martial arts. Jang Chong Shang thought of his heavenly heart lightning technique. With lightning to temper one's body, although the tempering effect would be much better, it could overdraft the potential of the body. If this ultimate technique could be integrated with other martial arts, it might be able to create an extraordinary technique. Ever since he created the heavenly scripture of the universe, Jang Chong Shang had not created any other techniques. Especially after his disciples could not cultivate any spiritual energy when cultivating the heavenly scripture of the universe, he gave up on creating a path. He might as well let his disciples cultivate the martial arts he had collected. Today, he had broken his vow for his grandson. He really liked Jang Jian, even more than he doted on Jang Xu. Perhaps it was because Jang Xu had grown up and Jang Jian was still young. 3 days later, Jang Xu personally arrived with a group of white-robed guards. The white-robed guards carried knives, spears, and hammers, all of which were heavy weapons. Jang Xu introduced them one by one. When he heard that there was a character in the word halbird that was very similar to his name, Jang Jian was very excited. He pointed at the halberd and said, Brother, I like this kind of weapon, but can it be heavier? Heavier? Jang Xu was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he was young, his grandmaster did not have a high evaluation of his martial arts talent. At that time, he was still unconvinced. Now that he looked at Jang Jian again, he suddenly understood. His martial arts talent really mediocre. Even though he felt bitter, Jang Xu still agreed with a smile. At the side, Jang Chong Shang was still thinking with his eyes closed, so Jang Xu just bowed to him and left. A month later, Jang Xu brought people over again. 4 white-robed guards carried a 10-foot-long halberd. Jang Xu said, This is made of 1,000-year-old black iron and weighs 5,700 kilograms. I ordered someone to forge it at the last minute. Even in the heavenly strategy army, there is no such heavy weapon. Jang Jian lifted it, and when he realized that he could not lift it, he immediately rejoiced and said, Good, good, good. I want this. You like it just because you can't lift it. Jang Xu could not understand, but he still accommodated the kid. After Jang Xu and the others left, Jang Jian continued to try to lift the halberd, but he could not lift it no matter how hard he tried. Helpless, Jang Jian could only continue to cultivate the great heavenly cycle divine technique. It was not until the end of the year that Jang Chong Shang finally created a body tempering technique for Jang Jian. He bestowed it with the name Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Divine Body. This technique combined many body tempering techniques and also contained a unique method to absorb spiritual energy. The heavenly lightning would temper the body and the spiritual energy would repair the body to offset the detrimental effects. As a result, there was no consequences when it came to training in this technique. Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Divine Body? Hearing that, Jang Jian liked it very much and was extremely excited. Bai Qi could not help but roll her eyes. What kind of lousy name was that? Jang Chong Shang began to impart the technique. Even though Bai Qi was complaining internally, she still pricked up her ears to listen. After Jang Jian memorized it, he began to cultivate. First, he must master the mental cultivation method, and then he would find lightning to temper his body. Jang Chong Shang had already mastered the heavenly thunder mental cultivation method, but he could nurture lightning on his own. Therefore, Jang Jian did not have to leave Loni Temple. Jang Chong Shang looked at Jang Jian expectantly as he circulated his energy. It would be interesting if he could nurture an invincible expert in martial arts. Jang Jian cultivated both the Great Heavenly Cycle Divine Technique and the Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Divine Body, which was equivalent to obtaining the ultimate techniques of the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven and the Dao Ancestor. He could even obtain guidance from Jang Chong Shang, an expert that far exceeded the universe realm, when he trained in martial arts. His future was unpredictable. If that kid, Zhang Luo, came back in the future, they could compare notes. Jang Chong Shang thought proudly. He felt that the Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Divine Body was not inferior to the ultimate techniques revealed by Hung Feng. Of course, the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven might have stronger ultimate techniques, but that was a story for another time. Bai Qi also followed suit and cultivated the heavenly lightning indestructible divine body. Jang Chong Shang did not stop her. After all, he should give her some benefits. This wolf had been stuck in the divine realm and showed no signs of breakthrough. Perhaps the heavenly lightning indestructible divine body could help it break through. Great Jing, Yu Province, Birch County. In the mountains, Qi Yuan was building a deist temple with 5 men. He also personally helped, which dirted his white clothes with dust and soil, but he did not care at all. Under the tree behind them, Qi Yuan's sister, Qi Sisi, yawned in boredom. She stood up and said, "Brother, why don't we forget about it? It will probably take more than 20 years for you to finish building all the deist temples required. Why bother?" Qi Yuan did not even turn his head. "If you are sincere, then it will come true. This is also a form of cultivation, a method of teaching." Qi Sisi shook her head, unable to understand. Qi Yuan smiled and said, "You can go back first. You don't have to care about me. Take care of your sect. I heard that a martial arts sect has been finding trouble with you recently." Qi Sisi said in disdain, "That sect doesn't even have a heaven arrival realm expert. They're just courting death. I'm too lazy to care about them." The siblings chatted for a while before Qi Sisi could no longer stay and chose to go back. Qi Yuan continued to be busy. He was not tired at all. Instead, he felt unprecedentedly fulfilled. At least he was not confused and knew what to do. 3 days later, the deist temple was completed. It was different from a normal deist priest's temple. It was not big and only had the space of a house. Zhang Changshen's stone statue stood inside. He had specially asked someone to build it. Even though it looked from Zhang Chong Shang, it looked similar. 2 long wooden plagues stood on both sides of the stone statue. The Dao ancestor moved the martial peak and traveled 3,000 miles a day. Training in the world of mortals, saving the suffering but also preventing the calamity. After Qi Yuan distributed the construction fees, he sized up his masterpiece with satisfaction. That night, he spent the night in the deist temple. Sitting in front of the stone statue of the Dao ancestor, he felt exceptionally at ease. In his dream, he dreamed that the world was peaceful and that he and his sister had returned to Great Qi. His father no longer forced them to fight and marry. Be it the royal family or the commoners, they were equal and free to enjoy what they liked. The next morning, he rushed to the nearby towns to publicize the Dao ancestor's deist temple. The name of the Dao ancestor had spread to every corner of Great Jing. Therefore, when he publicized the Dao ancestor's deist temple, the citizens did not resist. In any case, they did not have to pay any incense money to enter the temple. He took the opportunity to advocate the concept of being anti-war in the world and obtained the support of the citizens. It's going quite smoothly. This path is indeed the right one. Qi Yuan happily thought that it was too wise to pay respects to the Dao ancestor first. In the 24th year of the Qunwu era, the emperor announced to the world that Great Jing would gather the luck of the world and help Great Jing become a luck dynasty next spring. The commoners did not know what a luck dynasty was, but as long as they could live a better life, they would support it. In the imperial study, Jang Xu sat with Jang Xu standing beside him. Han Tianji was reporting the situation of the luck tower in the various counties at the table. After the luck department expanded their manpower, luck towers had been built everywhere in the world of Great Jing. They were only waiting for an auspicious day to condense the luck of Great Jing. For this reason, Han Tianji built the human emperor's tablet in the palace. It was made of a special material and was taken from deep underground. Everything is ready. We only have to wait for the auspicious time. However, this matter will definitely spread to all the dynasties in the world. There will definitely be martial artists coming to cause trouble. They will either stop Great Jing from becoming a luck dynasty or steal it. We cannot be careless. At present, there are only 5 luck dynasties in the world. Many dynasties were interfered with when they were trying to break through become a luck dynasty, causing them to fail and fall from grace. Han Tianji said solemnly. Zhang Ziyu asked, who will destroy it? Chao sect? Or Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven? Han Tianji shook his head and said, naturally, the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven will not come. However, there are still many mysterious experts and sects hidden in this world. Many of them have escaped from the Xian Sheng Grotto Heaven. In order to break through the limits of their martial arts, they will do everything they can. Every dynasty that condenses their luck is the time for them to party. Zhang Ziyu was deep in thought. Zhang Xu smiled and said, it's all right. With Grand Master here, whoever comes will die. Han Tianji nodded and said, the Dao ancestor is indeed powerful, but we have to be careful. When martial artists steal luck, they will rely on the rare treasures of heaven and earth. The luck that condensed the human emperor's tablet might be sucked away in an instant. Once the luck is broken, Great Jing will no longer have the chance to become a luck dynasty. Jang Xu frowned. So ridiculous. That day, Jang Jian sent Jang Xu to visit Jang Chong Shang and inform him of the matter. Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, do as you wish. I'm here. As he cultivated, he stared at Jang Jian. This kid had only cultivated the heavenly lightning indestructible divine body for half a year, but his muscles and bones had already transformed. It seemed like he was indeed suitable for this kind of body tempering technique. Chapter 95, Which Dynasty Will Never Die? Jang Xu also noticed the change in Jang Jian. This kid could already wield the halberd. How long had it been? Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, how is it? Are you happy? If you ascend the throne in the future, you will at least have someone you can use. His words dispelled Jang Xu's worries. Jang Xu's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's right. Ping'an was the #1 general under his father. When he ascended the throne, he reckoned that Ping'an should rest. Moreover, he had to support his own forces. After Jang Chong Shang enlightened him, Jang Xu looked at Jang Jian with a burning gaze. He seemed to see the #1 general of Great Jing in the future appearing before his eyes. From then on, Jang Xu would take the time to visit Jang Jian every month. Jang Jian also liked him very much, and the relationship between the two brothers became better and better. Jang Xu would also visit Jang Jian's mother, which flattered the imperial concubine. Naturally, she was happy that Jang Xu was willing to get close to Jang Jian. Time flew by. Year 25 of the Qinwu era, the beginning of January. The capital became extremely lively. There were many merchants and martial artists coming and going at the 4 city gates. All of them wanted to see Great Jing become a luck dynasty. The rumor about luck had already spread throughout the martial arts world. In the past, the Mahayana Dragon Tower relied on the luck of a dynasty to consolidate their martial arts, causing the martial arts world to be unable to rise. Now that the emperor had gathered this luck, allowing all the martial artists in the world to enjoy it, the martial arts world was naturally happy and curious. In a guest room of an inn, an old monk was drinking tea when the door was suddenly pushed open and a young monk entered. Master, I've investigated. Right now, there's a true god and a golden body realm expert in the capital. They are Huang Chuan of Loni Temple and the Dao ancestor respectively. The Dao ancestor is a terrifying existence that could easily kill those at the golden body realm. The young monk sat down and said. The old monk leisurely shook his teacup and said, where's the heavenly strategy army? They haven't been transferred over yet. The young monk frowned and said, no, they are still training in another city. I suspect that the great Jing Emperor wants to rely on the power of the Dao ancestor. This trip is very dangerous. Do we really have to get involved? The old monk glanced at him and said, how many dynasties in the world are qualified to become a luck dynasty? Can you encounter one in 50 years? The young monk said gloomily, I think we might as well attack the Chao sects instead of the Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor has already destroyed 3 Chao sects. Last year, the Star Gathering Tower was devoured by other Chao sects and the Martial Comprehension Valley disappeared without a trace. Right now, there are only 7 Chao sects left. The old monk snorted and said, who said we're going to fight? Other than the Chao sects of the previous 3 dynasties, the other sects are all preventing the dynasties from condensing their luck, causing their luck to be scattered. It can't be compared to the dynasties advancing to the luck dynasty. In a month's time, the human emperor's tablet will gather a huge amount of luck. Once we obtain it, our realms will soar. I will extend my life for another 50 years and support you to rebuild your country. The young monk's frown deepened. Just wait and see. We are not the only ones. There must be other experts coming. There might even be people from Chao sects. Since ancient times, only with enough benefits can people forget their fear. Let's not be the first to attack, the old monk said calmly. The young monk added, I heard that the mountain outside the capital was moved by the Dao ancestor. The citizens in the capital witnessed it with their own eyes. It's hard to imagine how powerful the Dao ancestor is. The old monk snorted and said, nonsense. How can someone move a mountain here? Moreover, that mountain is so huge. Can anyone really move? The young monk was silent. That's right. How could humans move such a huge mountain? They were not the only ones who had such doubts. Other martial artists from other places had also heard about the Dao ancestor moving a mountain. There were discussions in all the inns. Some people marveled at the power of the ancestor, but some did not believe it. None of them had ever been to the capital. They would never believe that someone could move a 1,000-foot-tall mountain. The people of Great Jing were so ignorant to believe in everything. Night fell. Jang Chong Shang counted under the tree. There were a lot of martial artists in the capital. He was already looking forward to tomorrow. Bai Qi also sensed many powerful auras in the capital. He came to Zhang Changshen's side and asked, "Tomorrow is the day the human emperor's tablet is opened. Why hasn't His Majesty sent the heavenly strategy army? At the very least, let Ping'an and Su Tianji return," Liang Chongsheng said. "It's all right. I'm here." Jang Chong Shang said, "It's all right. I'm here." Bai Qi blinked and said, "With your high status, why do you have to personally take action?" Jang Chong Shang said, "If they were to come, the duration of the battle would be prolonged and it would be easy to injure the innocent. They might even let the thieves escape. Great Jing's ascension to become a luck dynasty is a meritorious deed that will benefit 200 million people." So that was the case. Bai Qi suddenly changed her impression of Jang Chong Shang. This immortal seemed indifferent, but he had a sacred heart. Outside the courtyard, next to a small bridge, Jang Jian was brandishing his halberd. The halberd was extremely long for him, but he was able to toy with it. Hua Jiangzhen stood at the side with a gratified expression. This kid was simply a copy of Ping'an with normal wisdom. He was strong and his moves were smooth. She also began to look forward to Jang Jian's future. The moon set and the sun rose. When the new spring arrived, the palace was sealed off by the imperial guards. The officials entered the palace, and the commoners woke up early and came to the streets, waiting for the Luck dynasty to be established. They were all curious as to what it was. The human emperor's tablet was 500 feet tall and stood out in the palace. It could even be seen from outside the palace. In the bedroom, the palace maids were changing Zhang Xiu's clothes. Zhang Xiu wore the dragon robe and crown he wore when he ascended the throne. He looked at himself in the bronze mirror and muttered, "Martial ancestor. Emperor Wen, from today onwards, I will completely surpass you and lead Great Jing to true prosperity." After the time for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Xiu walked out of the bedroom. He came to the front of the throne room, and in front of him was the square where the human emperor's tablet was located. The officials surrounded it, and it was obvious that they were standing according to the array. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and there was a huge cauldron standing in front of the human emperor's tablet. On the cauldron was an unlit incense candle that was half a zhang tall. There were steps made of mahogany in front of the cauldron that could be stepped on at the entrance. Zhang Xiu stood on the steps in front of the throne room. When the empress, the imperial concubines, the princes and the princesses saw his arrival, they came to stand behind him one after another and waited. Even Zhang Jian had come. This kid was the most lively one. As he looked around, his mother had no choice but to lecture him in a low voice. Zhang Xiu had 14 princes and 27 princesses, and 5 of them were still in their infancy. All of them were present. Zhang Yu, King Qin, had also arrived. He stood among the officials and looked at Zhang Xiu. He was filled with emotions. He did not expect Great Jing to come this far. "Father, when you were alive, did you ever think that Great Jing would have this day?" Zhang Yu thought to himself. He looked around for Jang Chong Shang and found that he was not here. However, he did not panic. He believed that Zhang Chong Shang was watching from Loni Temple and would protect them. In fact, that was the case. Zhang Chongsheng, Hua Jiangzhen, Wang Chen and Bai Qi sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the capital from afar. They could see the huge human emperor's tablet. White Dragon also crawled over to join in the fun. Just by raising its head, it was much larger than Jang Chongsheng and the other two. It was very terrifying. Wang Chen lamented, "Once we become a luck dynasty, Great Jing will soar. I can't imagine how powerful it will be hundreds of years later." His eyes were filled with expectations. Even though fate was unfair, he had been the crown prince for so many years and was still filled with yearning for the great Jing Empire. He hoped that it would be prosper. Hua Jiangzhen smiled and said, "That will depend on how long Daoist master lives." Wang Chen could not help but look at Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Changshen's expression was calm, making it impossible to see through his thoughts. He suddenly felt disappointed. If only the Daoist master were an immortal. However, reason told him that he was also a human, but his attainments in martial arts were unimaginable. Humans would die. That's right. There's no such thing as an immortal person, no such thing as an undying dynasty. Wang Chen muttered to himself with a sad tone. Jang Chong Shang said, in this world, we only strive for the day and night. The future generations have their own blessings. This roiling world of mortals has its own fate. As long as it is glorious, it will not be forgotten. Wang Chen felt that it was reasonable. Why should people in this world worry about the future? Time passed slowly. The sun gradually rose in the east. Beside the human emperor's tablet, Han Tianji and the officials of the Ministry of Luck were dressed grandly, like celestial masters making sacrifices. Han Tianji stared at the sky. When he saw that the auspicious time was about to arrive, he said, "Your Majesty, please bring the royal family forward." Hearing this, Jang Jian immediately walked down the stairs with the royal family following closely behind. The officials knelt down and worshipped the human emperor's tablet. When Jang Jian came to the cauldron, the royal family behind him knelt down one after another. Jang Jian was forcefully dragged down by his mother and felt rather unconvinced. He had grown up with Jang Chong Shang and was very resistant to these common customs, but he was still obedient and chose to comply. "Your Majesty, please ascend the heavenly tripod." Han Tianji continued to shout. Jang Jian lifted his dragon robe and stepped on the mahogany steps to the cauldron. Standing here and looking down on the officials, Jang Jian's heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Somehow, he seemed to have sensed the will of heaven. Han Tianji spread out with the officials of the luck department and surrounded the human emperor's tablet. They reached out and pressed their hands on the tablet. Then, they began to mobilize their true qi and injected it into the tablet. These officials were all carefully selected by Han Tianji. All of them were in the heavenly arrival realm and had inherited his ultimate luck technique that could help him guide luck. Not long after, a strong wind blew. The sky gradually darkened, and surging thunderclouds suddenly gathered. Everyone's robes fluttered in the wind. Jang Jian stood like a mountain and was as stable as Mount Tai. The astronomical phenomenon made the officials nervous. In fact, most of them thought that the luck department was deliberately mystifying. This was also the reason why the luck department was unpopular. Today, it turned out that it was true. At the same time, all the streets in the capital were overcrowded. Many martial artists landed on the eaves and looked at the phenomenon. Rumble. The human emperor's tablet began to tremble, and the thunderclouds above it began to spin like a vortex. The center of the vortex was directly facing the human emperor's tablet, and bursts of lightning appeared. "Your Majesty, please offer incense and establish the heaven and earth emperor." Han Tianji's voice sounded again. Jang Jian raised his hands and made a gesture of holding incense as he shouted, "In the 25th year of the Kunwu era, I, Jang Jian, gathered the luck of the world and established the great Jing Empire. With the martial ancestor and emperor when above, the Zhang family of the royal family is blessed by the luck of heaven and earth. I am willing to become the son of heaven, benefit the people of the world and bless the country. If God hears my intentions, please assist great Jing in establishing the imperial court." These words were not necessary. It was just necessary to change the image of the imperial power in the hearts of the world. At this point, the Zhang family's imperial power would be recognized by the heavens, not snatched. This was fate. Jang Jian circulated his true qi and opened his hands. His palms opened from bottom to top, as if he was holding something up. Invisible true qi landed on the incense candle and ignited it. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the human emperor's tablet. Jang Chong Shang, who was on the edge of the cliff, had a strange expression on his face. This was indeed a heavenly tribulation. However, it was different from his heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulation wanted him to die, while this heavenly tribulation was to channel the fate of heaven and earth into the human emperor's tablet, including Jang Jian's own fate. Chapter 96, Devouring Luck, Jade Bone Green Bamboo Forest. Boom! 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 Consecutive bolts of lightning struck the human emperor's tablet, but it was not damaged. Lightning flickered on the surface, and a strong wind stirred up between heaven and earth as it surged towards the human emperor's tablet. Jang Jian clearly felt a strange power and narrowed his eyes. Was this luck? Jang Jian, who was kneeling at the back, suddenly looked up. There were also traces of lightning intertwined between his eyebrows. However, everyone's attention was on Jang Xu and the human emperor's tablet, so no one noticed his abnormality. Very soon, a whirlwind visible to the naked eye formed around the human emperor's tablet. Han Tianji and the others retreated. The tablet did not need them to guide anymore. They just had to quietly wait for the luck to condense. Jang Xu stood in front of the cauldron and looked up at the human emperor's tablet. He saw wind and waves condensing on the top of the tablet. Right at this moment, a flame rose from outside the palace and soared into the sky. None of the officials noticed it, but Jang Xu happened to be facing that flame and noticed it at the first instance. He did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Soon, figures leaped up from behind the palace walls in all directions and rushed towards the human emperor's tablet. The pair of old monk and young monk were among them. The young monk followed by his master's side and anxiously asked, "Master, didn't we agree to wait?" The old monk answered, "We have already waited long enough." More and more martial artists rushed into the palace. However, the guards were indifferent and continued to guard their positions. The young monk turned around and saw that no one was stopping him. His heart pounded as he had a bad feeling. "Master, something's wrong!" the young monk shouted. The old monk was impatient and scolded, "What are you talking about at a time like this? If you're afraid, get lost." When the young monk heard that, he gritted his teeth and immediately turned around. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of martial artists rushed towards the human emperor's tablet from all directions, and he was the only one running out of the palace. These martial artists were all experts. They jumped on the eaves and quickly approached the human emperor's tablet. "You are responsible for restraining others while I absorb the luck," an old man in a cyan robe shouted. His aura was extremely powerful as he flew over. The officials around the human emperor's tablet were in an uproar. The imperial concubines and princesses were even more frightened as their faces turned pale. "Don't panic!" Jang Xu shouted in a deep voice. His voice entered everyone's ears and calmed their hearts. For some reason, Jang Xu's might had obviously changed. Perhaps it was due to the absorbed luck. Just as the young monk arrived at the palace wall and leaped up to the roof of the opposite building, he saw a golden light shooting from the direction of Longqi Mountain. "What's that?" The young monk widened his eyes. He was now even more terrified and immediately sped up. The golden light rushed into the palace at high speed and quickly pierced through the foreheads of the invading martial artists. It was so fast that the naked eye could not keep up. Pft! 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 One by one, the golden light pierced through the heads of the martial artists and their bodies fell. This scene also attracted everyone's attention, including those invading martial artists. "What is that? Be careful! What martial arts is that? Or is it a weapon? It's coming!" The martial artists cried out in surprise. Their voices became softer and softer as more and more people died. The azure-robed old man who was flying in the air was also shocked. He immediately activated his martial technique and his body turned golden. Flames quickly surrounded him and his aura suddenly increased. As soon as he entered his state, the golden light shot towards him, and he waved his palm in response. The golden light pierced through his hand and his forehead. He widened his eyes and his body stiffened as he fell. The golden light traveled at high speed. The other martial artists could not escape and were killed one after another. On the cliff, Hua Jiangxin looked at Jang Chong Shang and said, "Just one leaf is enough." She could not see what had happened in the palace, so she asked Jang Chong Shang. After all, Jang Xu was her son, and she did not want to see anything happen to him. Wang Chen was also curious. Jang Chong Shang smiled and said, "Enough." All the enemies in the palace had died, and only the young monk who had turned around at the last minute escaped. It was not easy for him to turn around at such juncture. Plus, by keeping him alive, he could go out and publicize Zhang Changshen's strength. Whoosh! The golden-scaled jade leaf flew back and entered Zhang Changshen's sleeve. Hua Jiangxin chose to believe Zhang Chongsheng and looked at the palace again. At the same time, in the plaza of the palace, everyone was silent. Most of them looked around in disbelief. The martial artists who came to steal luck were all dead. They died before they could touch the human emperor's tablet. Zhang Xiu's expression did not change as he continued to stare at the human emperor's tablet. Han Tianji sighed internally. As expected of an immortal who moved a mountain, he killed all the enemies without appearing personally. He could sense that this group of martial artists was very strong, and there was no lack of true gods among them. The aura of that green-robed old man was even more terrifying, surpassing true gods. However, in the face of the Dao ancestors' methods, he was powerless. The ceremony continued. Rumble. Thunder continued to rumble, and wind continued to howl. Gradually, not only Jang Xu, but the other princes and princesses also felt the aura of luck. They were moved by it. This invisible power had given them a new understanding. Jang Jian stood up slowly. Suddenly, the wind and waves surged towards him and entered the birthmark between his eyebrows. Jianer. Just as the imperial concubine wanted to pull Jang Jian back to his knees, she noticed his abnormality. His birthmark was intertwined with lightning, causing his expression to become solemn. The imperial concubine was so frightened by this that she retracted her hand. More and more people noticed Jang Jian's abnormality. Jang Xu looked at Jang Jian with a complicated expression. His ninth brother was really born extraordinary. When Jang Xu turned his head and saw Jang Jian, he could not help but be moved. This birthmark is indeed extraordinary. Jang Xu was shocked. In the past, when danger approached him, his birthmark would sting. At that time, he knew that this birthmark was extraordinary, but he could not figure it out. When he asked Jang Chong Shang, he perfunctorily said that he did not know. When he saw Jang Jian today, he finally understood that perhaps he had not really inherited his father's bloodline, so he did not know, but Jang Jian was different. It was obvious that he had inherited the real bloodline. Jang Xu took a deep breath and said, "Jianer, come here." When Jang Jian heard that, he immediately stepped forward. He also wanted to go but he felt that it was not the right time. Under everyone's gaze, Jang Jian climbed the mahogany steps and came to Jang Xu's side. The father and son faced the human emperor's tablet together. The waves in front of Jang Jian were getting stronger and stronger. His birthmark was greedily absorbing luck, and the lightning between his eyebrows was increasing. He was even more eye-catching than Jang Xu. The officials looked at each other in dismay. This scene made them feel complicated. In the distance, Jang Chong Shang could not help but raise his eyebrows. Jang Jian's Dao pattern birthmark was indeed magical, but he did not expect it to attract luck. Jang Changshen's Dao patterns could also absorb spiritual energy, but he could not absorb luck. He could sense that once luck entered his body, it would be very troublesome. The so-called luck was actually a kind of power of heaven and earth. He was not in the martial system of this world. If he rashly absorbed luck, he would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, he did not need external forces to temper his body. This kid. Jang Chong Shang had to re-evaluate Jang Jian. This kid's future upper limit could not be underestimated. Of course, that was only for martial artists. No matter how powerful Jang Jian was, he was still a martial artist. His Dao pattern birthmark was not as strong as Jang Changshen's. Seeing that he was moved, Hua Jiangxin could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" She was extremely nervous. Jang Chong Shang said, "It's nothing. It's just that Jang Jian is absorbing luck. However, he's too showy. He should stay by my side in the future to avoid any trouble." What he was worried about was not the enemy, but the internal strife of his descendants. When Hua Jiangxin heard that, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. Wang Chen lamented, "The heavens are really blessing great Jing." The ceremony was still ongoing. An hour passed by. The thunder stopped abruptly. Everyone looked up in shock. In their eyes, a true dragon resided on the human emperor's tablet. It was translucent and faintly discernible. It was even larger than the human emperor's tablet. Many people in the city could see the scene. Miracle! The lightning between Jang Jian's eyebrows disappeared. All of a sudden, he felt dizzy and his body fell uncontrollably. Fortunately, Jang Xu held him back. Jang Xu shouted, "Men, send the 9th prince to Loni Temple." A white-robed guard rushed over and carried Jang Jian away. Jang Xu retracted his gaze and looked at the true dragon on the human emperor's tablet with a smile. Great Jing's imperial dynasty was successful. The true dragon of luck looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, everyone in Great Jing, all the states and counties vaguely heard it. Those who were skilled in martial arts could clearly sense the difference between heaven and earth, but they could not pinpoint it. That day, the news that the emperor had obtained the approval of the heavens and that Great Jing had become a luck dynasty quickly spread. The commoners and martial artists in the capital discussed the group of martial artists who had died in the palace. Tisk tisk, I heard that there was a true god among the experts who attacked the palace today. There was not even the slightest sound of a battle. They just died the moment they entered. That's scary. He's more than a true god. My uncle said that he saw a golden body realm expert die in the palace. The Dao ancestor took action, but he did not personally appear. In less than 3 breaths, hundreds of experts were all killed. The Dao ancestor is so powerful. As expected of an immortal who can move a mountain. They're all martial artists from other dynasties. They don't believe in the might of the Dao ancestor. A few days ago, when I said that the Dao ancestor had moved a mountain, they even scolded me. Jang Chong Shang carried Jang Jian into a room and placed him on the bed. Then, he used his spiritual energy to adjust the luck in his body. The reason why the kid fainted was because he had absorbed too much luck and his body could not withstand it. In the 25th year of the Kunwu era, martial artists from all sides wanted to seize and destroy the luck of Great Jing. Fortunately, you stopped them. Great Jing successfully became a luck dynasty. You survived the calamity and obtained the survival reward. Spirit treasure, jade bone green bamboo forest. Looking at the notification in front of him, Jang Chong Shang raised his eyebrows. Why did it not reveal which forces it was? Was it because they were all from different forces, or were they not powerful? Jang Chong Shang was only slightly puzzled before he inherited the memories of the jade bone green bamboo forest. The jade bone green bamboo forest was similar to the earth spirit tree. It could breed spiritual energy and the bamboo shoots contained the miraculous effect of nourishing muscles and bones. Good stuff. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the faster his cultivation speed would be. As there were no other cultivators to compare to, Jang Chong Shang still did not know if his cultivation talent good or bad. However, it was a good thing if there was more spiritual energy. At that moment, Jang Jian frowned and revealed a painful expression. Jang Chong Shang then noticed that his birthmark had started to bleed. The situation was not good. Chapter 97, Third Eye, Who's Jushuan? Jang Chong Shang channeled his spiritual energy to Jang Jian to stop the bleeding. However, the luck in the kid's body was getting more and more violent as it rampaged around. At this rate, Jang Jian's muscles and bones would definitely break until he died. Jang Chong Shang frowned and realized that Jang Jian was in big trouble. In the end, the power of this world rejected the Dao patterns. For this world, Jang Jian was an anomaly. Even if he wanted to draw out the luck, it was too late because there was too much. Jang Chong Shang suddenly thought of something and immediately revealed his Dao patterns. The Dao patterns opened their eyes of the great Dao and emitted a golden light that shone on Jang Jian's birthmark. As expected, this birthmark was also a Dao pattern. The power of the Dao pattern could mutually assist each other. Jang Chong Shang used the power of the eyes of the great Dao to increase the power of Jang Jian's Dao pattern, causing it to begin to absorb luck. Jang Chong Shang could not absorb luck, but Jang Jian could. After all, Jang Jian was a martial artist. However, martial arts could only stimulate one's physique and true qi. Therefore, if Jang Jian forcefully absorbed too much, it was still easy for him to die if the amount of luck he absorbed exceeded the amount of true qi stimulated. Jang Chong Shang suddenly had a bold idea. He compressed this huge amount of luck into the Dao patterns. As Jang Jian grew, it would slowly release the trapped luck to quench his breakthrough until it was exhausted. A huge amount of luck surged into the space between Jang Jian's eyebrows. The Dao pattern cracked and blood overflowed. Soon after, an eyeball slowly condensed. The combination of the Dao pattern and luck formed something equivalent to a low-quality eye of the great Dao. He has really become God Erlang. Jang Chong Shang muttered to himself, his eyes filled with pity. This kid had suffered. He personally wiped the blood off Jang Jian's forehead and waited for the eye of the great Dao to condense before he closed his own. From then on, a monster would be born in the world of martial arts. After this transformation, it would be easier for Jang Jian's eyes of the great Dao to absorb luck in the future. However, by doing this, he could only practice martial arts and could not break free from the rules of the martial arts world. Jang Chong Shang looked at him for a while before he retracted his gaze and walked out of the house. Hua Jiangxin immediately came over and nervously asked, "How is Jianer?" She treasured this grandson of hers the most. After all, she was the one who raised him. Jang Chong Shang said, "He'll be fine after a night of rest." However, he has changed. Changed? Hua Jiangxin was even more nervous, but she did not dare to enter rashly and could only wait. The next day at noon. When Jang Jian woke up, he pushed open the door and rubbed his eyes. As if he had just woken up, he mumbled, "Grand Aunt." Hua Jiangxin, Bai Qi and Wang Chen turned around and were immediately stunned. A vertical eye appeared between Jang Jian's brows, and it was half opened. With an additional eye, Jang Jian looked rather handsome. He was still young, but he exuded an indescribable dignity. Hua Jiangxin turned to Jang Chong Shang and asked, "What's going on?" Jang Chong Shang said, "In short, he's fine." After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the courtyard, preparing to find a place to plant the jade-bone green bamboo forest. The jade-bone green bamboo forest had 10 seeds, and it would take many years for it to form a forest. Therefore, he did not intend to use the bamboo shoots in the beginning. Right now, only their courtyard was occupied, so there were many places to plant the seeds. However, he did not want it to be too far away from his courtyard. After all, the jade-bone green bamboo forest could generate spiritual energy. After the planting was successful, Jang Chong Shang instructed Wang Chen to take care of the bamboo garden. Wang Chen did not see any bamboo shoots and did not understand where the bamboo garden came from, but he still chose to accept the order. He believed that there would be one in the future. Several days later, Jang Xu and Jang Xu came to see Jang Jian. When the father and son saw that Jang Jian had an extra eye, they were both shocked. Jang Jian was already accustomed to his third eye, and he was even showing off proudly. When Jang Xu thought of Zhang Changshen's mystical abilities, he quickly came to a realization. So this was the real appearance of the birthmark. These birthmarks might not have fully grown into a third eye, so their flesh and blood rotted into a birthmark. Jang Xu looked at Jang Jian with a complicated expression. After the dynasty ceremony, Jang Jian's performance was widely spread in the capital. For a moment, many people deified Jang Jian, just like when Jang Xu was born and was known as the reincarnation of the golden-winged great rock. At that time, Zhang Yuan was the one who arranged for Zhang Xiu's legend to be spread, but Zhang Jian was different. How could a mortal have 3 eyes? Zhang Xiu suddenly felt a trace of fear towards Zhang Jian. He was worried that Zhang Jian had the intention to ascend the throne in the future. Ever since the establishment of the dynasty, all the crown princes had not had a good ending. Jang Chong Shang said, "Jianer will still follow me in the future. Jianer, do you want to be a prince, or do you want to concentrate on practicing martial arts?" Zhang Jian raised his head and said arrogantly, "To train in martial arts, of course. What's the point of being a prince? I want to become stronger. First, I have to defeat Huang Chuan, then I have to defeat senior uncle Ping'an, and finally, I have to chase after Grand Master." Hearing this, Zhang Xiu could not help but laugh and reach out to stroke his head. Zhang Xiu's expression turned for the better. He was secretly ashamed of what he was worried about. Great Jing was different from before. As long as Grand Master was here, he would definitely uphold justice for him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard became lively and cheerful. Zhang Jian even picked up his halberd and showed his father and brother his current martial arts practice. Jang Chong Shang retracted his gaze and continued to cultivate. Zhang Jian was merely an ornament of his life. No matter how hard Zhang Jian trained, it was impossible for him to catch up to him. He did not need anyone to protect him. He only believed in himself. He wanted to continue to be powerful until he became the strongest. Then, he would continue to widen the gap between him and all living beings and become an absolute invincible existence. The establishment of Great Jing as a luck dynasty shocked the world. The other dynasties and the Chao sects realized that Great Jing had grown up and was now an overlord dynasty. More and more dynasties and large sects in the martial arts world began to send envoys to the capital, wanting to be on good terms with Great Jing. The Chao sects even sent someone to visit the emperor and declared that they were willing to accept princes as their disciples to befriend him. Zhang Xiu was originally very resistant, but Han Tianji reminded him, "The luck dynasty has been established, and the luck of Great Jing is concentrated on the imperial power. The Chao sects can no longer seize the luck by force. Unless they slaughter the entire royal family of Great Jing, the luck of Great Jing will dissipate and be absorbed again. Right now, it's a good thing for the various sects to rope in the princes. If the princes practice martial arts and become stronger in each sect, it can ensure that the royal family of the Great Jing will get stronger. If they can obtain a position in the Chao sects, they can help Great Jing to rope in some forces." Zhang Xiu asked, "If the disciples of the Chao sects become the next emperor, will Great Jing be controlled by the Chao sects?" Han Tianji said, "Even if it happens, it will only help the Chao sects gather resources and increase their strength. With the providence of Great Jing, there will be an endless stream of martial arts geniuses. Every generation of emperor will change, and the Chao sects will fight openly and covertly. However, the Zhang family will still have the territory. Besides, Great Jing still has the Loni Temple. In the future, if we let the Crown Prince go to the Loni Temple to train, not only can we guarantee the imperial power, but we can also rope in the Chao sects. It's the same for the other dynasties. There are many figures of the Chao sects behind them. It just depends on which side has the greatest influence. Ordinary dynasties might have their luck arbitrarily controlled by the Chao sects, causing their martial arts world to decline. A luck dynasty is different. Even with the Chao sects in power, our martial arts world will become stronger as luck increases. In addition, the princes going to Chao sects to train in martial arts will help the great Jing imperial family expand their martial arts foundation. Jang Jian felt that it made sense, but he still went to ask Jang Changshan's opinion. Jang Jian was relieved when Jang Chong Shang agreed. In Jang Changshan's opinion, this decision was not a foolproof one, but the hidden dangers could turn into his survival rewards. With him around, Great Jing could absorb the power of the Chao sects and ensure their imperial status. Jang Chong Shang had an unlimited amount of time to suppress the Chao sects. When Great Jing unified the world, the Chao sects would be suppressed by the imperial power and become one of its martial arts sects. Zhang Jian took this opportunity to take out a pearl. This was left behind by the thief when they were killed in the main hall. This pearl could absorb luck. With this pearl, the efficiency of a martial artist in absorbing luck would be higher. He wanted to offer it to Jang Chong Shang, but he was rejected. Absorbing luck? It was just a small path. Zhang Jian was touched. He thought that Jang Chong Shang wanted to leave it to him. At the thought of this, he was not pretentious and left with the pearl. After Great Jing established itself as a luck dynasty, its luck continued to increase with the help of the dragon vein. The weather was good everywhere, and there were fewer and fewer disasters. The ordinary dynasties around it also paid tributes, fearing that they would be annexed by Great Jing. Zhang Jian was indeed ambitious, but he had learned his lesson and did not expand immediately. Instead, he accumulated strength to expand the heavenly strategy army. At this point, the real golden age of Great Jing had arrived. Tributes were paid by foreign dynasties, martial arts were prosperous, the territory was vast, the land was fertile, and the resources were increasingly abundant. All kinds of new resources were constantly emerging from the ground, and the economy was constantly rising. The rule of Qinyu was destined to leave a strong mark in the history books. In the blink of an eye. 3 years later. The 28th year of the Qinyu era. On the mountain path of Martial Peak, an old man followed the devotees up the mountain. It was Mang Kaiuhi. The capital had become the most prosperous place in the world, causing Loni Temple to be filled with devotees. In a short span of 3 years, Loni Temple had become the richest sect in the world. The number of disciples of Loni Temple had also reached 2,000, and tens of thousands of people went up and down the mountain every day. As Mang Kaiuhi ascended the mountain, he turned to look at the ancient mountain that had become a restricted area. He was filled with emotions. If he had not left Loni Temple, what would have happened? At the very least, he would not be alone. Mang Kaiuhi walked all the way up the mountain and finally arrived at the entrance. The devotees lined up to buy incense and enter the temple. Mang Kaiuhi obediently queued up. He had his own purpose for today's visit, so he did not want to cause trouble. All of a sudden, Mang Kaiuhi's gaze was attracted by a beautiful figure. There were many disciples guarding the entrance. Other than selling incense, they also had to point the way for the visitors. This also included Qing Er. Meng Chu's Huang had reincarnated in the 9th year of Qinyu, so Qing Er was now 19 years old. She had grown up and was slender and elegant, with an exceptionally outstanding temperament. For some reason, Mang Kaiuhi felt that Qing Er resembled his sister. However, he had met a disciple of Loni Temple over the years, and from that disciple, he knew that Meng Chu's Huang had passed away for nearly 20 years. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Mang Kaiuhi's turn. After Mang Kaiuhi bought some incense, he found Qing Er and said, "Little girl, can you walk around with me? I'm willing to exchange all my money for incense money." Qing Er wanted to refuse, but seeing that he was very old, she could not bear to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. "You are as kind as Chu's Huang." Qing Er supported Ivi and Kaiyun as Tnei walked towards Tne Dam's temple, and Mang Kaiuhi suddenly lamented. Qing Er could not help but ask, "Who is Chu's Huang?" Mang Kaiuhi lamented, haven't you heard of your former eldest disciple, Mang Kaiuhi? Qing'er suddenly came to a realization and asked curiously, I've heard of her, but I didn't expect you to know the previous eldest disciple of Loni Temple. May I know your background? Chapter 98, How can there be reincarnation in this world? I was once a disciple of Loni Temple, but I was ignorant when I was young and left the mountain early. Mang Kaiuhi lamented. It was easy to recall the past when one was old. He began to talk about his experiences when he was young. At first, Qing'er only dealt with him casually. However, when she heard him mention the Daoist master, she became interested. She already knew that the reason why she could enter Loni Temple and obtain the care of her elders was all because of the Dao ancestor's care. She did not know why the Dao ancestor highly regarded her, but she was very grateful to him. Therefore, she was very interested in anything related to the Dao ancestor. The two of them chatted as they walked. Mang Kaiuhi's face was full of smiles. How many years had it been since he felt so relaxed? Qing'er listened attentively. She was surprised. She did not expect Mang Kaiuhi to be the Daoist master's senior brother. When she heard that, she even suspected that the old man was bragging. However, as she listened, she felt that it was true. Mang Kaiuhi had mentioned many respected seniors in Loni Temple. After a long time, the two of them came to a small gazebo and sat down. Qing'er was worried that he would be too tired, so she took a rest first. Mang Kaiuhi looked at Qing'er and said with a smile, You look so similar to Kaiuhi when you were young. I even suspected that you are her reincarnation. Qing'er shook her head and said, There's no such thing as reincarnation in this world. It's just the delusions of mortals. That's right. The delusions of mortals. I pursued martial arts for my entire life to surpass mortals and be unwilling to be beneath others. But in the end, I discovered that I was only struggling bitterly. Mang Kaiuhi sighed. Qing'er changed the topic and asked, Did you come to Loni Temple just to revisit your old home? She did not invite Mang Kaiuhi to stay because she still had doubts and vigilance in her heart. Moreover, she could not make decisions for this kind of matter. Mang Kaiuhi smiled and said, Naturally, there are other things. What is it? Qing'er asked curiously. At this moment, a figure came from not far away. It was Qingku. Qingku was worried when he saw Qing'er alone with an unfamiliar old man, so he came to take a look. Mang Kaiuhi looked at Qingku and whispered, I am old and don't have many years to live. Before I die, I want to fulfill a long-cherished wish, which is to challenge the current Dao ancestor. When Qing'er heard that, she could not help but widen her eyes. She subconsciously stood up and distanced herself from Mang Kaiuhi. Seeing her reaction, Qingku immediately rushed over and stood in front of her, staring at Mang Kaiuhi vigilantly. Soon after, his expression changed drastically and he gritted his teeth. Mang Kaiuhi. Qing'er carefully asked, Senior Uncle Qingku, do you know him? Qingku snorted and said, The traitor of Loni Temple was once my second senior brother and the Daoist master's senior brother. No, he was also the eldest disciple. Later on, he brought people to barge into Loni Temple and insisted on sparring with the Daoist master. After he was defeated by the Daoist master, he slunk down the mountain. He did not have a favorable impression of Mang Kaiuhi. In fact, he hated him. Especially after Mang Kaiuhi passed away, he hated Mang Kaiuhi even more. For dozens of years, he did not come back to visit his sister. Mang Kaiuhi was not angry. He sized up Qingku and lamented, You're already so old. Time is not on your side. Qingku was also over 70 years old now. He had white hair, but he looked stronger than Mang Kaiuhi. Loni Temple does not welcome you. Get lost, Qingku coldly said. Mang Kaiuhi smiled and said, Junior brother, I have indeed let down Loni Temple, but I am about to die. Can you help me meet the Dao ancestor on the account that we were from the same sect? Hearing this, Qingku's heart softened. When one was old, they had to face death. Sometimes, Qingku was worried about when he would die. He vigilantly asked, Why are you looking for senior brother Chong Shang? Qing'er said from behind him, He wants to challenge Daoist master. Qingku frowned. Mang Kaiuhi spread his hands and said, I'm just asking for death. If martial artists like us die in battle, we will have no regrets. You don't have to worry about me having any schemes. He's the Dao ancestor who can move a mountain. I will undoubtedly lose. I just want to witness the #1 martial artist in the world before I die. Jing Ku was still hesitant, fearing that Mang Kaiuhi would play tricks. At that moment, a voice sounded. Let him come over. Jing Ku and the other two heard it. Mang Kaiuhi smiled and slowly stood up. Jing looked around but did not see anyone else. However, a devotee passed by in the distance and she carefully asked, was that Daoist master's voice just now? There was a trace of expectation in her tone. Jing Ku nodded and turned around. Follow me. He stepped forward, and Mang Kaiuhi followed him out of the gazebo. When he passed by Jing, he took out a secret book from his bosom and said with a smile, meeting is fate. This secret book is something I've spent my entire life searching for. I originally wanted to teach it to Choose Huang, but she's no longer here, so I'll hand it to you. Of course, if you don't want to learn it, just burn it. After stuffing the secret book to Jing, Mang Kaiuhi followed Jing Ku. Jing held the secret book and looked at Mang Kaiuhi's back. For some reason, her heart ached. She did not know what kind of person Mang Kaiuhi was when he was young, but after getting along with him just now, Mang Kaiuhi's attitude towards her was indeed very good. When she thought of him going to his death, she felt sad. However, when she thought of the Daoist master, the discomfort in her heart disappeared. She snorted and said, you only have yourself to blame for causing trouble for the Daoist master. She shook her head and walked towards the mountain gate. A couple of minutes later, Jing Ku brought Mang Kaiuhi to Jiang Changshen's courtyard. Jang Chong Shang was cultivating under a tree. Hua Jiangzhen and Wang Chen were watching Jang Jian practice his halberd. Bai Qi was napping while White Dragon was lying on the hillside. Hua Jiangzhen and Wang Chen turned around and saw someone behind Jing Ku. Seeing him, they could not help but be curious. When Mang Kaiuhi saw Jang Chong Shang again, he immediately fell into a trance when he saw that he still looked the same as 60 years ago. Ever since he consumed the beauty pill at the age of 18, Zhang Changshen's appearance had always remained that of an 18-year-old. This made Mang Kaiuhi recall the bits and pieces of the past. Jang Chong Shang opened his eyes and said, second senior brother, long time no see. He had heard Mang Kaiuhi's words. The latter was about to die, so he did not want to be calculative. Therefore, he decided to satisfy Mang Kaiuhi's long-cherished wish. When he was 2 years old, his eldest senior brother, Li Chongqing, almost killed him by accident when he was training. It was Mang Kaiuhi who saved him. He could not forget this kindness. After all, he had encountered many calamities when he was young. Mang Kaiuhi lamented, long time no see. I didn't expect you to call me senior brother again. He suddenly realized that Jang Chong Shang had always respected him since he was young. Even though his martial arts realm had improved greatly, he was still the same. He was just jealous of Jang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang stood up and said, let's begin. There's no need to reminisce. I will bury you with senior sister Choose Huang. Although you have let down Loni Temple, senior sister Choose Huang has always missed you. Mang Kaiuhi smiled when he heard that. The two of them flew high into the sky. Jang Jian stopped and came to Hua Jiangzhen. He asked curiously, Grand Aunt, who is he? Grandmaster's senior brother? Is he very strong? He was very excited. Finally, he could see someone challenging his grandmaster. Hua Jiangzhen sighed and said, that's right. In the sky, Mang Kaiuhi began to circulate his internal energy and his aura exploded like a flood. Jang Chong Shang was not surprised that he had broken through to become a true god. Many years ago, the incense point needed to calculate Mang Kaiuhi had reached 500, so his strength was definitely not weak. Mang Kaiuhi raised his right palm with a cold expression and said, Junior brother Chong Shang, I don't want you to show mercy. Help me. Kill me with your strongest martial arts and let me die without regrets. Jiang Changshen's expression was calm as he said, all right, second senior brother. Take this. He raised his right hand and a golden leaf appeared. Mang Kaiuhi frowned. He did not understand what Jang Chong Shang meant. Why did he take out a golden leaf? At that moment, Jang Chong Shang suddenly threw out the golden scaled jade leaf. Pfft! A hole was pierced through Mang Kaiuhi's forehead. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Well! Mang Kaiuhi trembled as his vitality drained away. He fell just like that. Jang Chong Shang flew over and caught his corpse. Then, he flew to Jing Ku and handed him over. Bury him near senior sister Choose Huang. Jing Ku was stunned. When he heard his words, he came back to his senses and hastily took Mang Kaiuhi's corpse. Mang Kaiuhi still maintained a dead stare, but the expression in his eyes had changed. Other than shock, there was more relief. Jang Chong Shang turned around and walked towards the Earth Spirit Tree. Jang Jian ran over excitedly and asked, "Grand Master, what martial art was that just now? I only saw a golden light and didn't see it clearly. I can't tell you about this martial art. Let's talk about it after you reach the Golden Body Realm." "Ah? There's no second Golden Body Realm expert in the entire Great Jing other than you. How long do I have to wait? You don't have confidence. How is that possible? Just you wait. I will definitely reach the Golden Body Realm." Jang Jian was provoked and immediately went to train. Jang Chong Shang sat under the tree and continued to cultivate. After a while, in the 28th year of the Qinwu era, your former senior brother, Mang Kaiuhi, came to challenge you with the determination to die. You passed his challenge and survived a calamity. You obtained the survival reward. Miscellaneous crafting skill. Jang Chong Shang revealed a smile and silently thanked Mang Kaiuhi. The unknown melancholy in his heart also dissipated. Other than the older generation of disciples, no news of Mang Kaiuhi's death had spread. Qing'er had been guarding the mountain gate and did not see Mang Kaiuhi leave the mountain. Therefore, she understood that Mang Kaiuhi was already dead. She just did not understand why Mang Kaiuhi had to die in the hands of the Daoist master. In the 30th year of the Qinwu era, Jang Jian was already 14 years old. Under the tempering of Zhang Changshen's heavenly lightning heart technique, his physique had been growing. Right now, his physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, and it was not inferior to Pinggan when they were at the same age. On this day, Jang Xu came to visit Jang Chong Shang. Jang Jian came over and said, "Brother, can you change my weapon? This halberd is not enough." Jang Xu widened his eyes and said, 5,000 kilograms is not enough? Are you joking? Jang Jian curled his lips and said, "I need a heavier weapon to strengthen my physique." Jang Xu was silent and looked at his ninth brother as if he was looking at a monster. A few seconds later, Jang Xu said helplessly, "This halberd was created by the strongest blacksmith in Great Jing. If I make it heavier, its shape will also change. Once that happens, it will be no longer suitable as a human weapon." Jang Jian was disappointed when he heard that. Jang Chong Shang suddenly said, "I'll make a weapon for Jianer. Ask your father to find the hardest material." Chapter 99, Unprecedented Emperor. Hearing Zhang Changshen's words, Zhang Xiu could only agree. He blindly trusted his grandmaster and felt that he might be able to forge heavier weapons. After Zhang Xiu left, Zhang Jian came to Zhang Chong Shang excitedly and constantly made his requests. Zhang Chong Shang smiled and said, "I already have an idea. Just you wait." Zhang Jian was worried about Zhang Changshen's aesthetics. At that moment, Huang Chuan's voice sounded from afar. "Zhang Jian, come and fight." Hearing this, Zhang Jian immediately turned around and hooked the 5,000 kilogram halberd with his right foot. He caught the halberd with one hand and quickly rushed out of the courtyard. Since 2 years ago, Huang Chuan discovered that Zhang Jian's strength was not weak and that he was basically another Ping'an. Therefore, he took the initiative to spar with Zhang Jian and tortured him. Zhang Jian was unconvinced and after a few exchanges, the two of them often sparred. The two of them usually sparred at Longqi Mountain, as Zhang Jian rarely went to Martial Peak. It had been 5 years since the Luck Dynasty ceremony. Due to Zhang Jian's disappearance, the influence that Zhang Jian gathered had now disappeared and the state affairs had recovered its stability. The officials with ulterior motives could not find Zhang Jian. On the other hand, Zhang Jian's mother seemed innocent on the surface, but she was smart deep down. She had been playing Tai Chi, gradually cutting off the thoughts of those court officials. Zhang Xiu's position as the crown prince was still stable. The princes were considered to be friendly with each other. If a prince was bullied outside the palace, they would work together to return the favor. Princes would also be bullied? They had no choice. The princes always liked to pretend to be ordinary people. They felt that this was more interesting and free. After all, the officials were all staring at them, not allowing them to lose their etiquette. It made them feel uncomfortable and extremely unfree on ordinary days. On the other side, in the imperial study in the palace, Zhang Ziu summoned Han Tianji. The two of them stood by the sand table. Great Jing had been taking good care of itself for the past few years, but Zhang Ziu's ambition had always been there. He had sent a large number of scouts to collect the situation of the surrounding dynasties and draw up a simple map. I am 51 years old, and I don't want to wait any longer. What do you think about sending troops now? Zhang Jiu put his hands on his hips and looked at the sand table with ambition in his eyes. Han Tianji said, right now, the luck of Great Jing has stabilized. As the country's strength increases, luck will continue to increase and the country will also become better and better. This is a beneficial cycle. Unless the imperial family undergoes a sudden change or suffers a crushing defeat, the luck will only decline once the population is depleted too much. If your majesty only wants to annex the surrounding dynasties, you can attack at any time. However, behind the Donglan dynasty is a luck dynasty, the Great Wilderness dynasty. If you get too close to them, you will easily become enemies. Even though the Great Wilderness dynasty is not as good as the Great Qi dynasty, they are the luck dynasty with the longest history on the continent. However, they suffered a huge defeat 100 years ago. From then on, the rulers no longer fought and only wanted to enjoy themselves. Zhang Jiu snorted. After 100 years, it's about time for them to stop enjoying themselves. He was not afraid of the Great Wilderness dynasty at all. In fact, he looked forward to contending against them. Han Tianji revealed a smile and said, then let's test the sharpness of the Heavenly Strategy Army first. Zhang Jiu smiled and said, it's not difficult to swallow a dynasty with 100,000 Heavenly Strategy troops, right? It's as easy as flipping a palm. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Following Zhang Jiu, Han Tianji felt like a 1,000-mile horse meeting bull. Zhang Jiu trusted him incomparably and was always full of fighting spirit. He originally thought that after becoming a luck dynasty, Zhang Jiu would enjoy life. Just like most emperors, he would either be muddle-headed and enjoy life or ask the supernatural for help. However, Zhang Jiu did not. He was still as ambitious as he was when he was young. Han Tianji suddenly said, since ancient times, no dynasty has unified this continent. Does your majesty have such ambitions? How big was this continent? There were still more than 30 dynasties. Coupled with Great Jing, there were a total of 6 luck dynasty. It was practically impossible to unify this continent. In the past, Han Tianji also felt that it was impossible, but now, he was looking forward to it. Zhang Jiu pointed in the direction of the Great Wilderness dynasty and coldly said, I want to be an unprecedented emperor. The way Han Tianji looked at Zhang Jiu changed. Over the years, Zhang Jiu's boldness had become stronger and stronger. His martial arts realm was not high, but it made him feel as if he was facing the seniors of Xiansheng Grotto Heaven. At that moment, Han Tianji suddenly had the urge to die for his bosom friend. Autumn arrived in October. Every autumn was when the scenery at Longqi Mountain was the most beautiful. However, Longqi Mountain had become a restricted area and the mountain path had been sealed. Ordinary people were not allowed to step on it. Jang Chong Shang stood in the corner of the courtyard. Yesterday, Jang Xu came with some materials and even ordered someone to send charcoal and build a forging table so that Jang Chong Shang would not have to worry. Today, he would forge a weapon for Jang Jian. With his name and a third eye, then let's really make him into God Erlang. Jang Chong Shang was prepared to forge a 3-pointed double-edged sword. Such a weapon had yet to appear in the world. When the time came, Jang Jian would definitely be mighty with this divine weapon in his hand. Jang Jian stood behind him with a nervous and expectant expression. Hua Jiangxin, Wang Chen, and Bai Qi also came to spectate. Under their gazes, Jang Chong Shang threw a piece of deep-sea black iron into the furnace. He raised his palm and slapped it, spitting out cyan-colored spiritual fire. This scene made them cry out in surprise. What kind of fire was that? Jang Chong Shang had already mastered the art of refining, but he did not have any actual experience. However, he was not worried. It was not like he was refining a magical weapon. What Jang Jian wanted was only weight. Compressing deep-sea black iron was not difficult for him. While Jang Chong Shang was refining weapons, in a mansion in the capital, Yu Yanyi from the Fuyu family of the Chao sects sat at a stone table. When she heard the servant's words, she could not help but sigh. Great Jing, this tiger, has finally revealed his fangs and is about to start a war again. In less than 10 years, a war between luck dynasties will break out. It has been hundreds of years since such a war happened. The servant excitedly said, the Heavenly Strategy Army has already taken action and happened to pass by the South City Gate. I just went to take a look. All of them were wearing bright armor and riding tall horses. They are completely different from ordinary armies. The Heavenly Strategy Army looks invincible and unstoppable. 100,000 Heavenly Strategy troops, 100,000 spiritual sense realm experts, led by a true god. There was no lack of divine realm and heavenly arrival realm experts. This army was indeed powerful. In Yu Yanyi's opinion, even if an ordinary Chao sect were to suppress them with all their might, they might not be able to win. Tisk tisk. How many years had it been? Great Jing was even stronger than the Mahayana Dragon Tower. So this was the real use of luck. The Mahayana Dragon Tower suppressed the martial arts world and absorbed luck alone, but it also wasted most of it. That was because they could not absorb much and did not allow any forces to appear. Of course, there was another reason. The current territory of Great Jing was larger than the territory controlled by the Mahayana Dragon Tower in the past, so naturally, more experts had gathered. Yu Yanyi suddenly saw a figure on the eaves and immediately said, "You may leave." The servant bowed and left. A figure landed on the eaves. It was a woman in purple. She came to Yu Yanyi and sat down. She sighed with emotion and said, "The Heavenly Strategy Army is really powerful. I saw it too. The Emperor of Great Jing is really capable to have trained such an army. The discipline of 100,000 martial artists is extremely strict." Yu Yanyi asked, "You're not here just to marvel at the Heavenly Strategy Army, are you?" The purple-robed woman's expression turned solemn as she said, "Something happened in the northern region of the continent. A mysterious expert appeared and forcefully snatched the dragon vein of a dynasty, causing the luck of that dynasty to deplete and plague to rise everywhere. The people were struggling to survive and the Chao sects joined hands to chase after him. However, they were unable to take him down and allowed him to leave." Yu Yanyi frowned and asked, "Did the upper three sects make a move?" "The ruins of End Mountain Manor has taken action. They have sent an old monster at the Golden Body Realm, but he is still not that expert's opponent." Yu Yanyi remained silent. The purple-robed woman continued, "You have to remind the Dao ancestor of this. After all, Great Jing also has a dragon vein." Yu Yanyi nodded. She looked up at the direction of Loni Temple with a complicated expression. After so many years, she would visit Jang Chong Shang every month, but she could not get close to him. The last time she went, she did not know what to say. After 7 days of forging, a 3-pointed double-edged blade that weighed 10,000 kilograms appeared. It was 10 feet long and the blade occupied 1/4 of the length. It was very domineering and the spear shaft was carved with dragon patterns. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, Jang Jian was amazed. However, it was somewhat strenuous for him to wield a 3-pointed double-edged sword, and it was precisely because of this strenuous effort that he liked it more and more. Jang Chong Shang was satisfied as he looked at his grandson wielding a 3-pointed double-edged sword. This kid really had the demeanor of God Erlang. Hua Jiangzhen walked into the courtyard and came to Zhang Changshen's side to meditate. She said helplessly, "Xiu is about to start another war. He's already 51 years old, but he's still not stopping." Zhang Chong Shang smiled and said, "If he doesn't attack others, they will attack Great Jing sooner or later. Let him go." Hua Jiangzhen sighed and said, "I'm just afraid that he will do too much. It will be difficult for Xiu to ascend the throne in the future." Jang Xu was already 26 years old, and he had several sons. His eldest son had been conferred the title of great-grandson by Zhang Xiu, which was equivalent to telling the world that Jang Xu would be the next emperor and completely stabilizing his position as the crown prince. However, who knew how many years Zhang Xiu would have to wait before he could ascend the throne? Zhang Chong Shang said calmly, "That's his business. I can't let the current emperor put down his dreams for him." Hua Jiangzhen shook his head and said, "I'm not worried that Xiu won't be able to surpass Xiu. I'm just worried that he won't be able to handle the huge mountain. The current Great Jing was so vast that ordinary people might not even be able to travel throughout the various counties of the Great Jing. No matter how vast it was, how could one govern it?" In any case, Hua Jiangzhen could not understand. She only knew that her eldest grandson was inferior to his father in all aspects. Zhang Chong Shang reached out and pinched her face. "Why do you care so much about them? Even if the mountains and rivers of Great Jing are shattered, I'll just help them up." Hua Jiangzhen blushed from his intimate actions and hastily dodged. She whispered, "Jian'er is still here. Don't be rash." Zhang Chong Shang smiled and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. As the jade-bone green bamboo forest grew, the spiritual energy in Loni Mountain became increasingly dense, making him enjoy his cultivation. However, he was still far from the 8th level of Dao technique. At that very moment, In the 30th year of the Qunwu era, the 4 seas sage that you marked has successfully reincarnated and was born in the land of Tianhai. A notification appeared before Jang Chong Shang. The 4 seas sage had reincarnated? What kind of place was Tianhai? Jang Chong Shang frowned. He carefully sensed it. The reincarnation mark of the 4 seas sage was extremely far to the south, which meant that he had crossed the ocean. Then, he remembered that Zhang Luo was now alone. However, that kid was already 26 years old, so he should be able to survive independently. He should also have his own connections in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven. Jang Chong Shang was only slightly worried about his grandson. He had also imprinted a reincarnation mark on Zhang Luo. If Zhang Luo were to reincarnate, he would know. Even though he could sense that Zhang Luo's reincarnation mark was still there, he was not sure if it was a human or a soul. Forget it, he'll use incense points to calculate. Chapter 100, Wilderness and Great Jing, Northern Expedition. Current incense points, 3,809,762. Looking at the current incense points, Jang Chong Shang smiled in satisfaction. He was really rich. He used the incense calculator and asked, I want to know if Zhang Luo is well. Requires 400 incense points. Do you wish to continue? 400 incense points should have at least reached the divine realm or even close to the true God realm. Mang Kaiuhi's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds many years ago, but he was only worth 500 incense points. Moreover, he was a real true God before he died. When Jang Chong Shang saw that Zhang Luo looked safe, he originally wanted to choose no. However, on second thought, strength did not mean a good life. Forget it, he would make an exception for his grandson today. Jang Chong Shang silently chose yes. He is fine for the time being. He is currently training with a mysterious martial artist. I want to know the realm of that mysterious martial artist. Requires 5,000 incense points. Do you wish to continue? So powerful? Jang Chong Shang was immediately relieved. 5,000 incense points meant that he was at least at the golden body realm. Zhang Luo would definitely be safe if he were to follow such an expert, unless that guy wanted to hurt him. Even if it was dangerous, Jang Chong Shang could not help for the time being. He could only think positively. Jang Chong Shang looked at Jang Jian. He had many grandsons, but only 2 of them were really pampered by him, especially Jang Jian. As Jang Jian grew up by his hide, he tailor-made martial techniques for him, forged a divine weapon for him, and opened his third eye. He hoped that Jang Jian could become the Zhang family's leader in the future. However, the premise of becoming the person carrying the cauldron was not to go astray. In the future, Jang Chong Shang would be responsible for guarding the family while Jang Jian would be responsible for expanding the territory. Not only could he obtain survival rewards, but he could also increase his incense points. You have received better treatment and environment than your other brothers. Don't disappoint me. Jang Chong Shang silently closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. At the end of the year, Yu Yanyi came to visit Jang Chong Shang and revealed that a mysterious expert wanted to steal dragon veins. Jang Chong Shang did some calculations and found that the other party was only worth 5,000 incense points, so there was nothing to worry about. Jang Chong Shang even suspected that the mysterious expert Zhang Luo followed was him, but he was too lazy to calculate. If they were really enemies, he would just kill him. He could not go to the ends of the world to find Zhang Luo if he knew in advance. After chatting for a while, Yu Yanyi was somewhat disappointed and prepared to leave. Over the years, she had sent many gifts, including martial arts techniques, rare treasures, divine weapons, and so on. The Fuya family seemed to have established a good relationship with Loni Temple, but she knew that there was no substantial breakthrough. Jang Chong Shang noticed her expression and took out a beauty pill for Yu Yanyi. He could not always make people pay. The best gift for a woman was to make her young and ageless. Yu Yanyi was not the only one. Qing'er had also obtained a beauty pill. She had once expressed her determination to Wan Li that she would stay in Loni Temple for the rest of her life and not get married. Her father had also agreed to this. In that case, Jang Chong Shang would treat it as cashing in her salary in advance and let Qing'er work for Loni Temple for the rest of her life. Yu Yanyi was very happy to receive the pill, and Jang Chong Shang did not keep her for long. This small episode did not cause any waves in Loni Temple. This sacred land of Great Jing rarely fought with other sects. The more it was like this, the more stable the image of the sacred land was. Time flew by. In the 31st year of the Qunwu era, 100,000 heavenly strategy troops invaded the Yugu dynasty bordering Great Jing. They displayed their might and were unstoppable. They won consecutively and fought their way to the capital city of the Yugu dynasty. At the end of the same year, the Yugu dynasty was annexed by Great Jing. The news spread throughout the Great Jing, making the commoners excited. They conquered a dynasty in a year, and the might of the heavenly strategy was respected by the commoners as an army. In the 32nd year of the Qinwu era, Great Jing took control of the Yugu dynasty. A large number of civil and military officials in the former Wei dynasty were dispatched and rode on urgent carriages. The 13 prefectures also sent a large number of civil and military officials to the former Wei dynasty. After settling down, the imperial court collected rations in the Yugu dynasty and formed a logistics force to keep up with the heavenly strategy army. In the second half of the year, the heavenly strategy army that had finished conserving their strength began to attack the Donglan dynasty. The Donglan dynasty was different from the Yugu dynasty. There were true gods guarding there, but the heavenly strategy army also had a true god, and that true god was Pingan. Year 33 of the Qinwu era, the beginning of the year. Longqi Mountain, in the courtyard. Jang Xu reported Great Jing's achievements to everyone. Bai Qi was amused. She smiled and said, "We've finally reached the Donglan dynasty. It would be best if we could flatten the Donglan dynasty. I'm already looking forward to Pingan beating that true god to death." She was filled with emotions. When she first saw Pingan, she only thought that he was a silly kid. She did not expect that one day, this silly kid would avenge her. Times had indeed changed. She had personally witnessed the birth of a legend. Jang Xu smiled and said, "Senior Uncle Pingan is indeed powerful." Along the way to the west, the heavenly strategy army was attacked by many experts, but they were all beaten to death by him. He did not let a single one go. They did not even have the time to investigate. The 54-year-old Pingan was at his peak. Coupled with the strength of a true god, he could kill true gods in his path and had never tasted defeat. Jang Jian's hands itched when he heard that. He was already 17 years old and was in the prime of his youth. He looked at Jang Chong Shang and asked excitedly, "Grand Master, can I join the army?" Jang Chong Shang, who was under the tree, did not open his eyes and calmly answered, "You can go after you reach the Golden Body Realm." Jang Jian revealed a bitter expression and said, "Won't I be old when I reach the Golden Body Realm?" Jang Chong Shang said, "When you are 25 years old, I will give you a beauty pill so that you can maintain your youthful appearance forever." Since he was God Erlang, he naturally could not age. Hearing this, Jang Jian was relieved. Jang Xu chuckled as he looked at this scene. He did not have much thoughts about the beauty pill. He was the crown prince, so he did not have to care about what others thought. Moreover, a man had to experience the vicissitudes of life before they could reveal their foundation. Of course, if Jang Chong Shang could produce the elixir of immortality, he would definitely want it. He was not the only one. Zhang Ziyu often asked Jang Chong Shang if he could produce an elixir of immortality. Unfortunately, Jang Chong Shang could not. "Ninth brother, don't panic. Father once told me that your appearance is very important. You can only take action when you are needed to turn the tide. That will be when your value is greatest," Zhang Xiu said with a smile. Zhang Jian felt that it made sense and continued to ask about the situation at the front line. Zhang Xiu told him everything he knew, but as he spoke, he suddenly coughed and his face turned pale. Hua Jiangxin immediately became nervous and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Zhang Xiu said helplessly, "Father's attention is on the border during the war and the military is busy. Naturally, I have to supervise the country and manage the affairs of the other states for him. However, this dynasty is too big." Hua Jiangxin looked at Jang Chong Shang. Jang Chong Shang immediately walked over and examined Zhang Xiu's body. He found that he had overexerted himself. As Jang Chong Shang used his spiritual energy to nurse him back to health, he said, "You should pay more attention to your rest and not overwork yourself. You can get the 3 provinces to help you review the administrative affairs. Didn't your father increase the number of prime ministers?" Zhang Xiu forced a smile and said, "Leave it to the 3 provinces. Sooner or later, there will be big trouble. Don't worry, I will try my best to control the time later." Jang Chong Shang did not force him. He asked Hua Jiangxin to take 3 bottles of medicinal pills for Zhang Xiu to bring back. Zhang Xiu was grateful and his heart warmed. After Zhang Xiu left, Zhang Jian lamented, "Fortunately, I didn't stay in the palace. If I were like him, it would be too tragic." It's better to practice martial arts and not have so many troubles. Jang Jian had grown up and was well aware of his advantages. If he were to compete with Jang Xu for the throne, he might very well succeed. Firstly, Grandmaster doted on him more. Secondly, Jang Xu, who advocated martial arts and had mediocre martial arts qualifications, had always been criticized. However, he was not interested in the throne. He only wanted to become someone like his Grandmaster. He would never forget when he was young, when his Grandmaster left on a cloud, it left an indelible impression on him. Hua Jiangxin rolled his eyes at him. She turned to look in the direction where Jang Xu had left, and her brows were filled with worry. Djang Chong Shang said meaningfully, everyone has their own choice. For emperors, some things are more important than their lifespan. Some emperors live a long life and only seek health and longevity without any achievements. There is only a brief mention of them in the history books. Even though some emperors have a short life, they can stun history. His actions show that he also has ambitions. In fact, he himself knows that, but this is his choice. We will try our best to help him. All Djang Chong Shang could do was to help Jang Xu recuperate as much as possible. However, if Jang Xu still overexerted himself, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was Jang Xu's choice. No one could ask him to give up the position of crown prince. Hua Jiangxin sighed. She understood the reasoning, but she did not want to see her son die before her. Jang Jian scratched his head. He could not stand the atmosphere. He picked up the three-pointed double-edged sword and said to Bai Qi and Wang Chen, I'm going to beat up senior uncle Huang Chuan. Are you here to watch the excitement? Bai Qi rolled her eyes at him and said, forget it. You're the one getting beaten up every time. Wang Chen nodded silently. Zhang Jian was annoyed and left at once. In the 34th year of the Qinwu era, a group of diplomats entered the capital. Li Jun led the white-robed guards to meet with them. In the decisive battle against the 9 dynasties, Li Jun relied on the killing god Devil Blade to obtain credit and was recommended by Djang Chong Shang to join the white-robed guards. As he was Zhang Changshan's man and his martial arts were powerful, his status continued to rise. Right now, he was already the second in command of the white-robed guards. Li Jun brought the delegation to a residence to rest. The next morning, he brought the main envoy into the palace. It was the morning court in the Golden Hall, and Zhang Jian was sitting on a dragon throne. There was a platform on the dragon step below, and on the platform was a precious throne for Jang Xu to sit on. Only the father and son were seated in the court. Right now, Jang Xu was regarded as the second emperor. It was rare for a father and son to sit in the morning court together. This matter had also spread widely among the people. It seemed like the Zhang family's royal family no longer killed each other and the father and son no longer fought each other. Li Jun stopped in front of the throne room and allowed the envoy to enter. The envoy was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing and a dignified aura. He stepped into the throne room alone and was not flustered by the gazes of the officials. He came to the dragon step and bowed. Wang Shu, the envoy of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, pays his respects to the great Jing Emperor. Zhang Ziyu stepped forward and teased, may I know why the Great Wilderness Dynasty has sent you here? Wang Shu said expressionlessly, His Majesty sent me here to stop the destruction of Great Jing. As soon as he said that, the hall fell silent. An old official pointed at him and shouted, impudent! You are! Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Ziyu raise his hand and could only shut his mouth. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, tell me about it. Wang Shu calmly said, the Great Jing's invasion will border with the Great Wilderness sooner or later. Once they do, even if the 2 dynasties are on good terms, we will have no choice but to guard against each other. However, there is another dynasty eyeing us covetously in the north. With a little effort, they can sow discord between Great Wilderness and Great Jing. No matter who wins or loses, the 2 dynasties will definitely suffer. If this dynasty were to go south at this time, how can Great Wilderness and Great Jing resist? Zhang Ziyu was silent. Zhang Xiu asked, then what do you mean? For the sake of peace, we will not invade each other. Wang Shu replied, Great Wilderness and Great Jing will join hands to attack the north. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.